Good morning from Fiorano, Italy. We are RCTV, bringing you the EFRA large-scale on-road European Championships from hot and dry northern Italy. Not sure if it's properly northern Italy. It's not quite near the Alps, sort of in like the lowlands. But we're about maybe a mile from the Fiorano Ferrari test track. Seen a few Ferraris going around. So good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us. We're about to get qualifying underway with Heat 1 of Round 1. Got a few cars out on track already, and they're just warming up. So plenty of time to say hello and get up to speed. So, absolutely lovely circuit here in Fiorano. We're brought to you by RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk, and also Control, and thanks to Red RC. So we are live on the EFRA Facebook and YouTube channel. Facebook page and YouTube channel, also on RC Racing TV, Facebook and YouTube. Qualifying just started. So we've got easy start today. We've got a few drivers in this. Obviously, we've got Paul Hards from the UK, Jethro Leto-Jarvi, and I believe a relation, Titus Leto-Jarvi from Finland, both from Finland. Dario Lovrencevic from, is that from Hungary? Yeah. And Luis Simoes and Mario Dada from Italy.
So we start following a car?
Yeah, so let's get the moving camera following a car. Let's see if we can pick up Michael Donovan. At the moment, he's in the lead from Germany. Car number 5. He's almost about to finish his lap. Yeah, he's coming through the first hairpin. And through the second hairpin, he's going to reach commentator's corner and come across the start-finish line. It's the next car back, Jude. There we go. And that should be the car 5. Coming around the Omega. Across the kink and into that first hairpin. Nice, bright car. Huge numbers on it. Easy for old and tired eyes to see. Coming through the first corner into the second corner. Into that little infield chute. And passing. Already lapping a car. So these guys are qualifying. We've had several rounds. I believe it was 5 rounds of controlled practice yesterday. I think it was the fastest 3 consecutive laps. And that was, previous to that was open practice, which helped seed the control practice, and that seeded the qualifying. So this is the first heat of qualifying. So we'll be building up to the fast guys, the top internationally recognized names. Of course, if we do have any family members, friends, club members, affiliates, fellow racers of these folks here who are running in any of the heats, really, we'll be happy to give them a follow if we're able to. And so we're slowly naming the areas of the track. So this is commentator's corner. And going into the first corner, obviously, there's the main straight, pit straight, same thing in this case. Coming into the infield section, we've got the Omega. That's just what I'm calling it, because something like Assen racetrack in the Netherlands. Commentator's corner again, across the start-finish line. There's 2 loops. The Tricolore one is the important one, but there is a backup loop. So Michael's coming around the Omega again, across the kink. Very important there, because not supposed to be cutting the track. into the 2 hairpins, and then past commentator's corner again. Very good. So, let's see if we can find another car. See how the brothers are doing. Car 2 and 3. Someone just went in the pits and crashed. Really shouldn't be doing that, but, you know. So we've got the brothers just going into the first corner at the moment. And into the hut turn. Getting passed by Michael. And both going into the Omega across the kink. And these are, I believe they're brothers. Jethro and Dario. No, sorry. Jethro and Titus. Cars number 2 and 3. You can tell they're from Finland because they have the Finnish flag on the roof of the cars. Both of them. So I'm not sure if they have... It looks like a similar scheme, but just different colors. And, of course, a solid color roof with the Finnish flag on top. Yeah, they do have similar colors. So one's blue and one's green, mostly. So we've got the 2 and the 3 going down the main straight. And into the hut turn where we have one of our close-up cameras. Around the Omega, which doesn't, unfortunately for being such a cool name, doesn't really have much passing. A lot of the passing seems to be happening in the hairpins. The cars that have the better corner speed and acceleration. Able to carry the speed and do their lapping there. If you are being lapped, though, the Omega is pretty good because you can go just a little bit wide and let the faster cars go through. So we'll be opening up the comments. Ah, there we are. Father and son. Okay, thank you, Tara. Tara from Finland. I don't want to be the typical yokel and go, oh, you're from Finland, you must know Tara and Titus and Jethro. But thank you, Tara, once again on the stream, following us from last week's adventure. So, Father, can you let us know who is the father and who is the son? Because obviously, I can't. I can see people on the rostrum, but I can't really tell who is who exactly. So we've still got Michael, Jethro, and Titus, and then we've got Dario. Unfortunately, Paul Hartz, and then Mario, and then Lewis is probably the car that went into the pits. Unfortunately, so that's not great. Okay, so let's see if we can find the car 4 now. Okay, he's just coming through the second hairpin, the white and red car. Coming down the straight. Yeah, that's him. And that is Dario Lovrencevic. Oh, okay, I think I've got that one now, unless I get corrected on that. Well, this is Dario. I believe that's HRV is Hungary. And you can see a lot of these guys we had the opening ceremony yesterday. So you can see the individual racers themselves in all their glory with their nation's flag and their association or federation shirts. Most of them have embroidered shirts. France always comes out in their blue embroidered shirts, and so do the BRC. Oh, and a flip and a roll. I don't know if we have replay set up for that just yet, but Dario letting through Jethro. Good driving there. But yeah, that's going to shake your confidence, especially in qualifying. I'm going to have to check on this, but I believe qualifying's over Ernesto. Qualifying is over the full 10 minutes. Is that correct? Qualifying is over the full 10 minutes of time?
The 10 minutes racetrack.
Yeah.
So the best performance.
Right, okay. Okay, it's not like 3 laps or best lap or anything. Yeah, okay.
10 minutes.
Right, okay. So, yeah. So, yeah, that'll drop That'll drop Dario down a little bit, but it's not too bad. He hasn't crashed again or anything. So let's see if we can. Who haven't we followed? Jethro is the father and Titus is the son. Okay. I'll make a note of that. Literally. So yeah, just going through the comments. We are live on Control Sport and RC Racing TV YouTube. Is where we're, of course, welcome all comments, whether you're on Facebook, whichever, any of the Facebook pages that you're on. We're on Red RC as well as EFRA and RC Racing TV. But we're also on YouTube, and you're free and welcome and invited to post comments on any of the channels that we're on. But we tend to get the most comments on the Control Sport RC Racing TV channel. So, yeah, just going through the comments so far. So, Unboxing Radio Control is asking, is this 1/5 scale? Yes. We call it large scale, but yes, it's 1/5 scale. I know there are other scales available, but for top-level racing, 1/5 is pretty much what these guys do. And the chassis that these guys are running on, there's various ones. The two major ones are Mechatech and MCD. There's also possible. I don't think there will be an FG in these runners, but there might be. And they're running various different types of body shells. So the most popular seems to be the Alpha, which, you know, we're in Italy. Why not? Looks very cool, nice and sleek. It's a bit long. There is a BMW running in this one, and one or two possibly Audis, which are kind of styled on the I think it's the S4, maybe the RS4. So that is the first round of qualifying finished. And next one, we've got Heat 2 coming up. So basically, there's 3 minutes. Well, there's about a minute of pit time, like as you can see on screen, where mechanics, every driver has a mechanic. You can see them in the high-vis vests. And then there's fresh mechanics coming out, carrying cars. And those are the mechanics for the following racers. So they'll swap over. And you can see, yes, they are wearing headset radios, so they can talk and say, oh, I've crashed. I'm in such and such area of the track, because you might have noticed there are no marshals on the track. So these things get up to a pretty good speed, and they are very large and very heavy and quite scary when they crash, even if it's just a low-speed rollover coming at you. So there is a marshal point out there. Jude, if you can point at the middle marshalling point with the big red and white things around it. Yeah, you see that's what the marshalling point looks like. That's in the middle of the track. So you can imagine the amount of protection that has to be on these things, because when they get side by side and one of the cars gets flipped up on the main track. That's cool. Thanks, Jude. So the next cars are out. So there's been a minute and a half or so, something like that, of sort of drivers coming in from the previous run. And then, what happened there? And the next lot of drivers getting ready. And then there's 3 minutes of warm-up time once the red flag at the end of the pit waves them off. So you can see as the drivers are being checked in on timing. And there's your runners and riders. All sorts of countries represented. Portugal, Switzerland, France, Italy, Germany, Norway, and a couple of Brits as well. So we've got Andre Resende, David Lebesconde, and I'm going to butcher these names, so I really do apologize, but I'm doing my best to pronounce them the way that the actual drivers hopefully would pronounce them. Which leads me to the French guy, Ewan Muriad, Roberto Mazzi, Neo Lebesconde. So we have another pair of relations in this one. We've got that's either Perez G. Chavez or G. Chavez Perez. I'm not sure. Kverneland, Magnar Kverneland, Time or Time? That is going to throw me. Angelo Vicini, Matt Buxton, and Ian Southey. The last two are quite easy. So they're just checking in. There is, I don't know how much warm-up time is left. But they're all checking in, just getting their engines and tires, importantly, warmed up. So you might, if you go on the EFRA Facebook page, just search for RC Motorsport Europe on Facebook and go into the photo album for this event. Just click photos, and then there's a album labeled EFRA Large Scale On-Road Euros. There's lots of photos from the pits and, of course, the drivers themselves as they came out for the opening ceremony, which will have a little special video clip on in a couple days. So you can see what the pit areas look like. And there's a few close-ups of some of the cars. We'll have more of those posted tomorrow and the next day as well. So they do have tire warmers, is what I'm getting at. So just like the F1 cars, just like 10-skill touring cars, they're very large tires, very sticky as well. The track temperature gets up to about 50 degrees Celsius, which is very hot. And that horn, if you heard it, means that they are off and running. So David Lebescon is first off, or first across the line. So we'll give him a couple of laps to kind of settle down. And again, this is over 10 minutes of running. The cars get up to 30, if they're very lucky, 32 or 35 minutes per tank. They have precisely 700 centiliters, or cc's, not centiliters, centiliters? 700 cc of fuel allowed in their cars. I think the fuel tanks hold 750, but they're allowed 700, I believe. One of the top racers was explaining it to me yesterday. So they use literally scientific beakers or graduated cylinders, I should say, to measure the exact amount of fuel allowed in the cars, and they're not allowed any extra. So we've got the first racers crossing over to start their third laps. Looks like we've got Roberto Mazzi. So see if we can find that number 4 car. Sorry, Jude, I should have given you a car to follow. If you can, I will look for the number 4 car. You may have been the one that crashed way at the back side. Now the first car is coming across the second hairpin just now. Mostly white. It's got kind of a Red Bull, well, it is a Red Bull scheme coming through the first corner, around the hut corner. And he's going around the Omega, Jude, and across the kink. The second car coming through the kink, and he's into, there he is. No, one car back. Next car, that one, there you go. That's Roberto. Let's see where he's bumped back up into the top spot in this heat. Roberto Mazzi from Italy. We've got a couple of Italians, a couple of Brits, Norwegian, German, and two Swiss? David Lebescon is pulled off after only 3 laps, so that's unfortunate, because you want all of your qualifying efforts to count. Okay, so let's see who's the car number 3 is the next challenger for the top spot in this heat. I think Roberto Mazzi is looking quite strong in this one. Now Ewan has dropped down a bit. I was going to follow him next, so no, he's popped back up. He's just crossed over. He's one of the cars on the right side of the track coming into the infield, going around the Omega. Car number 3, Jude. that one there. Yeah, coming into the second hairpin and around commentator's corner, across the timing loops, down the grids, and into the infield. So feel free in the comments on the Control Sports RC Racing TV YouTube channel as Ewan is coming down the main straight. He's going to put a lap on this car. Yeah, just about. There is a referee that's calling traffic. And, you know, you kind of have to rely on your fellow racers to recognize when, if you're one of the faster guys. I mean, he came up pretty quickly on that car. But sometimes racers, whoa, it's a bit thrown off. Now he's got to, now what does he do? What does the yellow car do, I should say, which is the number 6, Perez G. Chavez. It's the B car. For some reason, he must be really into his B's because he's got a B motif on his car. That's why it's yellow. It's got little hexagons on the side of it. Got a nice couple photos of it yesterday. So Ewan trying to put another pass on him, but will the referee call it? Because he is one of the top racers in this one. Even with those series of mistakes, he's still the top one. Okay, yeah, so he has been called through. Or Perez has recognized, okay, yeah, this guy is definitely faster than me. But, you know, your rhythm gets thrown off. And you make mistakes. You start thinking about other things rather than the 10 minutes of racing that you have to do. So I was mentioning the marshals earlier. There are no marshals on the track itself. The marshalling is done specifically by each driver's mechanic. So they're talking to each other. They might say, oh, there's a faster car coming up, or the guy that you're battling with. I'm not sure if they're actually allowed that, but no one's controlling exactly what they're saying to each other. So I imagine they're acting as spotter, mechanic, and marshal. So these cars are very large, heavy, and fast. And therefore, the marshalling basically happens from the pits. So we have 4 minutes left. Let's see if we can find the car number 1 of Andre Resende, who's also challenging in the... he's in the top couple of spots. Andre is... Let's stick with the Ewan for now. Andre is just coming across commentator's corner now, Jude, in the... sort of seafoam green next. There we go. That's Andre Resende. And as you can see from the timing information at the top right of the screen, we've got the countdown of timing there. Thanks to the amazing Stefan, who has helped sort that out for us. So that if you're a cyclist, you might recognize this this color from the Bianchi cycling bicycles, which is kind of their corporate color. Yeah, so, all right, thank you, Loads, for all the comments. We've got, yes, these are two-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive cars running basically a highly modified weed whacker or strimmer engine. Small, I think they started off as 23cc. I'm not sure what size they are now. 23cc and 26cc. So thanks, Kevin, in the comments. Yeah, we're calling this the LSTC, large-scale touring car, but there is actually an F1 class. There's 3 heats of F1, so they are literally F1 racers. Completely different suspension, front and rear, different chassis. They look really cool. And the coolest part is I think the F1 guys really enjoy, I mean, touring car guys, at least at this scale, a lot of them, you can see about probably half of them really enjoy their scale look to touring cars. So there's lots of what I call the RC racery sort of designs with the bright, pinks and all that, and the swooshes and the swipes and all. But there's a lot that use real world. They're inspired a lot more by real world touring car color schemes, which is, I think, just what I prefer. So they look quite cool. But the F1 guys take it a step further, and they do proper replica schemes. So there's a red Ferrari-themed car with black wings, of course. There's a BWT-sponsored car. There's several Red Bull cars, of course. So yeah, there's it's really cool. So we'll see when they come up, and they are also rear-wheel drive. The coolest thing I really enjoy about these cars is that they have brakes on all four wheels. So they literally have hydraulic front fiber brakes, front and rear. But they're the only RC classes that have front wheel braking, to my knowledge. I'm pretty sure. Where say an 8 buggy will have it basically brakes on all four wheels, and you can adjust the bias front and rear and all that. But real front wheel braking, which makes the racing really, really tight. And of course, because they're not super torquey off the line like an electric mod touring car, they just drive just way more realistically, and they look amazing on the track, especially when there's a couple of really good racers going at it. It's less point and squirt. So much more fun to watch, and I imagine a lot more fun to drive. The only thing with these is they don't have the finals are only 30 minutes, which, I mean, I'll discuss this maybe with any guests that we're able to invite into the little control tower we've got. But 30-minute finals, whereas even in the World Championships, whereas the buggy racers will have 45 minutes for the European Championships and an hour for other major races like RCGP or the Worlds. So, yeah, I'd like to see refueling, smaller tanks, and which require refueling. So, anyway, the finishing order is Moriad, Lebascond, Mazzi, Resende, Vicini, Chavez, Time, or Time. Maybe Tara can help me with that pronunciation. And unfortunately missed who was the very last runner, but the other Lebascond, David, wasn't able to get very many laps in that one. So now we've got another swap over. You can see the racers, the mechanics. The racers with the radios are the ones with the radios, and they're coming down to discuss what went right and what went wrong. Say that 4 times fast. As the next group of cars are getting started, they do have pole starts on these.
No, it's too much. This is 14 millimeters. 14? Yeah, 14 millimeters.
Yeah, so busy pit lane.
14.
Another nice thing about this scale of racing is it's quite casual. It's not super rigid. But, even in the European Championships. So we have another large-scale event next week in Austria, which is off-road, which is also quite fun to watch. Not quite as realistic, but there are jumps. And, of course, just like this class, they run in any weather. So if it's wet, it's wet. The track and time is still running. Right, so I will have to see if I can, I don't want to disturb any of the very complicated computers that are running here. So I'm going to see if I can pop onto YouTube on my phone, because we do have comments coming in, I'm sure, and would love to find out what people are wondering and asking. Just pause the video. So it looks like we've got Kevin still in the chat, which is great, answering questions for the folks that have wandered in or have been alerted. If you'd like to know more about or see any future live streams that we're doing, just pick a car to follow, Jude, and we'll chat about them. So I'm wondering if Kevin is actually here at the track, which would be kind of funny, but also quite cool. So yeah, track temperature yesterday was getting up to 50 degrees centigrade, which is very, very hot indeed. In the sun, if you're sat in the sun earlier today in the morning when we were here, it was over 50, got up to 55, which is really hot. But in the shade at the moment, it's a mere 40 degrees, which is about 105 Fahrenheit, something like that. Anyway, in this Heat 3, the first round, we've got Pierluigi, Boninsigni, it's car 1. See if you can find car 1, Jude, as I just read off the names. We've got Nicola Borsoni, Joel Mendonca, Sebastian Mancia, Claudio Rossi, Georgi Coxmaros. Oh, he's our lone Hungarian racer. So who is the other chap from? Sammy Pajalin, another Finn, if Tar is still on the stream. David DeFeo, Arnaud Brassart, and Fabio Scatizzi. So we've got 4 Italians, a Finn, a Hungarian, Swiss, Swede, and Portuguese racers. So I think is that our car 1? So the timing has just started. So all of what you were seeing just before the horn sounded, if you heard the horn, about 10 seconds ago, 30 seconds ago, that was all just warm up. Now they're racing for real. Just pick a car and let's stick with this white one. Coming into the first hairpin, it's the car 4 of Sebastian Mancia. All white, which is very easy. Probably takes about an entire can of one of those mini cans of spray paint. Of RC spray paint, I should say. Flexible and polycarbonate friendly. Very specialized paint that required for these bodies. They do have replacement. The front bumpers of these are actually replaceable, which is, I think, quite cool. So you could buy just the replacement bumper if you want. And let's see. So Sebastian is behind the car 6, I think, of Georgi. Sebastian jumping up in the second spot there. Second fastest. Claudio Rossi, car 5, is the fastest at the moment. I'll see where I can find him on track, Jude, and let you know. Claudio is 1 car behind, Jude. White, orange, and blue. You can probably just barely see the blue, so white and orange. There we go. It's Claudio. Claudio and Sebastian battling for the top spot in this qualifier so far. We're 2 minutes down. Coming around the Omega, across the kink, in the first hairpin, into the second hairpin, and into, not the third hairpin, that's coming to the corner, because that's where we are sat, or stood at the moment. So that there is either the second corner or the hut corner, then the infield chute, and the Omega, the kink, and then back into the hairpins, the pair of hairpins. So if you drop back to the cars behind, the car number 2 and 3, Jude, these two, I'm not sure. They're very close. Actually, not on timing. The car in front is just a little bit slower than the car behind, the red car. But, first of all, it's 2 cars that are close together, and that white car is martini colored. So that's my, well, I don't want to say my favorite, but it is definitely one of my favorite color schemes. Classic color scheme, and of course on an Alpha. So these 2 cars, of course, that red car, number 3 of Joel Mendonca, And the car number 2, that was Nicola Borsoni, an Italian running Italian colors on an Italian car in Italy. You can't get much more iconic than that. So around the Omega, down the back straight into the first hairpin, a little wide there. And yeah, just zoom out when that happens, Jude. It's okay. So if we drop back again, back to Nicola. There we go. He's about to get passed by, I think that's the car 4 that we were following before. They don't necessarily go off in number order because it's a rolling start for these qualifiers. They don't do individual starts. They just do their... Whoa! Big crash there from I think that was Claudio. And now, okay, so if you zoom out, oh, that's car 6. Oh, no, he's all right. He's all right. But if we had been able to drop down to the pit lane, we would have seen his marshal, or his mechanic, I should say, just in a sprinter's pose, ready to shoot across the straight, the main straight where these things are coming at a very fast speed. There is actually a speed gun at the end of the straight. 84 kilometers an hour, which is fast. I'll get my my phone out in a moment, unless... Whoa! That was, yeah, that could have been nastier. Lucky there. But that's why the front bumpers are replaceable, that exact issue right there. So that's the car 6 that we've been following of Georgi Koksmaros, the lone Hungarian racer. So let's follow the 2 cars in front, leave Georgi alone. Might still be trying to sort out some issues. It's a very hot track. Tires are getting used up. There's a photo, I believe, in the EFRA photo album on the Facebook page for EFRA, if you search for RC Motorsport Europe. Showing all the marbles and the dust and the grass that gets collected on these cars. I mean, they look like real racing car tires, because they are. So we are following the car 5 of Claudio still. He's battling with Sebastian, who we were following earlier, for the top 3 spots. And let's see if Cameraman Challenge, find the car number 1 coming into the second hairpin right now. He's the white, he's the other Alpha car, the other Martini flavored car, I should say. It's going into the infield just past the red car. There we are. That is Pierluigi Bonensegni. Guess where he's from. Coming into the second hairpin now. Trying to keep that red car from trying to get his lap back. Well, not lap back, I should say, but just keep him behind him. Because if you're faster, you don't want the slower cars to try and make a pass on you just because you're there. Into the Omega and out of the Omega. Through that very dangerous kink. Luckily, there's no major obstacles there. There were, and then there were a few complaints. But so Pierluigi coming into the infield once again. He's still got that number 3 car of Joel Mendonca behind him. Down the main straight, also the pit straight, so if I use that interchangeably, that's why. Sometimes the main straight is not the pit straight. Very rarely. So, let's see what's happening in the comments. So, Coven saying he has friends there, and he used to race large scale himself. Yeah, 3 to 4 cans. Yes, I did. Yeah, I did have that wrong. I do remember being told that you can only get very few, or you'd have to use a few cans to do it. Paint these bodies. What's the situation with track limits? As I know, corner cutting was/is an issue. Well, there were large corner dots that were put down by someone, I'm not sure. Possibly the track owner, I don't know. But I mean, we're seeing some cars just do the rally line and just do the railroad around the corners. So they were trying to stop that, and I'm not sure when that was introduced, whether it was here when the drivers arrived at the track, or whether it was done after they'd had some laps and were already cutting corners and stuff. But basically, they were told not to cut corners. Everyone agreed, and so they put down the big corner dots, and everyone complained. Not everyone, but you know, I'm bigging it up slightly. But there were lots of complaints. So they took away the dots and said, okay, well, if you cut the corners in qualifying and we see you, you're going to get penalized. So there have been stop and goes, or there were warnings yesterday during the controlled practice, because the controlled practice was 3 fastest laps, which would seed you into the qualifiers. So basically, you're not supposed to do it. And, you know, like I told the EFRA officials yesterday, if the FIA and MotoGP guys can't sort it out completely to everyone's satisfaction with unlimited amounts of money and brain power, you know, we're not quite going to be able to sort it out in a day for racing model cars. It's just how it is. It's just a racing situation. You know, if someone goes off track, they shouldn't. So, time has expired. We've got Bonusegna. Segni? Sorry, we got something covering the last part of the names. Got, oh no, Mancia has jumped up into the top. Bonusegni, Pajalin, Rossi, De Feo, Mondonca, Scatizzi, Brassart, Coxmoros, Bersoni. Mancia jumps up from Sweden into the top spot there.
Hello.
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 Oh, that was a bit loud.
That was.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
This is me talking to you on a new mic I'm just setting up.
Okay, can everyone hear you? Or just me? Or am I just talking to everyone's like, what's he doing?
Talking to the voices in his head.
Have I taken my antipsychotics today? I don't know.
This is going to be the ambient mic. As
Right,
it's been requested on the stream.
Yes, I was going to ask.
Everybody wants to hear the two-stroke engines.
Yes. If only we could transmit the smell of the two-strokes as well.
Yeah, if only.
If only.
And the fumes.
You could simulate the heat of the track by standing in an enclosed closet, maybe, you know, outside in the sun. Just find a greenhouse.
Stand in a greenhouse.
Yeah.
In direct sunlight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just let it get up
and
to
wear
about
a coat.
40 degrees.
Yeah. It's pretty dry heat as well.
It is. Very.
It's pretty relentless.
We do have a little weather station here, so, you know.
Oh, yeah, 39 degrees out there.
Yes.
That's not bad, is it?
At 16.
That's nothing.
Here,
That's nothing.
It is nothing. I mean, it is over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, so if you're American inclined, there you go. I don't know exactly, but it's about 103, 104 maybe.
Wow.
It's hot.
It is hot. Right, I'm going to set this up.
Excelente, which is hopefully an Italian word. Right. So yes, for the top guys, we generally know the manufacturers that they are. Of course, we have various experts who we will be dragging into the control tower to give us information on their picks, what they've been up to potentially the last couple of years when there have been no European Championships running. this is the first time a lot of these guys have probably seen each other and raced against each other in a couple of years. So the European Championships do happen every year in the June, July, August time. End of August kind of tends to wind down because September, November is when the World Championships happen for the various classes, except, of course, for 12th scale, where that happens late winter because it tends to be more of a wintry thing indoor. So anyway, what I'm getting at is, thank you. Someone has said 39 degrees is 102.2 degrees Fahrenheit. Very helpful. Thank you very much. What do I even need my brand new flagship mobile phone for? Just use it as a calculator for tips or something. All right, so do we have Jude up there? I'm not sure. Are we locked off, Matt? No, we're not. We do have Jude up there. I see the camera moving, unless Javier is moving it. No, I see a control shirt up there, so I see Jude. Okay, so yeah, just feel free to pick a car, any car, Jude. We got Jude McCallum on camera. And I haven't even, 10 seconds to start. That gives me 10 seconds less now to read off the names. So we got Stefano Bianchi, Nuno Pinto, Oriol Gil, John Preach. I need to find out how to pronounce that. Luca Rowley, Rudy Veseri, Noel Tewalt, Pascal Hervey, Christian Weber, and Giuseppe Rosignoli, which is my favorite name in this heat. So those are your runners and riders in this heat, which is Heat 4. This is Round 1. This is the European Championships for large-scale touring car. And I'm alone in the office now. I'm alone in the control tower now. We are Control. We're Control Sport. RC Racing TV. I am Frank McKinney. We've got Matt McCallum doing pretty much all of the technical duties. Jude McCallum on camera. And he is following, presently, we are following cars 7 and 4. That is Noel Tewalt in the 7. And then car 4 is John Preach from the Netherlands. I'm going to have to find out how to pronounce that name properly, because I feel bad when I can't pronounce someone's name properly. So we've got John from Holland. The second of these two cars coming into the second hairpin and around commentator's corner. He's got a Michael Air Jordan logo on the top of his car, the lead car. That's great. So this is John from the Netherlands, trying to chase down, not lose too much time from Noel Tewalt. I'm going to guess France, and it is. So if we can move up one car, Jude, to Noel, our Michael Jordan fan, coming into the Omega, across the kink, into the first hairpin, the second hairpin, and this is where the corner cutting is really popular. Down the main straight, first turn, hot corner, or the second corner. Ooh, got a little loose there. These are rear-wheel drive cars. They do have quite complicated diffs. There's loads and loads of, pretty much if you're familiar with track cars and real cars, pretty much anything you can do on those, you can do on these, and probably more. As Noel is passing the car number 1 of Stefano Bianchi, one of the lower ranked racers in this particular heat. So you can see the timing order at the top. What's really cool is now we've got the names and numbers actually are animated as they move up and down. So it's really, really cool. I love that graphic. It's really cool. Yeah, first time watching, so hello everybody. Hello Pedro. Do they have different types of tires, or are they standard for everyone? They do have their own. It's what they call free choice, or sometimes you'll get organizers say tires are free, which doesn't mean they're free. It means you have the free choice of choosing whatever tire you like. So there's various tires. The two major brands are PMT and GRP. So if you look very, very closely at some of these cars, you'll see logos for these tire brands. GRP is Italian, I believe. PMT, I think, is also Italian. It's quite loud. So let's see let's drop back one car to the 6, the white and orange car, Jude. There we go. Car number 6 is Rudy Visseri. I think that's an Italian flag. I'm not sure. It could be French. Seems a little loud. I don't know. So if we can, he made a little mistake. I lost some time. Oh, nope, no, the car in front has made a mistake. Let's stick with these 3 cars, 2 or 3 cars, just as they're bumping and barging each other. Drop back to the cars behind. These 2 cars with the blue car. There we go, those 2. I'll see if I can get the numbers. Car 0 and 2. Car 0 is Giuseppe Rosignoli, my mate, and car 2 is Nuno Pinto, who's running quite a bit faster at the moment, so he's already gotten past as I was reading his name. And let's follow the blue car as he works his way through this pack of cars. He's coming up on the car 1 next of Stefano Bianchi. So you can see, oh, there we go. See, he's trying to cut that line. No, drop back, go to the straight where the pink car is stranded. There we go. Now zoom out, and so we can see his marshal. There we go. So it's very interesting. This is the only class I've seen, large scale anyway, is the only class I've seen where the cars are marshaled by their own mechanics. And if that car had crashed with another racer's car, and they were both stranded on the grass, and these are semi-slick tires. They're not treaded. They're not knobby tires or anything. The marshal for the number 1 car who we're following is not obligated to even touch or help the car of any other stranded car other than his own, basically. So it's quite interesting. So if 2 cars have crashed together into the fence, and only one marshal is running out there, only one of those cars is getting marshaled. So it's an interesting class. It adds a different element. So we're with the car number 1 of Stefano Bianchi. Let's see if we can find drop back 2 cars to the blue car. There we go. There we go. How'd you get him already? Now that was an interesting track cut there. That was definitely the kind of track cutting that they're trying to stop. So as he's one of the... So the referee, we can't hear what the referee's telling him. The referee, Javier, the EFRA president, is up on the stand with the driver standing right next to him. He has a better view than they do. So he may have been... There's a speaker that only the drivers can hear, and he talks directly into it, and he might have told Nuno right there. It's like, okay, I saw that. You have 1 warning. This is just me just guessing if he even saw it, because obviously there's only 1 pair of eyes watching. There are other referees, EFRA referees, and several officials here, but only 1 actual race referee who's up on the stand, or rostrum. So anyway, I don't want to go on about Nuno's track cutting or anything, but that was definitely a track cut. Now 2 or 3 laps back. Ooh, okay. Well, that was very kind from that was Stefano, who we were following earlier. One of the, I think there's 3 or 4 Martini liveried cars here. I haven't seen any Alitalia colored cars though. That's the classic with the now defunct Italian airline is now ITA, which is all blue with the white and green bits on it. But Alitalia is the classic. If you followed retro rally stuff back in the day, or just are interested in retro race cars, the Alitalia is the all-white with green and red stripes. Ooh. Bit of a kerfuffle there going into the infield for Nuno. Now these cars are very robust. There's hardly any plastic on these cars at all. They are so expensive. Everything is machined aluminum, basically, or aluminium, depending on your persuasion. Some carbon fiber. There's several carbon fiber wings out there on these cars. Another track cut. I'll stop saying it when we're following somebody. But, yeah, that was another one. Not quite. He dropped a wheel. He did the rally line and went around it like a railroad. So let's see in the comments. We are happy to have your comments on the Control Sport RC Racing YouTube channel. Kevin provides some more information. Thank you. So PMT and GRP, or the tire suppliers, basically select 4 types of tires for the event, and then the drivers can choose from it. Very good. And of course, there are representatives here directly from PMT and GRP, and I'm sure other tire manufacturers, but those are the 2 main ones that make tires for this class. Yeah, EFRA Rule 5.3.7. Look at that. He's quoting the EFRA rulebook. Yeah, the rulebook is available on the EFRA website, so if I do spout off anything that's incorrect, feel free to correct me in the comments, and do try to read those as often as we can. We being the royal we. Let's drop back 1, Jude, as these cars are finishing. See if we can get a close-up on this Alitalia, or the Martini-colored car. It's about to come into the pits. Yes. Look at this thing. Oh, it's glorious. Oh, it's the Air Jordan car, too. There he goes, getting picked up. I mean, it's a weird mix, isn't it? It's just RC liveries in a nutshell. We have the retro-inspired, fairly realistic, cool-looking Martini livery. I mean, with the whole Martini logo on the side and everything, and then a massive Air Jordan logo on the roof. Love it. So, in all of that excitement, I missed the reading off the names of the Heat 4 racers, the results, but it did pop up on the screen, so if you were following anybody in that race, hopefully you were able to see them. And in the next one, we have German, Dutch, Austrian, Swede, German, Austrian, Switzerland, Swiss, Italian, German, Swiss. And here we have one of the first guys that actually recognize name from, because he won a European Championship a few weeks ago that we were at. Mr. Jan Rithicki. So this is a 3-minute warm-up, and then it's a rolling start. They don't. There's no grid start or calling off one by one. They just go straight into qualifying. The timer just counts down, and it just starts and goes. So these guys that are all, I mean, they're basically clumping together now. So what I would do is just pull off the track. Just wait for an empty spot. You don't need to get in a heated battle. I mean, it's very easy to. You know, these guys are, adrenaline's up. You know, it's their first qualifying run. We've got Lightning McQueen in this one. What other ones we got here? Not too many RC schemes. There is one. There's another, followed by Lightning McQueen. There's only one or two solid colors, which is nice. So, yeah. Yeah, this is the clumping that we're talking about. There's Lightning McQueen. And yes, he does have the eyes. It's part of the windscreen strip at the top is the eyes. It's like squinting angrily, but still cute. So yeah, I don't think you're allowed to actually cover the entire windscreen. Although some of the cars do have numbers on the windscreen, which makes it easier to read but less realistic. So I always struggled with that when I was racing. I always prefer to just have it on the hood, on the engine cover. So this is still just practice. They are running, but they're not racing. Just getting their tires warmed up, getting the engine warmed up. And believe me, these guys, when they come on to the track, the engines are already warmed up. These guys love revving their engines. Love it. It's half the fun of running Nitro. So time has started just now. And I'm not sure, I think that's the track announcer. There's various radios that are given to the track officials and EFRA officials. So I think there's a, oh no, that was a race announcement. Dead car at the end of the straight and being picked up and carried back into the pits. So he's given up. So one of the first across the line was car 3 of Stefan Strasser. Car 3. Car 3, oh, the yellow car in front of Lightning McQueen. Let's move up one car, Jude. To the yellow car, Stefan. Stefan from Austria. And he's working on passing the car 2, Marco Harleman. So these guys have qualified very close together. Or they pre-qualified. They've seeded close together because of their fastest 3 consecutive laps in controlled practice, which was happening over the last couple of days. And now they're qualified right next to each other. So this is going to be interesting. Let's stick with these two. The car 2 of Marco Harleman from Netherlands in that blue and white or white and blue. And Stefan. Okay, so they're running second and third, basically. So Stefan's still running faster than Marco. And let's see. They're in the top 3, so now they're first and second. So they're bouncing around in the top 3. We've got Adam Westholm from Sweden. He's popping up in there. Ambrosio Vender, the car 8. He's got a much faster car than he had controlled practice with anyway. So somewhere in there, let's stick with the blue car as he's passing the green car. Working on the car 0 of Matthias Domig. He's already passed them. As soon as I look down and look at the names and look up names for people, they're getting passed. So basically, the lower numbered cars in the qualifying have pre-qualified, so to speak, faster than the higher numbered cars, if you see what I mean. So here they're back together again, the 2 and the 3. So if Stefan, who's, well, he's, sorry, I got mixed up a little bit. He's still running faster, but he's still behind Marco. So these guys are qualifying on their total 10 minutes. So it's not on just a selection of fast consecutive laps. So basically, you don't want to make any mistakes for these 10 minutes. And these will seed you into the finals. And I'm sure Kevin can tell me all about tell the class all about how the finals work. But we are going to have a main final of 30 minutes, and then the lower finals are less than that. So, is there an electric fifth scale? No, there isn't. Although, interestingly, ooh, there we go. Now we got a pass. That was Stefan getting past Marco. Stick with these two, because this is actually kind of interesting. The question on electric class. There isn't one. I think in the performance car world, there's a lot of pushback against electrification. Just, you know, in the real car, full-size car. Whoa! We had Marco crash off at the end. So his, nope. Mechanic started to run, but he's free anyway. It's well off screen. So let's stick with, this is Stefan still. So we can find the car 1 of Tom Hock from Germany, who has leapt up into the top spots-ish, coming into the first chicane. Second car coming across the start-finish line. Jude in the orange and blue. So what was I saying? Electrification, yes. So I'm sure someone is probably working on it, but the battery cost will be quite high, and the runtime won't be anywhere near as long. So, yeah. We did see a really cool display, and I believe we're going to have some video of it, at least, in the live studio show on Saturday, of some 3D aerobatic flying of a model helicopter, which was, I've never seen an electric helicopter. I've seen plenty of nitro-powered ones, like proper nitromethane ones, and that was really cool. The guy was just amazing. But basically, I think that would be the sort of motor and battery sort of thing that we would see in an electric version. Whoa, what is that? What was that kind of mistake there? And now he's stuck. So if we zoom out again, we got his marshal running across. Be careful. Be extremely careful crossing. I mean, look how much time poor Tom is losing. He was running in the, oh, he's out. Or no? No, just clearing grass? Or is he back on? He's back on. Wow. That was easily, he's lost a lap and a half, maybe. He's got the slow marker on his thing. So we've had 2 dropouts already. Car 7 of Placido Cricri, and Sven Rodevald have dropped out, unfortunately. So it's I'm not sure if they get a throughout qualifying run, but there's only 5 qualifiers. So I mean, maybe it's 3 best to qualify. Don't know. Jude, in the second hairpin, there's a large object in the hairpin that just came off the Lightning McQueen car. Is that? All right, find another car to follow. It's okay, but that literally just came off of the Lightning McQueen car. I don't know what it is. One of the EFRA officials is running out to get it. It might be an air filter, an engine air filter, which is not a good thing. Is it a stone? It's not a stone. It's something. You can see him there standing in the middle of the track. It's one of the AMSCI officials. He's always at these large-scale events to help the EFRA guys. Oh, Emski. So this is Lightning McQueen. Lightning McQueen is... Oh, I missed the car number. We were talking about him earlier. But let's see if car 5 just crossing the finish line now and going into the first turn. And car 5 going into the Omega now, Jude. One car behind. He's at the, there we go. That is Jan Rithieski. We saw him win at the Hootie Arena in the F1 class, electric 10th scale F1. So just showing him because I recognize his name, basically. So yeah, it was a lot hotter there than it is here, at least for us. It's probably about the same temperature, but because we were outside literally in an oven, it was much hotter. 38 now, so it's about 100 degrees in the shade. So we've got Stefan Strasser in top spot, car number 3 that we were following earlier. Ambrosio Vender, car 8. Oh, he's just crossing the finish line now, Jude. Going into the first corner now, the green car with the orange front. There we go. That's Ambrosio. We hadn't followed him at all. Across that kink. Now, I call it the kink because if you're familiar with the Reedy races from many years ago, the electric touring car races, those were all run, there were several in a row run at the Tamiya track in Southern California, and they have the infamous kink. And it has a proper ramp and everything, so you come across that at full speed and hit it the wrong way. Car flips upside down right in front of us, just in front of Ambrosio. The green car that he'll be probably coming up on in a couple of laps. There's about 10 seconds, so it's not going to be a couple of laps. Less than 5 left in this one. And they're going to start finishing the runs, depending on where in the lap that they started their run. Ooh, someone has lost drive. Clutch is gone just across the finish line for the car number 6 of Michael Weiser. And they're going to be coming across. You can see the dead car there. Engine's still running, so it's all right, but probably needs a new clutch. So there's Ambrosio Vender finishing second, 32 laps. And we're going to see the next heats. This has been heat 5, so there's 7 heats in total of GT. It's listed on the pit boards, but it's actually a touring car. You can think of it as Grand Touring, so I think maybe a Alpha 156 or a Giulia would be probably a Grand Touring. So today we're going to have the first run, or the first heat is going to run up until 11:45. And I'm talking Central European time, so it's GMT plus 2. 11:45, and then it'll be a 10-minute heat. So it'll actually, at about 11:55 Central European time, we'll have a little break until 1:30. And the second round of heats starts with, and that starts with heat number 3. So basically, it's kind of a round-robin effect. There's several heats. There's 10 heats in total, and every round starts with 2. Starts with a different number of heat race. So heat 1 starts off first, and then it's heat 3, then heat 5, and so on. That was my pen. Thank you. And that starts at 1:30. The third round of qualifying starts at 4 local time with heat 5, and so on. So that all made sense, I'm sure. And today ends at 6:25 local time. So hopefully you stick with us. If you don't, we understand. It is a work day for most people. We're here just having fun in the heat. And these guys are racing. So, yes, we are RCTV Control Sport. We're the official EFRA We're the EFRA media provider for EFRA Championship races, brought to you by RC Fox and RC Models. We're streaming live on the EFRA Facebook and YouTube, Control YouTube, RC Racing TV, Facebook, and Red RC Facebook and YouTube. So wherever you're watching us from, whatever channel, whatever country, thanks for watching. I think we've got Vaselli in this one, yes? Or is it? No. Yes, we do. Because that recognizes car, but the color scheme's changed. What's all this? Where is this? Yes, we are in Fiorano, Italy. About a mile, couple of kilometers from the actual Fiorano test track for Ferrari. Hoping to pop in there while we're here. Good morning from Villarreal. Hello. I think my first event for RC Racing TV was a large-scale event at Villarreal. Very good. My first international emergency room visit as well. It was nice. And big up the Brits. Yes, we have a few here. Not as many as we would have liked. Jim Lee watching from Northern Ireland. Hello. Top of the morning. I can do that because I'm part Irish. Yeah, who was that guy, the Irish guy, who he sat with us for hours at Villarreal. Time has started. Hopefully you saw the racers' names pop up because there were some technical bits that were preventing me from seeing the screen, but those races. We got Cedric Privot, we got Nicola Constantino Maroni, Andrea Maestri, Dario Vaselli, Sasha Klug, Giovanni Verbrugge, Adam Izze, Kevin Tolinars, Hessel Roskam, Rick Vanderball, and did I already say Giovanni Verbrugge? I think I did. So they're 45 seconds in to their first qualifying run. There's 5 total. And let's see. The last qualifying run is tomorrow at about the same time. No, sorry, that's the qualifying 4. Let's see, heat. So it's Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. Oh, somehow I got the idea that there were 5 rounds of qualifying. There are not. There are 4 rounds of qualifying. The 4th round is tomorrow, starting at about 9:30 again. Well, starting at 9:30 again. Finishing again at 11:55. Let's see if we can find the car 6, Jude. It's a bright orange and blue. Bright orange and blue car. There's a crash somewhere. Oh, that is Vaselli. Wow. That is very unfortunate. Stick with this guy just for a moment, Jude, because that is Dario Vaselli, one of our previous European champions. And arguably, one of the guys expected to do fairly well at this event. So he's already lost, basically, his first round of qualifying. That's not going to improve his mood. He didn't look super happy in the pits. I tried making eye contact with him, going, hey, haven't seen you in a while. And I think he was just too preoccupied, or just, blanked me because, I'm me, whatever, I don't know. But, yeah, that's not great. So let's see if we can find car number 2 of Cedric Privot. Where would he be? Trying to find. He's the 3rd of these 3 cars coming across the finish line in the bright, bright yellow and red. There's probably bits of blue. There he is. That's Cedric. Very familiar name. Wait. No, Jude. He's coming across the start-finish line, right? Now. There we go. Into the hut corner. And this little infield fiddly bit. Into the Omega and across the kink. Cedric Prevot. And he's not very far behind the car number 5, Giovanni Verbrugge. And who stays in the lead on this run. On this lap anyway, I mean. And Verbrugge is very close behind Sasha Klug. So let's go forward to these two cars that are just in front. There we go. So that's Klug in front and Verbrugge and then Prevot. Ooh, little mistake there. So you can see, we don't have the angle on the moving camera, but you can see tire dust and marbles and stuff like that being kicked up. Just like real cars. These are such great racing machines. These guys, number 8, he's just been called by the referee to move aside, and well, that lets Prevot catch up, pass him, and catch up to Verbrugge. So let's see what happens now. Let's stick with these two cars, the leading two cars of this trio. See what happens. Is Verbrugge going to get caught up, or no? He's already passed. And car 2. Sorry, no. Car 2's trying to pass. So again, these guys, the lower numbered cars, based on their controlled practice results, their fastest 3 laps in controlled practice, which could have been at any time of the day, depending on when they run. That is what seeded them and basically put them in the positions that they're in, and the car numbers. So when you see a car 2 chasing down and hanging on to the back of a car 5, like we are here, that means that car number 2 qualified, or pre-qualified, I guess, just a little bit better than that car number 5. So it looks like Prevot's falling back a bit. Either that, or just setting a baseline, maybe. Now the mechanics can talk directly to those drivers, just like in 1/8 buggy. They have radio headsets that allow them to talk directly to each other. So the mechanic can act as a spotter. So presumably, if I were Prevot's mechanic, I would probably be telling him, or have told him, Vasily has dropped out. So, don't try to be a hero, and just take it easy. Don't try to pass everyone on track. I'm sure Prevot knows all this. Sticking with him. Let's go forward 2 cars. Or to the next 2 cars. The car number 0 chasing the car 4. That's the Tolinars chasing Hessel Roskam. Tolinars just went up on 2 wheels. And just barely held it. So that car 4 is Hessel Roskam, another one of the top drivers in this class. And he is in the lead. Tolinar's car number 0, just like I was saying, just very slightly slower. But of course, that could have been the fastest times are set at all different times of the day. It just depends on when they ran faster. Now, as we go along, we will get manufacturer information for these guys. But basically, you have, well, there's actually 3 manufacturers. I didn't mention Genius earlier. We've also got MCD, and we've got Mechatech. Mechatech are here with a very large crew of racers. And even the chief of MCD that I was chatting with yesterday, just very quickly, say hello, even he was saying, well, Mechatech are looking really strong. So if he's saying Mechatech are looking pretty strong, they're looking pretty strong. Now we've got two pairs of cards that we're following, so you can just barely see. We'll stick with these two because Tolinars looks like he's making up at the tiniest amount of time. You can see he's popped back up into that 6, into the 5th. Now he's dropped down a bit, but now he's made up a lot of time now on Roscam. But then he gets shuffled down the order. You can see the names moving all over the place. It's the middle 5 places in this race are very busy. Lots of these drivers moving up and down. So we got Verbrugge, Roscam, Vanderbilt, Maestri, all moving around that top 5. Dario Vaselli, tragically, after only 4 laps, has dropped out. Something mechanical. We watched his mechanic run out there and pick him up. These guys are all on 28, 29 laps. I think it just gets tighter and tighter as we go along. Of course, this is the second to last heat for these guys. Heat number 6. There's one more heat, which again is going to be the even faster guys. I'm sure Vaselli would have wanted to be in the final heat anyway. We have an upside down car in the second hairpin. You see, here we are. Oof. Verbrugge? No, that is Klug coming in because that has basically wrecked his qualifying anyway. So you may as well just come in. It's not about saving tires necessarily. I'm not sure if they one-run these tires or not. Possibly, but I don't know. That's a very sick-sounding car coming in. Sounds like a loose exhaust. Someone's run out of fuel. Car number 4 there. Roscam. He's not going to get a lap. He's going to miss out on that lap. He's only going to get 31 instead of 32. So even Tolinars is going to get more than him. So that's not a great result. Right. I think Klug was one of those sick cars that came in. So we'll see the results pop up on the screen. I don't know if I missed it already or not. But Heat 7 about to come out on track. You see the cars getting collected, drivers coming down and discussing with their mechanics what they need to change for the next run, which for them is coming up. This Heat 6 is coming up at 2:15 later today, and then the next time is at 4:45 when the track will be very hot. We do actually have somewhere, 52 degrees is the track temperature. That's the official track temperature. Air temperature in the shade, a mere 36.6 degrees. So not quite 100 now. And not quite as dry. I mean, I don't think the humidity is affecting anything with these guys anyway. There's no massive variances. It's stuck at about high teens, 21% at the moment. So here we go. These are the fastest guys in qualifying. We've got Marcus Feldman, we've got Alessio Mazzeo, Hetland, Bernard Alain Arnaldi from France, who I believe is our sitting European champion in this class. Marcus Feldman, I'll go ahead and get this out of the way. A practicing dentist in Germany. He's here taking a week off to do some model car racing. So, while we got a little break here, these guys are warming up. Got a couple minutes left. You're watching RC Racing TV with Control Sport. My name is Frank McKinney. On the mic at some point during the day, we'll have Matt McCallum, who is our technical guru this weekend, doing a lot of talking back and forth with James Perry, our other Supremo technical guru Supremo. That's right, 2 Supremos. We also have Jude McCallum on the moving camera. We will start switching cameras at some point when we have, when I know what button to press. Can potentially be doing that. But yes, we are Control Sport here broadcasting RC Racing TV. Thanks to RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. And we're broadcasting on Facebook and YouTube across several sites, pages, and channels. So on Facebook, you can find us on EFRA, on the EFRA website. EFRA is the European body of radio control car organization. Kind of a help out and not, work a lot with company organizations like BRCA and DMC, AMSCI, and AE Car, and various radio control club organizations in the various European countries. So you can find us on that Facebook page and also YouTube channel, and Red RC's Facebook page and YouTube channel, and also, of course, Control Sport RC Racing TV, Facebook and YouTube. So if you're enjoying the coverage, and we hope you are, please find those Facebook pages and like and all that. And if you'd like to comment, the stream that we're observing the most, where we get the most comments basically, is the Control Sport RC Racing TV. You do need to subscribe to the channel to make a comment. That just helps prevent people from posting random rubbish like buy these sunglasses or find my website and follow me sorts of things. So we got Marcus Feldman, one of the first across the line. Bernard, I'll just say Arnaldi because it's kind of a mouthful, but Arnaldi right up there as well. Hetland jumping up in there. So everyone across for the first lap. Mazzeo starting off with a kind of a slow lap, 18.9. Whereas Feldman and Arnaldi have just done 18.5s. So I'm sure Mazzeo is going to hop up there. We're going to see him the next couple of weeks. He's also racing large-scale off-road next week in Austria. And then the next week in Gubbio and back down in central Italy at the lovely Gubbio track. Fairing is also a lovely track. And this track here is, let me see if I get the name right. Mini Car Autodromo Jody Scheckter, I think is the full name, proper name of this track. Absolutely amazing facility. I love the European racing facilities because not only do you have a real tarmac racetrack with real grass infield, like real tarmac, but tarmac, it's not just like a square of tarmac. You have grass infield, you have actual bumpy curbs. We've got a full bar and everything that entails. A marquee or tent outside for sitting under, umbrellas and picnic chairs and tables for the final races. As these, if you've been to any events like these before, the lower finalists, once they finish, they pack up their car and they come back, get a couple of drinks from the bar, and sit back and watch the racing. So, lots of people watching this on the sidelines. Got Arnaldi taking the lead. Find that number 5 car somewhere out there. So, sorry, I've been kind of just withering away. 5 cars coming across the second hairpin into the commentator's corner and across the finish line down the main straight into that first corner now. That's Arnaldi on screen. So, the Frenchman coming into the... Ooh, who was that coming off? Into the first hairpin, into the second hairpin. That was the car 7 going very slowly. Marko Grigic. HRV Oh, wait, is that Slovenia or Slovakia? I'm not. No, we didn't have Slovenia or Slovakia, did we? Where's that? Anyway, we've got a couple of one Frenchman. That's Arnaldi. One German. Ooh, Feldman just doing an 18.37, best lap of the event so far. It's actually red on the timing screen, so lots of 18.4s. Mazzeo not doing too hot in this one. His best lap, 18.6. And Feldman just did an 18.4 to back up his 18.3. Wow. Feldman's hot. We've been told he's the one to look at. So let's see if we've been following Arnaldi for a few laps now, several laps. So let's see if we can find the car 9 of Feldman. See where he's coming across. There we go. He's coming into the second hairpin now. He's the bright, bright orange front and blue. Mostly orange. There we go. That's Feldman. This is, at this point, Nick would be making a joke about if you needed your teeth being done in the pits. He's the man to talk to. Actually, I do have a question I could ask him. But I won't. Not while the event is happening. So this is Feldman coming up to pass the car 6 of Mazzeo. Wow. Okay. So Mazzeo, he's no slouch at all. He's kind of one I would expect to be in the final heat. Just kind of like Vaselli. So Vaselli's something was happening with him, and then something happened in his last run, which was the previous heat to this. Car actually stopped on track, and his marshal had to go pick him up. So stick with these two. There he goes. Mazzeo lets Feldman pass. Don't think he needed much. We can just barely hear the race referee, Javier, when he is talking to the racers to say, okay, you have a, basically it's a verbal blue flag. So he'll make sure that these racers don't do any sort of underhanded tricks or hold up racers that are coming up fast behind them, especially when it's qualifying. Yeah, so he's already gapping Mazzeo pretty quickly. Mazzeo staying in that number 9 spot at the moment. Along the way, somewhere, Hetland, who's hopped up into the top spot now, just now, he's killing it. He just did an 18.2, backed up with an 18.4. So that's the car 1. See if we can find him somewhere. He's the blue car coming across the start-finish line now, Jude. Blue with the yellow bits. There we go. It's Marius Hetland. Going super quick. Car number 1. So he's basically, of the controlled practice, he's basically top qualifier. So that's an important car 1, because these are the fastest guys. And we're just watching him just kind of own this racetrack. He just did an 18.3, which was also faster than sorry, Feldman's fastest lap. So he's just backing up these fastest laps with very fast laps. He did an 18.6, and that lap was an 18.4. He's very rapidly going to be catching the car 4 of Emmanuel D'Amico. He's definitely, I know he's a Mechatech because I remember seeing his name on the back of these guys. They love to have their custom shirts, so they have the standard Mechatech black shirt, and then they have their name put on the back of it. So I remember seeing D'Amico on the back of his shirt. So in front of Hetland, we've got D'Amico. Ooh, up on 2 wheels there. Slick. So let's follow these 2 cars, Jude. Yeah. Just keep them both on screen if you can. Because as soon as Hetland is past D'Amico, he's got another 2 or 3 cars. Here he goes. He's got 3 cars to try and work through. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So we can hear, or I can just hear Javier calling that blue flag on the car 0 there of Sindre Undheim from Norway. And Hetland coming up on the car 6 of Mazzeo. So it's not going brilliantly for Mazzeo. He is quicker in 10th touring car, so I'm sure he'll be a lot faster than this in... not that he's going slow. I mean, he's going fast, but these Hetland's just going faster. And the next car for Hetland to catch in the last minute or so of this run is going to be Arnaldi. I don't think he's going to quite catch him. Arnaldi's last lap, he's currently 5th. It was an 18.4. He just did an 18.7. But then Hetland did an 18.4, so he's made up 3/10 or he's caught him by 3/10 in 1 lap. But he's still quite a gap to go. That's maybe about 2 seconds there. So if we zoom out just a little bit so we can catch the car ahead of him. There we go. So you can just about see that's Arnaldi flashing past. So you can kind of get a gauge for when they cross an apex. Arnaldi's lapping car 7 of Greco now. So that means it's another one for Hetland to catch up to. Feldman, by the way, in the meantime, while we've been watching him, he just did an 18.3. He did an 18.2 and then an 18.3. So Feldman he's definitely right up there. So time is finished. Finishing the lap that they are on to finish their run. And so they cross the line as fast as possible. It's not going to be at full speed because they're coming out of that last turn. But this is still, that's Arnaldi and they're done. They're finished. We've got a car on its side. Didn't see that one go over. But yeah, there we go. So that was the top heat. Next up is the first qualifier of the Formula 1 class. No driver. How's that?
I don't know. Maybe they do a show up.
Really?
Yes.
So this is an empty heat.
Yes.
And we wait for 10
Do we wait for 10 minutes? Oh,
Wait for 10 minutes.
really?
Yeah,
Oh, because just in case.
just in case. Who knows?
I'm going to get 1 lap or whatever. So, yeah, we've just been informed by our friend Ernesto, the race timekeeper, that apparently no one has checked in or shown up for this first race of Formula 1. Do you hear an engine starting up? So I don't know, maybe. But these guys just love to run their engines, don't they? They just just yanking on that throttle arm. So yeah.
Should we try and have an ad break?
Yeah, let's do an ad break. There we go. Hope you enjoy this.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
All right, yeah, and one of our other sponsors is Team RCM, rcmodels.co.uk. You can follow them on Facebook. They also have a Twitter and Instagram, like all the cool kids do. And you can use the code RCMZ to get 5% off ordering from the UK. Got loads of racing brands, loads of bashing brands, all the cool stuff there. Got large scale, 10 scale. Of course, you got to have your merch. And yeah, so you can find them on rcmodels.co.uk. That's with a Z or a Z, as they would say in the .co.uk world. RCM Racing on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Okay, so we are back. You can see some cars getting prepared in the pit lane. So for whatever reason, the first race, the qualifying race of Formula One, no one went out. Not sure why. Don't know what happened there. And so we've got the second heat is in the pit lane, as you can see. And I'm not sure how to remove the little note that we've got on the screen. I don't want to mess with anything. Hesitant about even just touching the mouse. Yes. Hello. Did that say what I think it said on the back of his shirt? Is that what you're pointing at? Chef. All right. Yeah. There we are. So we are in the warm-up period for heat number 9. So it was heat 8 that didn't go out. No idea why. So unfortunately, oh, dead car. So here we are. Here's your racers in this race. Maurizio Bossoni, Tony Sealer, Mirko Tinti, Tony Gilmarty, Reinhard Marin, Corentin Laville, Jose Andre Hernandez, and Patrick Duport. And as you can see, if you're just joining us, this is large scale. Mechanics have to marshal their own cars. So just pick a car to. You don't necessarily. Well, we're not actually started yet, Jude. So you don't worry too much about following anyone in particular. So this is qualifier heat, qualifying heat 1 of 4. We're almost at the end. Then we have a brief lunch break of about 45 minutes or so. And then straight into heat 2. Sorry? Yeah, brief in the geological time span of the universe. Hour and a quarter. What? Hour 45. Yeah. Well, hour 35. Because the last heat starts at 11:55 but ends at 11:55. Right, so yes, you are watching EFRA RC Motorsport Europe. Thank you to RC Fox and RC Models for providing sponsorship to let all of our viewers watch this entire week of scintillating racing for free on Facebook and YouTube. So we appreciate everyone watching. We appreciate our sponsors. We appreciate all the comments that we get in the stream. So if you have any questions, comments, answers to questions, true answers only, please, if you can. But yeah, we're happy to have you here. We're happy to be here. We are in Fiorano, Italy. We are RC Racing TV and Control Sport. So you can find us on Facebook. We're streaming to Facebook on Control, RC Racing TV, Red RC, and EFRA Facebook pages, and also on the related YouTube channels. We're getting most of our comments on the RC Racing TV YouTube streams. So if you want to ask something, that's the best place to ask. You will need a Google account or YouTube account. And we do ask that you do subscribe to the channel so that you can ask questions. It just avoids all the random buy my random product like sunglasses or cheap bags or whatever that we that tends to come up in YouTube streams. So yeah, we are a minute and a half into the qualifying. It's a rolling start, as you can see. There's no time set off. So we've got Reinhard Marin, Maurizio Borsoni, Mirko Tinti, Tony Gilmarti, who recently liked the EFRA page. So if you search for us on search for the EFRA RC Motorsport Europe on Facebook, give that page a like, and you can follow or just become a follower of the page. I don't think they do likes anymore. I can't remember. Mirko Tinti, Maurizio Borsoni, Tony Gilmarti, Tony Seiler, Corentin Laville, Reinhard Marin, Jose Andre Hernandez Baz, or is it Baz Jose? I don't know. I'm just going to say Hernandez, and Patrick Duport. Everyone's still running, which is great. We have had some racers, unfortunately, have to drop out of their runs. I'm sure someone can tell the class what happens if you drop out. There's 4 rounds of qualifying, so I'd imagine if there is a dropout, there's going to be a maximum of 1 dropout, if there are any. Are there any dropouts in the qualifying?
Sorry?
Are there any dropouts in qualifying? Like if you have a bad qualifying run? Or do they all count? They all count. So Vaselli had a very bad first run then. Right. Yeah, so they all count. Whoa, on the back straight. On the back straight, we have a car that just hit the chicane really badly and lost his front wing. So there's literally your front wing laying as, oh, I think the mechanic needs to run out there and pick it up. Or is it our AMSCI official? Ernesto, what's his name? Teodoro. From AMSCI. I think it's been hit and some, oh no, there's on the back straight, there's a dead car. Jude, there's a couple of kids now to the left where the guy's running. There's a dead car behind the green thing there. So there's, I guess it's public access, but it's behind a fence, obviously, because you don't want these things running wild into the underbrush. So it looks like he hit that wing that was left out there. And he's back off and running, so it's good for him. So the entire wing came off, and Teodoro from AMSCI, the Italian RC Federation, has gone out there to retrieve it. Make sure it doesn't disrupt anyone else's race, like it did that poor number 6 car of Corentin Laville, who lost a lot of time to that. So these cars, you can see, well, I don't know if you can see, they're going basically a second and a half slower or so, at least a second slower per lap than the midfield of the touring cars. And they do look fairly realistic. See how closely we can follow one of these cars. I think this is the car 3. I'm not getting a good focus on this. This is this is the car number 1. Okay. The number needs to be either directly on the side pod or on the. He's got his car half on the side pod and half on the upper surface of the side pod, so it's not very easy to read this car's number. But anyway, this is car number 1 of Maurizio Borsoni. Now, we've mentioned a few times that we are just like about a mile, a couple of kilometers at most from the actual Fiorano test track of Ferrari. We're in the home of Ferrari. Apparently, if you live in this area, you either work for Ferrari or you work for one of the many, many dozens of ceramic manufacturers that are in the area. The industrial estate that we drive through on the way to get to the track from the hotel is absolutely packed with ceramic factories. Jude, let's go to the start-finish line. These 2 cars are crossing over, the car number 4 and the car number 7, I think. they're not quite having a battle because it's a qualifying heat. It's not a race, but they are the only two cars that are this close together on track. So it's the car for Tony Gilmarty in that Red Bull inspired scheme, and the bright yellow, we'll call it a Jordan 7 of Hernandez. They're going back and forth. They're battling over roughly about third place. And I say roughly because this is qualifying, so it's just based on their lap times, their individual lap times. They're not directly heads-up racing each other. But Hernandez trying to catch up to Gilmarty. See if he's able to do that. I'm really curious. I'd like to talk to one of these guys. Might be able to talk to Gilmarty because he's been following the event on the EFRA Facebook page, and find out how much. I mean, I know on touring cars the rear wing really does affect the aero of the car. It does honestly provide downforce. So I'm curious how much the front wing affects. And I'd love to see one of the top touring car racers. And we've had a fastest lap in this race. And this is the first. So it's not the fastest F1 guys. Those are in the next heat that are following. A 19.6 fastest lap time. And the fastest lap time that we saw in the touring cars was 18.2. And we're going down to the thousandth of a second here. Have a car crash at the start-finish line with a very dodgy front wing, but he's been flipped over. You can see they actually do have functional diffusers. They have a flat bottom and a working rear diffuser at the back. So not true ground effects. There's no Venturi tunnel sort of thing happening underneath. If that were to be molded into either the carbon fiber or cut into the aluminum main plate of the chassis, it'll just make it that much more expensive, I suppose. So, okay, Jude, let's go to the hut corner. Going into the infield, we've got two cars that are very close together. These two there, yeah. So the car in front, I would say that's inspired by... Or no, sorry. The car following is inspired by the old classic Sauber scheme with that seafoam blue or green. And the car in front is maybe that's an individual scheme, but I would say it's inspired by maybe Renault or something. I'm not sure. Maybe Alpine. That blue and red. So if you're just joining us and you're wanting to catch the touring car racing, ooh, spin-off there for the number 6. That was Corentin Laville. The top qualifier for touring cars at the moment, after the first round, is Marius Hetland, followed very, very closely by Marcus Feldman. So it's Norway and Germany in the country battle. It isn't really a country battle. It's all mostly individual and manufacturer based, really. But yesterday we did have the opening ceremony. It was very nice, and all the racers come out according to their country. So we had the Austrians come out first, all the way down to Switzerland, I think, was the second to last, and then, of course, the last country to march out is always the host country, which in this case is Italy. Of course, to the Italian anthem, which we all know and love and dance along to, thanks to Ferrari, the local, literally, employer in this area. So, yeah, it was quite good to see. So if you want to see those photos, you can go on the EFRA Facebook page. Just search for RC Motorsport Europe, and click on the link for the photos, and the full photo album is right there. So that is it's officially the second heat of Formula One, but this actually the first group of racers that went out. We don't really know the story behind why the first group didn't come out. So we had a brief break before our long break, which is actually after this next heat. So Heat 10 is the final heat of qualifying. There's 7 of touring car, 3 of F1, and weirdly only 2 of those are occupied with actual racers that come out on the track, at least for this heat, or this round of racing. So we have another 10-minute heat coming out on track in a minute or two. And then we've got a lunch break. And then at 1:30 local time, that's Central European time, or GMT plus 2, we've got the second round of qualifying, starting with Heat 3 of touring car. Well, Heat 3, which is also the third heat of touring car. And then the third round of qualifying starts with Heat 5. The fourth round starts tomorrow at 9:30 with Heat 7. And it goes backwards, so it goes 7, 6, 5. Okay. And then we have a long break, and then the finals start with the 132A. We don't have a 132B? Interesting. We don't have a 132A. How does that work? 3 cars bump up into the 1/16th B and A, 1/8. We just have a set of 3 racers bumping up. And then on Saturday, the finals start at 9 a.m. with the semifinals, semifinal B and A, from which 4 of those bump up into the main finals. Okay, so we have 2 groups of semifinals. That's what's confused me, starting with the F1 and then the touring car. Touring car semifinals start at 10:20, and those are 30 minutes. And then, we have a top qualifier shootout, it looks like, or Super Pole type thing, I think. Someone will correct me on that, I'm sure, before we actually go on air. But Saturday is our big studio day, which, if you're a fan of model car racing, RC Motorsport, as we like to call it, scale motorsport, we heavily encourage everyone to share the links on Saturday for our big live studio event. So we're going to have Nick Damon from RC Racing TV. He's going to be live in our studio, and we'll be tossing back and forth from the studio to the track. We'll have live guests, basically, video calling us and answering questions from Nick and the team and potentially the public. And it'll be absolutely a good time and great to watch. We did the same thing with the Buggy Euros last week. Slightly shaky start, but it worked out really well. We had some really interesting guests, some good questions, some good comments. We had track walks and all sorts of things, like playing in video segments and all sorts of things like that. So it was good fun. And I realize we've just started that little hoot that you may have heard. Let's see who we can follow. Number 2. Okay, well, we'll stick with these guys that we're already with. But we're going to have to follow the classic black and red Ferrari-inspired car. So, wow, this BWT car that's in the lead of these 2 is flying. He seems to be stuck. So, not stuck, I mean like stuck to the ground, as in good traction, good driving. So I think it's another number 1 car that has the bottom half of the number on the vertical part of the side pod, and then the rest on the horizontal part of the side pod is the top half of the number. So it's very hard to read. If that was a 7 or even a 6, it'd be hard to read. So anyway, this is the number 1 car of Andy Bloom from Austria. Very nicely done. BWT, I think it's an Alpine-inspired car from maybe not the first couple races of this season. So from race number 3 forwards of the 2022 F1 season, wow. Does that make me an F1 nerd or something? I'm not sure. But anyway, here he is. It's Andy Bloom on screen, following him through, going into the Omega, across the kink, into the first hairpin, into the second hairpin, heavy braking that one, into the commentator's corner because we're right there, across the start-finish line, down the main straight, first turn, there's the hut corner. You can just barely see the hut, into that little infield chute, and there's the hut, into the Omega, across the kink again. So that is a lap of the track. So you can see, so you kind of named it. I don't know what the actual Marco, the track owner, actually calls it, but that's what we're calling it for now anyway. Just so we can help Jude on camera, or camera person out on the track. Well, not on the track. Anyway, the person moving the camera. Help find our cars that we want to follow quickly and easily. So we've been with Andy Bloom for a little while here. So let's try and find. Let's see who we can find. Where's that red Ferrari? Well, it's not actual Ferrari, but he's going into the Omega now. And the kink. There we go. There we go. Little bit of a track cut there, I would say. It's the car number 2, Saverio Rossignoli. And guess where he's from? Italy. Our host nation for this large-scale on-road European Championships. Officially, it's large-scale touring car, but it's also a touring car in F1, so that's why I'm trying to call it large-scale on-road, because that kind of encompasses everything a little bit better. It doesn't leave out our F1 racers, such as Saverio. So we've got Marino, Bloom, Utz, Rossignoli, Alberti, Breno, and Fabregas. We have 2 different Fabregas. We have Carol Joan Fabregas, and we have Carol Carlos Fabregas. And there's a reason why they have the 3 names, but won't go into it now. But so we have a Ferrari chasing a Jordan in this case. I think that's the yellow car is an example of there's 2 different body shapes, because these bodies are very expensive to produce, which is why they're so expensive. But we have the classic high side pod shape of the red Ferrari inspired car, and then we have a low side pod shape in the bright yellow car that he's chasing down. He even has bright yellow wheels. How cool is that? Let's move forward 1 to the bright yellow car. There we are. Look at that, bright yellow wheels. How cool is that? It's definitely F1 Jordan inspired car. So I was mentioning earlier, if you're listening, in between waffling, about how just the general scale realism of the large-scale on-road scene is. The touring cars tend to have, except for the top racers who are sponsored for whatever, the touring car guys tend to have realistic, I should say, paint schemes based on the BTCC, WTC, and CC and DTM sort of styling. There's a relatively low number of sort of what I call the RC racery sort of schemes that you can find on the track in this class, and that's even more true in the F1 class. So you can see we were just following a Ferrari-inspired car, and we're at the moment following a Buzz and Hornets-inspired car. There's another Alpine out there. There's an old Alpine and a new Alpine, and we've got 2 Red Bull inspired cars out there. So one of the Red Bull cars about to get past. He's coming into the first hairpin now, Jude, and going into the second hairpin, and about to come across the start-finish line, going down the main straight and into the first corner, Jude. He's in the second corner. There we go. Yeah, this pair. So this is the maybe last year's Alpine being followed by a Red Bull style car. So, you know, it's actual race teams. You know, it's just a cool vibe to it, isn't it? You know, it's pretty cool. So anyway, I'm just loving the scaleness of it. That's why I got into touring car racing and RC in general. So 19.454 is the best lap in this race, which is Sebastian Marino, the car number 3. So if we can follow him while we're all done. But we've got a couple minutes, two and 3/4 minutes left in this. So what I'm getting at with the best lap time of 19.4 is that is the fastest lap time. And of course, these are pro racers running probably, I would say they're probably higher downforce than these cars because they have the windscreen. There's no holes cut in the windscreen like for the Nitro touring cars, the 10 scales. So it's, I would possibly more downforce on these cars. But they do have a diffuser. I don't know. Maybe it's a wash. Maybe it's equal. But anyway, they're over a second slower, the fastest laps. So I was trying to compare that with the last race, but considering this is the faster of the two running F1 heats, that's maybe a more direct comparison. So 1.2 seconds off on the fastest lap, the F1 guys are. So the car number 3 of our current leader, Sebastian, he's actually going into the first corner now. He was the Alpine car that we were following earlier, but there we go, into the Omega and across the kink. So this is Sebastian Marino from France, running, of course, an Alpine car. I imagine that he is imagining he is. There's a little scale Alonso in that car, or maybe an Ocon. So we have a dead car he's about to come across right there, and the marshal is waiting across the track. The marshal being the mechanic of that car that's dead. And being very careful. That's the car. Is that car 5? Yeah, just kick it into the grass. That's car 5 of Carlos Fabregas. And unceremoniously kicked into the grass by his own marshal and mechanic. Now, I say mechanic, I just mean mechanic in the sense that they're down there. They're the ones in the pits. Just shifting seats at the moment. If you hear any squeaking. Right, so just a few seconds left in this Heat 10 of qualifying. If you've missed the touring car racing, we will be back at 1:30 local time. That is CET, Central European Time, or GMT +2. But if you missed the action, round 1, we saw Marius Hetland from Norway take the first round just by a whisker from Marcus Feldman. Both of them running Mechatechs. And both of them ahead of Arnaldi from France, running a Genius. Mazzeo, who I thought would be maybe a bit stronger, finished, I think, 9th in that heat. I'm not sure where overall, but there is Mazzeo. Actually, I've got it here. Mazzeo 16th overall. Veseli from Croatia unfortunately, in his MCD, broke down or stopped or engine ran out, some sort of mechanical issue. Early on, he only got 4 laps in his first qualifying run, so with every qualifier to count, that's not a good start for Dario Fratelli. But I'm sure he'll come back stronger than that. So we are going to be back at 1:30 local time. That is about an hour and quarter away. Where are we? 1.5 hours away. Ah, there we are. Thank you. So top qualifier for F1 is Sebastian Marino, and then Andy Bloom, Ernst Utz, Saverio Rossignoli. It's possibly my second favorite name of the weekend. Reinhard Marin, Tony Gomarti, Claudio Alberti, Nathan Breno, Tony Seiler, Carol Joan Fabregas. And for the touring car, top 10 is Marius Hetland, Marcus Feldman, and that is by 1 second, over 10 minutes. Wow. And then third overall at the moment is Andrea Catalani, Bernard Alain Arnaldi, fourth, Emmanuel D'Amico, fifth, Giovanni Verbrugge, Eduardo Ripetti, Gianmarco Martelli, Constantino Nicola Moroni, and then Cedric Prevost. Right, so we'll be back at 1:30 local time. See you in a bit.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
Hello, and we are back with round 2 qualifying here at the EFRA Large Scale Track Euros 2022. Starting with Heat 3 this time. So we're going to give you a quick rundown of how the first round went. So the top 20 racers in first round of qualifying. Last name only. So TQ was Marius Hetland, followed very closely by Marcus Feldman. And then in third, we had Catalani, Arnaldi, former European champion, D'Amico, Verbrugge, Ripetti, Mortelli, Marmon. In 10th, we had Cedric Privot. And in 11th, we had Undheim, Strasser, Itze, Vender, and Rathieski in 15th. Rathieski, fairly new to this class, apparently. We're starting with Heat 3. So not the lowest ranked guys at the moment. So basically there's a slight round robin moving of the heats around. But we'll get to that and explain how things work for anyone just tuning into the stream. But you are watching EFRA RC Motorsport Europe here in Fiorano, Italy, where it is, I don't know if I want to say nice and hot, but quite hot. 37 degrees in the shade, 17% humidity, and they are off. In this one, we've got Bonensegni, Pierluigi Bonensegni, Nicola Borsoni, Joel Mendonca, Sebastian Manchia, Claudio Rossi, Georgi Koksmaros, Sami Pajalin, David DeFeo, Arnaud Brassart, and Fabio Scatizzi. So they've completed their 3 minutes or so of warm-up, and it is a rolling qualifying start on their own clock for 10 minutes straight. So we are brought to you, absolutely free to you, by RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. And we're streaming live on Control Racing RC TV, Red RC, and EFRA Facebook pages and YouTube channels. So we are watching the chat on the YouTube stream every now and then, and so if you do want to ask some questions, that's probably the best place to go. It's the most active area of online chat that we've got. So feel free to ask any of your questions in there, and we will do our best to answer them. And also, there's plenty of knowledgeable folks in there who answer questions from their own RC knowledge. Tomorrow, so we've got, let's see, we're on Q2, so second round of qualifying. Q3 follows immediately afterwards. That starts at about 4 o'clock, and we'll be finishing at 6:25 local time, which is, it's Italy, Central European, so GMT +2. Tomorrow, the qualifying starts at 9:30 with round 4. And then we've got a longer break than what we've just come back from. And we start the lower finals all the way up to the quarterfinal. And that will finish at about 6:20 local. And on Saturday, we start with the F1 qualifier, final at 9 a.m. And at some point along the way, we'll have a start time for the studio show, or live studio show, which is going to be pretty cool. And we've got Jude, our cameraman, following some cars. Don't worry too much, Jude. Well, yeah, we will be switching. Okay, now we're on you, Jude, now. So we've got, we're just testing out our extra cameras. What you were seeing there for a couple minutes was our commentator's corner camera that shows the last line of the last line, the finish line basically. So the last corner before the drivers actually finish their laps. And so it should be a pretty, I think it's going to be a pretty good race, I think, the finals, because that is going to be a pretty important corner where these drivers are going to be going in. So, that is a good crash there. Let's see. Oh, is he able to get out? Is he avoiding traffic? So that's a good time to bring up with that crash. I think that was the number 1 car. We'll see when he comes by. Number 6 car of Georgi Kaczmaros from Hungary, our lone Hungarian racer. Yeah, so these guys are on a 10-minute clock. They're running their own time. And as he makes another, or no, someone that was behind him was going on the grass. So when someone has a really bad accident or gets stuck in a fence or something like that, that will affect their overall qualifying time. So it's not great, to say the least. So let's find another pair of cars to watch. We've got the number 1 and 3 in the second hairpin, Jude, across the track. Well, they're into the first corner now, sorry. Stick with these guys. Stick with these guys so we don't move the camera around too much. So we'll follow these two because they're obviously close on track. It's not quite a battle. They are qualifying, so they don't want to impede each other too much. The referees, or our race referees, are calling verbal blue flags, basically, for slower drivers to move out of the way. And this guy, oh, geez, I just missed it again. I think that was Nicola Bersoni running the Martini colors. There's a couple of Martini color cars here. There's, number 2, Nicola Bersoni. And he's coming up on the number 5. Now, I was explaining this very briefly earlier. Basically, essentially, if cars are in the same heat and one has a lower number than the other, it quote-unquote qualified better than the car with the higher number. So, yeah, he's very quickly past that number 5 of Claudio Rossi. And coming around commentator corner again, down the main straight and into that first turn. Into turn number 2. Into the infield chute. Around the Omega. Across the kink. A little bit on the grass. Ooh, that's a big truck there. First hairpin, second hairpin. Around commentator corner once again. And those 2 lines there, there's the tricolore finish line is the actual finish line, the official finishing line, but there is a backup loop, which is the white line a couple meters past the tricolore line. So now that we've caught up on all that, so this is the second round of qualifying. If anyone has friends that are running in the F1 category, the top 10 in that was Sebastian Marino was the top qualifier. So we'll see how Hetland and Marino do in the second round. Andy Bloom from the UK, second qualifier at the moment after one round again. The second qualifier in F1. Then we have Utz, Rosignoli, Marin, Gilmarti, Alberti, Breno, Seiler, I think, and Fabregas, CJ Fabregas. We have 2 different Fabregases racing in the F1 category. And I think is it Jonas? I have the name. There's Carol Joan Fabregas. Because the other one's named Carol Carlos Fabregas. So, commentator's curse on myself. So we're still with the number 2 car. He's just pipped Boninsegni, who seems to be dropping down a bit after doing a very fast lap. Well, fastest lap of this particular race. David DeFeo has dropped out for some reason. I didn't see anything happen to the cars on track, but he's down 9 laps or so, unfortunately. So at the top, we've got Sebastian Mancia in the car number 4. Let's see if we can spot him. And okay, Jude, in the second hairpin right now, and coming around commentator's corner right now, going down the start line is the white car. That is him, Sebastian Mancia from Sweden. Okay, I didn't expect that. But Sebastian is leading this race at the moment. He's on his 26th lap, about to cross over 27, and did not a great lap. 20.385. I was looking at the screen, so I could see exactly what might have happened there, but see if it does a little bit better. He's running in second now. All white, running a Mechatech. You can tell that because of the stickers on the car. Otherwise, I can't tell them apart. Especially because they all run the same body, basically. And we're still with Sebastian. He's being chased pretty hard by that black number 7. That's Sami Pajalan from Finland, one of the very few Finnish racers that we've got here. We've got 3, I think. We have a father and son team. And Sami, who's trying to catch Sebastian. Driving pretty hard to catch him up. Let's see what happens here. Sebastian just seems to be falling back a bit. Could be the heat on the track. The track temperature, okay, the race is over. Track temperature about 50 degrees Celsius. That's very hot in Fahrenheit. Air temperature 37 degrees, which is close to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. I'll just get my app out and see temperature. So, yeah, it's 122 is the track temperature. .37, 98.6. So that is that round finished. And we had, are we getting... Right, so we will have the finishing, well, the results pop up on the screen. Probably have that tomorrow. So I'll be handy because I did just miss that. It only stays on the timing screen that we've got just for a couple moments before it disappears. So the next group is heat number 4. We've got Stefano Bianchi, Nuno Pinto, Oriol Gil, John Prees? Still need to work that out. Luca Rowley, Rudy Vaisier, I'm just butchering these, Noel Tybalt, Pascal Hervey, Christian Weber, and Giuseppe Rosignoli, my favorite name of all the drivers. Yeah, so they're all out and doing the usual, we're all going to go out all at the same time and just get in each other's way. Instead of one of them, well, one of them has waited a bit, but it looks like he's having actual problems. Because he's going very slow. The number 0 of Giuseppe. No, not Giuseppe. He does have a lot of exhaust fumes coming out of his car, though. He's probably going to go straight in the pits. This is just 3 minutes of warm-up for these guys. So maybe he's just got a cold engine, but who knows? I would say he probably doesn't because, like most of the racers that run nitro and gas or petrol classes, they love running their engines. Just love it. Just love revving their engines just over and over. And so the engine never gets warm. It just runs constantly. Or at least that's our experience with the engine start area very close to the control tower. So, you are watching, once again, you're watching RC Motorsport Europe on RC Racing TV, brought to you by Control, RC Fox, rcmodelx.co.uk, and we are live on the RC Racing TV, EFRA, and Red RC Facebook and YouTube channels. So Facebook pages and YouTube channels. And feel free to head to any one of those, give the page a like, subscribe to the channel, and if you want to comment, feel free to. We are paying attention mostly to the RC Racing TV, Control Sport RC Racing TV chat, which I'm going to see if I can log into. I think I'm going to have to put the YouTube app on my phone, actually, because the computer that we were using to look at chat has been taken away. So this is going to be, let's see, I'm not sure exactly when they're starting, but they have about 3 minutes of warm-up and then 10 minutes of qualifying. Okay, we have a dead car. Giuseppe's car dead on the track. His marshals retrieved it, unfortunately. Well, I mean, fortunately it's been retrieved, but unfortunately it is needed to be retrieved, if you know what I mean. Oh, something actually came off the car. What was that? Oh, it looks like an air filter cover or something. Right. Okay, so they have started. They are on. And we've got a few dozen of you watching. Thank you very much. I'm just going to try to bring up the... Once this advert finishes playing. How can I get the chat? Where's the chat? Okay, well, I can't see the chat. Why can't I see the chat? Maybe we'll just have to go into a web browser. No, I don't want to play Wordle. I'll do that later. Anyway, we've got Nuno Pinto in the car 2. So who are we following? We're at the car 5 of Luca Rowley, who just popped up into the second position. So we'll stick with Luca for a bit. I don't think we followed him last time. We will try to follow cars when we have a moving camera. So if you have any requests, feel free to put them in. We may not be able to get to them all, but we will try. We will do our best. So still attempting to get to yeah. So something very important has taken away the computer that we had specifically to look at the live stream. We have many computers that are all set up. So we've got a few people watching on the EFRA channel, EFRA YouTube channel. Thank you very much. Welcome. Buongiorno. So very welcome. Thank you for checking us out. We have a few dozen people watching on Red RC. That's just fabulous. Hello. Thank you for watching. And we have lots more watching on the Control Sport RC Racing TV channel. I'm talking about YouTube channel. Again, we are streaming also to the Facebook pages of all these organizations that I've mentioned, which is really cool. Multi-streaming to everybody. And that's thanks to RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. So thank you very much to our sponsors who allow us to bring you this coverage for free from Fiorano, Italy, home of Ferrari. So if you follow sports car racing or Formula One or anything like that, you'll probably know that Fiorano is the test track of Ferrari. When in the days of unlimited testing for Formula One, back Michael Schumacher days roughly, his glory years, you could just walk right up to the fence outside Fiorano and just watch him drive around. So, Jude, let's go to the start-finish line. There's a blue car about to go down the street right now, and that is the car 2. Well, we were following Nuno Pinto already before, were we? He wouldn't have changed his number. Anyway, this is Nuno Pinto. He's just been called through all the cars that were behind him by Javier, our race referee. And, yeah, he's flying. Currently top of the board with 19.1 best lap, so which is just very slightly better than the fastest lap of our F1 racers. So if you want to have an idea of how fast the F1 cars are, which have obviously they have a Formula style body, they have front wing, rear wing, which are fully functional, and the very slimline body. They have grooved tires. All the cars running here, including the F1 and the touring car, are rear-wheel drive only. They do have front and rear brakes, which are adjusted independently, completely independently, different braking systems entirely. So not like a 1/8 buggy, where you have one servo that controls the throttle and the brake, and then you can adjust the linkages to make the front to rear brake bias more or less. There's just the rear diff but separate front and rear brake systems, which are disc brakes that are actual, like basically just tiny versions of what we have in our real cars, full-size cars, I should say. So to me, these are the coolest cars because they look great. They sound pretty cool. I grew up in the era of two-stroke motorcycles and all that, so it's quite great. So Nuno is coming around the what I call the Omega. You might call it, I don't know if they call it, maybe they call it the carousel here. I don't know. There's 2 hairpins then, and then the commentator's corner. Immediately after that is start-finish line, and he's already into the second corner on the road. There's a little short shoot, Omega, kink, and then there's the first hairpin and the second hairpin. And there's another hairpin that's a bit wider, so we're calling it commentator's corner, or maybe timing corner or whatever, because we're just to the left of that on screen. So Nuno's coming up on the car number 1. Nuno is absolutely flying. He's about to lap Stefano Bianchi, who after controlled practice, he qualified behind, and he's about to catch him and pass him on track. Now, because this is a European Championship level race, there's no onto the grass. That's not the fast line. He's going to have you will. The cool thing about these cars is not only are there like marbles and tire dust and stuff like that all over the place on this track, and rubber gets laid down and all that, just like a real car track. If you go offline, you pick up marbles and dust and grass and whatnot, and if you come back onto the track, onto the racing line, you bring all that stuff onto the track. And there's a photo in the EFRA Facebook page, on the EFRA Facebook page that I took yesterday of just a stack of tires just with all the crusted marbles. And, if you're a fan of racing, it's I don't know, I'm just kind of a nerd about it. So it's just kind of cool to see that, like just ripples of rubber just being, pulled off the tires, and grass embedded in the soft rubber and stuff like that. And they are really, really soft. They're just ridiculously soft tires. So yeah, big fan of these. Big fan of these. And if you're a big fan of large-scale racing, next week we are going to be in Austria for EFRA, large-scale off-road Euros, 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive. I'm not sure if they're doing a short course. Ooh, a little slide there. Nice and controlled, luckily. Nearly spun it, but we'd call that a drift, but just the bare beginnings of a drift. But that's something you don't want to do. It's actually the slow way to get around the track. It looks cool. These cars, they probably don't do enough revs to actually smoke the tires. But anyway, it looks cool, but certainly not the quickest way around that corner. So he's slowly still catching Stefano Bianchi, but now Christian Weber has hopped up from car 9, from 9th position, and taken over the 2nd spot. Oh no, he's moved around and Stefano's taking it back. Did Nuno crash? No. There's a weird clumping motion going on elsewhere on the track, so I'm trying to keep abreast of that. Christian is catching the car 7 of Noel Thibault, who is himself. Oh, they're actually battling for position. So, dude, if we go forward on the track to the 2 cars, the white and the white and pink car, we've got a Martini liveried car and then a white and pink and blue car. These 2 on screen, they're actually battling very, very closely. Not necessarily, I mean, they are on track together. They are together on track, literally, but they are on the timing. They are nose to tail as well. So this is as close to a battle for position as we'll get in these qualifying heats. So the number 1 car, the pink car, is not really fast enough to be told or to be given a blue flag for to be let through, I should say. So at number 7, we have race referees who are probably going to be watching this pretty closely and going, well, these cars are together on the track, but they're really close. So it would be unfair for us to tell the number 7 car of Noel to move over and let that number 1 car of Stefan pass easily. So. And Stefan isn't really catching him, so looking at him for a few laps there, and now the race is done. So there's our finishing order. We've got Pinto, Bianchi, Rowley, Weber, Thibault, Hervey, Vassier, Pries, Gill, and the last name I missed. I think it was Rosignoli who wasn't able to start that one. So now we've got, we're moving into our faster racers now. We've got Tom Hake, Marco Hallerman, Stefan Strasser, Adam Westholm, Jan Rithieski, Michael Weiser, Placido Cricri, Ambrosio Vender, Sven Roderwald, and Matthias Domig. So for those of you who are curious on the chassis that these guys are using, like the chassis manufacturer makes and whatnot, basically 70% of these cars are Mechatech. There's one Genius car, which is run by Rithieski, and Weiser and Rodewald are both running MCD. MCD is a relative newcomer to this category, just like they were a newcomer to off-road racing several years ago now. And they were one of the first to come out with a four-wheel drive car, which kind of helped. It was, very good for them. And now they're seeing what they can do in on-road. So it's quite interesting. I think we've got our first Audi body shell out there. Most of the cars are running Alpha-shaped. No, there's two Audis in this one. Everything else is Alpha, which kind of makes sense. We're in Italy and all that. If you're asking where are the Ferraris, then you'll see those actually in the replica paint schemes, I should say. You'll see those in the Formula category. So we don't have any world champions or former world champions or former European champions in this class. Those will start to appear in the next one. We've got 3 former European champions and a world champion in heat number 6. And that is in the form of Cedric Prevost, Giovanni Verbrugge, and Dario Vaselli, all European champions in the past. European championships are run every year in normal circumstances, not last year or the year before, obviously. And we have Hessel Roskam, who is, I think, the current world champion in this category. So it's quite interesting. But they're in Heat 6. We are in Heat 5 at the moment. So this is warm-up. Once the clock starts, everyone has a rolling start. There's no grid start or anything, or they're starting from the pit lane like in 1/8 buggy. They just keep driving. And the fuel tanks can hold enough fuel to run for about 30 minutes. 28 if you're going a little bit too fast. Yeah, so they have 10 minutes. Every qualifying run counts. So for anyone who didn't finish their qualifier, like Giuseppe in the last run, or Dario Vaselli in the last round in Heat 6, yeah, that's just bad luck. Bad luck. Right, I'm going to just get my laptop out, which is over on the other side of the control tower. So I'm going to have to request to have that returned to me when Matt can has a moment. So we're about 30 seconds from starting. We're about 2 seconds past starting, actually, now. The horn is sounded. You probably heard it. And let's see if we can find that number 1 car, Tom Hake. Is he one of these 2 cars? Aren't these numbers wonderful to read? So, yeah, the number 1 is that orange and blue car coming down the straight. He's already well past that, the white and blue car. I missed the number as it went past. But yeah, pulling away. He's got a nice open track in front of him for several laps, so he can maybe time trial it and get some fast laps down. See what he did in that one. 19.1, although we have an 18.9 from Ambrosio Vendor in the car 8. We'll see what Tom does in this one. He did 19.1. This is where it starts to get tight. This is the 3rd fastest group of racers. Tom Hawk takes the fastest lap now with an 18.9. So that is a pretty good response. Not that he's responding directly, but there's no one actually calling out the lap times to these guys. 18.89 now from Vendor. So we'll give Tom a couple more laps to get bedded in, and I'll look for the car 8 of Ambrosio Vendor. Here he is. He's coming around. He's the orange front and green car. About to cross the start-finish line, go down the main straight. He's that seafoam green. There he is. That's Ambrosio Vendor. Currently in the lead in this qualifying run, 18.898 fastest lap. Backed it up with an 18.9, so that's not too shabby. Marco Harleman jumps in. Adam Westholm wants to have a go as well with a 19 flat, but Vendor crosses the line again with an 18.8. So he's about to come across again. Let's see what he does. Back up there again, 18.853 in that one. He's the only one setting consistent high 18s. Yeah, and he is chasing down the number 3 of Stefan Strasser. He's already passed him as I look down. And they are, in turn, are both being chased by Adam Westholm from Sweden, running the Lightning McQueen car. So the next car up the road is the car number 2 of Marco Harleman. So let's see if we can stick with Ambrosio. See if we can catch Marco. You see Marco in that flash of white and blue up ahead. He is visibly catching him on track as well and pulling away from the number 3 just a bit. So he's just a bit faster than everybody on track. So if we stick with Ambrosio long enough, we'll be able to call out and basically follow every car that he's passing. So everybody's going to get some track time. So Vender, Hawk, Rathieski, Harleman, Strasser, Westholm, Domig, Krikri, Rodewald, and Michael Weiser has already dropped out after only 4 laps. Let's see if we, where is, who's of the top guys we haven't followed? Rathieski's up there in the car 5. Consistently in the top 3, Rathieski. Well, it's actually maybe 3rd or 4th. Rathieski, all right, Jude. Rathieski's just coming around the second hairpin around the commentator corner. He's about to go up the start. He's just going in the first turn now, and he's at the hut. And to the chute around the Omega, there's Jan Rathieski from Germany. Last time we saw Jan was at the Hudi Arena in Slovakia, winning the European Championships for electric touring car. Or sorry, electric F1. So, which seemed to be about as hard to drive as you'd imagine. Rear-wheel drive only, kind of a pan car, basically chassis. But yeah, Jan here from Germany. A fairly decently sized German contingent. There usually is. You can see all the countries that are in attendance on the EFRA Facebook page in the photo album. It was uploaded last night. All the countries from all the racers during the opening ceremony. So we're just kind of taking a breath with Jan here. Stefan Strasser, we've seen him a bit. We've followed Tom Hawk. Ambrosio Vender still well in the lead, but Marco Harleman has now taken the fastest lap time with 18.7. And he's backed that up with several 18.8s. Let's see. How about one of the guys that we haven't followed yet? Placido Krikri in the car 7. We'll see where he is on track. He'll be at the one of the 4 cars coming around the Omega now. The car 7. Not sure which just yet. That's a 0. That's a 2. That's the 8, and the 7 is behind. 7 is the. There we are. We're already on him. As I look down at the screen. Thanks, Jude. Very good job. Going into the hut corner. It's called the hut corner because it's got a hut next to it. Probably where they used to sell ice creams, and then before they built the larger bar and meeting room building at the end of the main straight. So there we go. That's Placido Krikri, I think is how we're pronouncing his name. He's from Switzerland. We haven't followed him, so we're just following him. We want to make sure everyone gets some screen time. There's another Swiss in this race. And he's going into the first corner now. He's the bright green car, the middle of the 3 cars that are about to go into the Omega. There we are. That number 0 car is Matthias Domig from Switzerland. Trying to see if I can he's running a Mechatech. Oh, well, I know that because I've got all the information here. Running a Mechatech, who is... I'm trying to see who isn't. So he's been passed by Vender, who's still in the top. Doesn't have fastest lap anymore, but he's not far off. He just did an 18... Well, he recently did an 18.7. And there's a faster 18.7 done by Tom Hawk. All right, so we've got 2 minutes left, so let's see if we can quickly find the car 9 of Sven Rodewald, who is about to go into the second hairpin now. He's the lead. He's the brighter yellow of these 2 cars, running an Audi-shaped body. He's just going into the first turn now, Jude, and it's a second turn. Into a little short chute into the Omega. He's the lead of these 2. That's... Sven just got passed by, I think that was Stefan Strasser. So we just stick with these 2. We get them both on screen. Stefan Strasser from Austria and Sven from Germany. Oh, who was that? That was Sven spinning out or crashing. I missed it. So with that, if I knew how to do the replay, I'd do that. So we can get some practice. So this is one of the, you can see from the front end of this car, you can see it very clearly because of that fluorescent yellow. I say it's yellow, it's not green. Although there is green tinges, so that makes it very confusing. So this is one of the Audi bodied cars. So probably a bit less steering. It's kind of a blunter front end, but it's got a bunch of all these grills. I think they're only allowed to cut out part or all of the grill. A lot of the Audi car, the Alfa Romeo cars have the triangular, sort of the heart-shaped grill on the front of the car completely cut out. So to literally provide cooling air over the engine. It is very hot here. It's almost 37 degrees. It's about 97 Fahrenheit, roughly. And these Audi-bodied cars have about the top half of the car of that front, the big front grille, just below the bonnet, engine bonnet cover, is cut out. Well, another spin. So it probably was just a spin. Maybe as the track is heating up, he's getting a bit too loose, or maybe because he was running off the racing line, it's just too loose. Because you can see the black line where the rubber is being laid down. That's rubber and oil from the two-stroke engines. He's running normal pump gasoline, and the racers have to provide an invoice or receipt from a local petrol garage to demonstrate that they're running legal fuel. All right, so let's move up. Let's just follow the green and orange and blue car. These two. There we go. And I mean, everyone's finished, and they're starting to come into the pits now. There we are. So afterwards, the mechanics, who are usually members of the same racing team, either manufacturer-wise or country-wise, mechanics pick up the cars. You can see the drivers coming down with the radios to say, oh, I was loose in the back, I spun out too many times, or whatever. And we have about a minute and a half before the next group comes out, which is our second. There we are. This is our second to last touring car group, and then we go into the Formula One cars. So here we've got Nicola Marone, or is it Constantino Nicola Marone? I'm not sure. Cedric Prevot, former European champion. Adam Isse. Hessel Roskam, who's our current world champion. Giovanni Verbrugge, former European champion as well. Dario Verselli, Rick Vanderbilt, Sasha Klug, Andrea Maestri, and Kevin Tolinars. So many of these guys in the top 20, 15 or 20 or so after the first round of qualifying. So since we're getting there, let's just run down the names of those. The top 20 in touring car after the first round of qualifying. We're in the second round at the moment. So the top 20 are Hetland, Feldman, Catalini, Arnaldi, D'Amico, Verbrugge, Ripetti, Martelli, Marone, Prevost, Undheim, Strasser, Isse, Vender, Rathieski, Mazzeo, Vanderbilt, Westholm, Roskam, and Weiser. So this is heat number 6. The next heat are the fastest guys after the controlled practice. So they ran several rounds of open practice. That data from that, or the times from that, fed into the sortings or the reseed for control practice, and the fastest 3 qualifying, or the fastest 3 laps from controlled practice fed into the reseed for qualifying. So that's how everyone was sorted out. I've mentioned before, if you see a cars on track and say there's a number 2 chasing down a number 3, that number 2, quote unquote, qualified ahead of that number 3 after, from the results of controlled practice. So, so we've got 3 minutes of warm up, and then we've got 10 minutes of qualifying racing. They're racing on their own clocks, so it's just a rolling start. So you're watching EFRA RC Motorsport Europe on RC Racing TV and Control Sport, brought to you for free worldwide by RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. And you are watching on one of 3 Facebook pages, either EFRA, sorry, not either, but could be EFRA, Control RC Racing TV, or Red RC. If you're watching on one of those Facebook pages, thank you very much. And more likely, you're probably watching us on YouTube, whether it's EFRA, Red RC, or RC Racing Control Sport. So once I get access to my computer, I'll be able to fire up the stream chat, but I'm quite confident we have some knowledgeable racers that are following the stream today and answering questions about the cars, about the chassis, about the racing, about how it all works. Tires, brakes, engines, car size, car speeds. I do have data on the speeds, actually. Very interesting. We do have an actual radar gun here. Top speeds, 84 kilometers an hour. Actually, 87 I just saw pop up. So 84 kilometers an hour is 52 miles an hour. And we're seeing even faster speeds now. So 88 is not miles an hour. It's not the time machine, but 88 kilometers an hour. That's rapid. It's got to be at least 52. I mean 55. 88 is 54.6. That's close enough to 55. I'll take it. I like to round up. Right, so who are we with? We are with the number 1 and the number 0. Number 1 is Constantina Nicola Moroni. The number 0 is Kevin Tollenars, who was just outside of the top 20 after the first round of qualifying. The other racers in this race, which I haven't mentioned. Oh, no, I did mention, didn't I? I have read them all. Apologies for the apologies. We have a dead car out on the Omega. Marshals have to, mechanics have to marshal their own cars. So it's not quite as club racy as drivers marshal their own cars, but it's not far off. Obviously, you don't want to be out there when with a car traveling 55 miles an hour collides with another car traveling at 55 miles an hour, and they combine and do like 1,000 miles an hour straight at you. So that's bad. We haven't seen any massive wrecks. We have seen some contact, but generally there's not a lot of contact. I mean, these cars aren't cheap. The engines aren't cheap. The tires for a weekend aren't cheap, but they are very robust machines. A lot of the early cars had plastic parts. I haven't seen hardly anything except maybe the body posts that are plastic on these, and the bumpers, because obviously those are, semi-expendable. So if they bend, it's good. If they break, that's fine. They're cheap to replace, but machined aluminum, that's expensive. Machined, anodized, and laser etched, even more. So almost every single parts of these cars are from the shock towers to the arms to everything. It is mind-blowing the amount of machining work that goes into these. And then there's the graphite parts as well. So if you want it lighter and stiffer even. Oh, we've got a car in the grass. Number 3, who's that? Of Adam Izze. Spinning around. He's just having terrible luck getting out. Trying not to get collected up by anybody. There's Adam trundling off very slowly. He's going to... No, he's not pitting. That is going to wreck his qualifying round. But, you know, that's what happens. That was Vasselli that just went past. Let's catch the car number 6 going in the second hairpin now. There we go. One car forward. He's on the straight now, going down the main straight. There we go. There's Dario Vasselli. He had an unfortunate engine problem in the first race. So he stopped after 4 laps. He's not in the heat that he would prefer to be, obviously. He's more of an off-road racer, where he is large scale off-road European champion from many years ago. I commentated on his race, the legendary RC Racing large scale Euros from Neen Valley Raceway. Yeah, he'd certainly want to be doing better. But here he is. At least he's running. So where is he? He's in 5th at the moment. So it's not bad. It's definitely better than only doing 4 laps. Rick Vanderbilt had stopped out after doing 3 laps. Cedric Prevost, this is going to be a wonder of forget for him. He's actually on a slow lap. Has he finished? He's only done 11. Has he? I don't see anyone in the pits. I don't see anything crashed out there. So I think he's pulled off. We don't have a camera on the pit lane at the moment. I'm sure we're working on that. Kevin Tollenards with the fastest lap in this run so far, 18.7. It's pretty good. I think we saw an 18.1 or an 18.2 in the last race, or in the last round in the top heat. They're a little over halfway through this one. And we got Morone, Verbrugge, Vasselli's jumped up into 3rd. Roskam, former world champ. Maestri, Tollenards, Klug, Izze, and Prevost. Looks like the computer is calling him as DNFing. So we're still on Vasselli. Let's see who else we can pick up. Let's find the car number 1 of Morone. Car number 1. He's going to be probably... Where is he? I've watched all the cars go around now, and I've missed it. Is it the white and green? No. It's the white and blue car coming through the second hairpin now, Jude. There we go. You're already on him. Very good. Going down the main straight. You see the racing grid through that second turn. A little short shoot here. Around the Omega. Over the kink and the first hairpin. Second hairpin. He's catching that number 5 car of Verbrugge, former EC, former Euros champ. Catching him hand over fist like he's reeling in a marlin, which I've never done, but you know. If anyone wants to invite me deep sea fishing, you're welcome to go. Yeah, he's got some good speed. They're about even on top speed because the track, I mean, it's a big track. It's a huge track. It's about as big as RC track as you'll find, but they could do with a bigger track to get more, you know, this isn't as fast as they could go. They could go faster if the track was bigger. Yeah, he's up another couple of car lengths. Another car length or 2, and he's even faster, closer now. Whoa, on the brakes. Nice. So I'm sure Verbrugge knows what's going on. You can see things out of the corners of your eyes. You know, especially racers who are running a regular scheme, you know who is coming up. And then eventually you're going to get the verbal blue flag from Javier, our race referee for the weekend, saying, car number 5, we've got the leader coming up on you. You need to move over. So, and that was, he's basically lapped the field in essence. That was Verbrugge's in second position, and that was the leader passing him. So he's basically just gapped everybody, and he's eventually going to be very quickly on this growing battle between Vaselli and the car is at 9 of Maestri, and they're actually door to door on each other. Let's stick with the car 1 as he works his way past Vaselli. Oh, what happened to the? Oh, sorry, I completely missed it. The green and white car, then number 9, must have made a mistake coming on the main straight, and he's fallen way back. No. I get mixed up there. There he goes. He's past the car 9 now, and then he's going to work on Vaselli. Okay. It looked like they'd swapped positions, but they hadn't. Yeah, car 9 being told, you got cars behind you. Don't hold them up. So the next heat is coming up in about 4.5 minutes. It's going to be our current TQ. We'll see what the TQ looks like after this round of qualifying. So we've got, let's see. So we've got Nicola Moroni. We'll see where he finishes. Don't have a predicted time. Unfortunately, we don't have online timing for people to look at the timing for themselves. So you have to rely on what we're showing on the screen here. Chasing down Vaselli. Yeah, he's being told, car number 6, you got the leader behind you. I was sure I heard car number 6, and that's the finish. I think they're both finished. Yeah, they're both gone green. All cars pit. So he didn't let him by. I'm sure I heard him say. I heard an additional track announcement there. I wonder if that was a penalty call. I didn't actually catch it. So, I missed it. Anyway, Moroni took that one. I'm just going to go off audio just for a moment while I get my computer so I can see what any questions and comments in the chat. Right, okay, I am back. Racers are out for their warm-up, so we've missed nothing. But we have our current, well, from round 1 TQ, Marius Hetland. And we have Andrea Catalani, Eduardo Ripetti, Emmanuel D'Amico, Bernard Alain Arnaldi, Alessio Mazzeo, Marco Grigic, Gianmarco Martelli, Marcus Feldman, and Sindre Undheim. So Marcus Feldman, I'm told, I'd have to look it up. I'd like to look it up. I will look it up. I'm told, not only is our current European champion, he's a 10-time European champion, and also former world champion. Marco Grigic is our current world champion. Arnaldi is a former European champion. And at the moment, all of them have been beaten to the TQ by Marius Hetland. So we shall see what we shall see. And what transpires over this qualifying round. Now, officially, the results won't be official until the round heats 1 and 2 are run. But I mean, we'll basically know. as I'm just looking for some a plug to put my laptop power supply into. So momentarily, un momento, we'll have some sort of system here that we can read the comments in the stream. If you do want to comment, feel free. Just putting in my computer password. So you were watching EFRA RC Motorsport Europe. So we appreciate you giving us a watch. Wherever you're watching us, whether it's on Facebook, on the EFRA RC Racing TV, or Red RC Facebook pages, or if you're watching us on the YouTubes. The tubes are always popular. We're on RC Racing TV, of course, the EFRA YouTube channel, and Red RC. So we've also already got some action going on. So who are we following? We're at the car number 1 of Hetland. Good choice. Thank you, Jude. Right, okay. I am in the chat. Finally. There we go. So, some good chat going on. Are there any British entries? There's a few people here. There's not a large team, really. High temperatures? Yes! 97 degrees Fahrenheit, 37 Celsius. So that's about the point that I start admitting, okay, yeah, it's hot. So I grew up in South Texas, so hot for me is not what hot is for the British folks, I know. Oh, Undheim has jumped up into the top. Catalani, Arnaldi, Hetland, D'Amico has moved up. Hetland back up into the top. So there's a tight battle on time. Let's see if we can follow. Let's see. There's 3 bright orange cars just about to go into the Omega. One has just moved over to let the other 2 pass. There we are. The lead 2 have already just moved past, so they're pulling away from that number 6 car of Mazzeo. And these guys are flying. We were following Marius Hetland for a little while there. But these guys are going to be pushing each other. It's the 7 and the 8. Grigic and Martelli, world champion, being followed very closely by his countryman, Gianmarco Martelli. And we've got, is that Hetland moving through? No, that's Rapetti. Where's Feldman? Arnaldi is on his zone at the moment. Don't know where Feldman is. He's not running, that's why. He stopped after 3 laps. So, misfortune has hit Feldman, just like it did Vaselli in the first run. Don't know what happened there. Didn't actually see it. This class, let's see, interesting comment. This class could be packaged into a TV style broadcast much easier, I think. Well, you know, you're in luck, because it will be on Saturday. We have a special live studio show with worldwide guests. And we're going to have Nick on the stream, or might have James. We're going to have the Lissau. Awesome. We can find out just how much better looking he's gotten in the last few years. Yeah, so, yeah, Saturday is going to be pretty good. Yeah, so Lissau, wow, a multiple champion in this class. Okay, yeah, some good chat going on there. So I'm glad I opened up the my laptop. We're almost halfway through this one. We got Hetland on time now. Catalani, D'Amico, Ripetti, Arnaldi has jumped up into the 3 spot. Hetland back up there in the first. So it's going to be a tight battle. But Hetland with an 18.2. That's a full second faster than the fastest lap of Formula One, which we'll have coming up next. Actually, weirdly, we might have a very brief break next because the lower-ranked racers in this class, I believe what happened was they registered, they paid, I assume, but they have not physically shown up to race, but they are in the program, so we're running them. Meaning the race will start, the computer will go, the timing will start, and we will just have nothing to show. So we're going to take a wee break and then get right back into it with the second round, the second heat of F1, and then the top heat of F1. So I'm curious. Let's see what Hetland did in the first qualifying round. So we're on Hetland again. Trying to find the top results for everybody. Not finding them. Unfortunately, we don't have an online system, so I don't know the previous round results, as in number of laps and lap times and stuff like that. So we on time from the zero. Oh, Grigic is another dropout. A few laps back. Fortunately, he was battling up there, wasn't he? So we've got 2 cars falling out of this run. So we're on Arnaldi, is that white and yellow car, former European champion. I was following. I was cameraman on the race that he won. He hasn't looked super happy in the pits. Looks like Feldman is back out there. So whatever has happened, the 9 car, where is he? I think he's the white. No. Whatever happened to him, it looks like, yeah, he's done another lap, so he's one of, there he is. See if we can follow Feldman, is the number 9, coming in the first hairpin. He's the last car coming through the second hairpin and around commentator corner. There he is. Into the first turn. So that we're following Feldman. He's not going to trouble Hetland for the overall in this one. Just see if we can see what happened, maybe. Or he doesn't seem to be having any problems. So maybe it was an engine issue or something, or something broke off his car. Don't really know. But he's clicking off the laps. There's only 2 minutes left. Undheim, Catalini, Hetland, all still battling. Not necessarily on track, but in the timing system. 2 minutes left. Oh, thank you, Kevin. 33 laps in 10 minutes. 10 is the TQ time. So I don't know if anyone's going to beat that. I was told that the fastest laps are from the first, from the earlier runs. So, yeah. Still plenty of time to get some plenty of laps for Feldman, though, and at least get a gauge of how quick or slow his car is. He's being chased very hard by number 4 of Emmanuel D'Amico, teammate Mechatech. Most of these cars running Mechatech. The only ones not running Mechatech are Naldi, who's running a Genius, and Mazzeo and Grigic, who are running an RS5. So there are 4 different major makes. Mechatech is the most popular. We'd like to see more of the other cars. So there's a multitude of manufacturers. No one racing FG. It's more of a basher brand, I suppose you'd call it nowadays. Marcus goes around the first turn, second short shoot around the Omega, across the kink. Very nearly getting on the grass there. You don't want to take it. We saw it in an F1 car take the kink a little bit too wide, and the front wing came off. And that was unfortunate. So, time has expired. Hetland, 33. He's not going to... Well, he might get 33. He's on 32 at the moment. 33, 10:08. He went even faster, but only just. So there we are. There's Hetland. Now we'll see what the final actual, because some of the guys in the second fastest heat are going to intermix with these guys. Mazzeo, for example, is in this top heat, but he did 16th fastest overall in the first round. So now we've got the lowest ranked drivers, which is heat. No, sorry. We've got this is the F1 class. And this is the group where, for whatever reason, no one showed up. So wisely, the organizers have put them all into the same race. So everyone gets like a little bit of a mini break here. Sorry? Oh, okay. Doing all the touring first. Oh, okay, sorry. Right, so we're on heat 1, and then we go into heat 8, 9, 10. Okay, so we do 1, 2 next. That's what I thought the names weren't matching up. So, forget what I just said. We've got Paul Hards, Jethro Letojarvi, Titus Letojarvi, father and son team, Dario Lovrencevic, Michael Donovan, Louis Samoas, and Mario Dada in this one. So they've just been put down, started up. This pull starts in these just like you find in a lawnmower engine, basically, or a petrol lawn blower, or leaf blower, or a weed whacker, strimmer, whatever you want to call them. These small engines that you find in garden sheds around the world, and off they go. I only just recently learned that some racing carts don't even have clutches. You have to push start and then hop in to kick start it. There we go. There's our drivers. Oop, someone's off the track. It's not a good start. And yeah, so if you crash and come to a stop, your engine stops. So you have to pick your cart up and take it back to the track and then push it and then jump in again. It's pretty crazy. So it looks like are we getting Lewis? Is he starting? I don't know yet. The tension. While we're figuring that out and waiting, because the time hasn't actually started. They haven't started the actual qualifying race yet. just like to let everybody know that you're watching EFRA RC Motorsport Europe here from Fiorano, Italy, where the weather is 37.2 degrees Celsius, 20% humidity. So it's dry. It's not unbearably dry. But it is hot. It's pretty close to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. If you're watching from the States, if you are, hello. Thank you for watching. Thank you, everybody, for watching, no matter where you are. So if you'd like to join the chat, the busiest chat to join is on the Control Sport RC Racing TV YouTube channel. We're also streaming to the EFRA Facebook and YouTube EFRA YouTube channel, and also Red RC. Known the guys from Red RC for quite a while. And we're also streaming to all the relevant Facebook pages as well. But the better quality stream is going to be on YouTube. And we're brought to you for free by RC Fox and RC Models UK. That's with a Z or Z. So, and talking rubbish in your ears is me, Frank McKinney. We've got Jude McCallum on camera. He's moving the camera around for us. Find a car, any car, Jude. There we go. Who's this? Who are we with? We are on the number 3 car. The number 3 car of Titus, Lato Jarvie. I believe that is the son of the father and son pairing. Yeah, BJ, they don't actually do pit stops, which I think is a bit of a shame. I think it's mostly for safety reasons, but also for, I'm told, for if the engine does cut out, it becomes almost impossible to get it started again. So it's even worse than like Nitro Buggy. So, yeah. I personally would like to see, instead of a 700cc fuel tank, maybe like a 250cc, and then you can have an hour-long race, and you have 5, maybe 6 pit stops. Who knows? Or maybe more. It just makes it more exciting. But petrol fires, not a good thing. They're not fun. I've seen nitromethane fires on a nitro car before. Invisible flames. So the body shell is just melting in front of your eyes. And you have no idea. It's like, oh, it's on fire. Didn't realize. So let's see who else we can follow. Find another car, Jude, but not the number 3. Is he going to take the easy route, take the next car, or the easy route, or the not so easy route? This is, I know this one. David. No, it's not David. There's another car that's painted almost identically to this that I thought it was. This is the car number 4 of Mario Dada from Italy. And there's large-scale tracks. The American racers in the chat are talking about the large-scale tracks that they're aware of. This particular track also does, I believe they also do karting, and which is kind of cool. I'm not sure if that's correct, actually, because it's, if someone does go off, they can just go straight into another lane, so I'm not sure. But yeah, there's large scale track. Almost pretty much every European country has 1 or 2 good large scale tracks. Brooklyn's in the UK. Oh, that's. Can you get around the car number 1 of Paul Hard's? At least he was able to not require his mechanic to go out and get him, because there are no corner marshals, as you can see. There's no, I mean, there's a marshalling points, but I think those are more for the 1/8 racers. Do they do 1/8 racing at this track? 1/8? 1/8 IC? 1/8, do they race 1/8 IC here? Yeah, okay. And 1/10. And do they do karting? Karting, like real karting. Yeah. Yeah.
At night for children.
Right. Okay. So for children, so probably the slower carts. So not the shifter carts. I bet. Although kids nowadays, they can drive anything nowadays. So we're on the car 2 of Jethro, Leto Jarvie, Dario, and Lewis. Lewis never checked in, I don't think, and Dario's dropped out after 5 laps. But we're with Jethro here. Jethro and Titus both running the Finnish flags on top of their cars. Makes it quite easy to spot them. And we've got another very enthusiastic racer. It's actually Dario Faselli's father out running his car on one of the recycling bins. It's just right next to the control tower. So I believe we're going to have Marius Hetland as our round 2 TQ. So taking the TQ in round 1 and round 2. And that's probably, if you can do it, I would say probably, well, with the dentist, Mr. Marcus Feldman, not completing, well, doing very few laps in his last heat. It's going to make it fairly easy for him to take the TQ, I think. But it's a 30-minute race. Anything can happen. So we'll see. It's racing after all. Nothing's guaranteed. So who are we on now? We're on car 5 of Michael Donovan, who's our current leader with a 19 flat. That's pretty good. 19 flat best lap. His last lap was a 19.4. So these guys still quick, just not quite as consistent as the top racers. So this is heat 1. Then we're going to go into heat 2 of touring car, and then we will do the complete round of the Formula 1 cars, which are quite cool. So if you're getting tired of the touring cars, just stick around for another 15-20 minutes or so, and we'll have the Formula cars out here in just a few. These guys taking their motor tuning very seriously. Want instant response. So with the car 1 of Paul Hards again from the UK, one of the very few UK racers that are here. You can see photos of, I believe, pretty much everybody that's here racing-wise on the EFRA Facebook page. There's a photo album that was started last night, showing all the countries as they posed during the opening ceremony yesterday. So lots of people making it out to Fiorano, Italy, right next to Modena, which is the home of Ferrari. And yes, the Fiorano testing circuit is just a mile or so away, a couple of kilometers. So actually hoping to hit the Ferrari Museum on the way out as we head up to Austria for next week's large-scale off-road European Championships. So the running order right now is car number 5 of Michael Donovan. Then we got Mario Dada in the 7. And then Titus and Jethro, Leto Jarvie in the cars 3 and 2. And then car 1 is Paul Hards in the 5th position. Dario Lovrencevic, I believe that's Croatia, from Croatia. And Luis Samoes didn't start. Dario only got in a few laps before he had to pull off. So, not sure if the heat is affecting things too much. Obviously, these guys have to run maybe a little richer to keep the fuel cool, so it combusts at the proper moments in the engine. It's all very scientific. So we'll see what the current heat wave in Europe does on Saturday, because they only have 700 cc's of fuel to run for 30 minutes, and what we tend to see is 20 minutes of frantic racing, and then a few more minutes of lift and coast, and then we have a few minutes of crawling around the track and hoping you don't run out of fuel, because you need to cross the finish line under your own power. Makes it pretty interesting. So we got a little action on the track. Some leader coming past. Yeah, that's the car 5 that just worked his way past Paul. So if we, Jude, if we go back to the Omega, that second car, that white car, well, now he's all past everybody. He's just, no, one car, that one, there we go. That's Michael Donovan from Germany, who is running away with it in this one. 30 laps completed. I think he might, he's going to be one of 2 racers in this one that are going to achieve 30 laps. Best lap, 19.088. Was that the last one? No. Yeah. So Mario Dada is the only other racer that got 30. The Leto Jarvis got 28 laps each. That's pretty handy. Father and son team getting the same number of laps. Both in 10:07.3 and 0.4. So they were really close at the end. And Paul Hards with 24 laps in 10 flat. So while we wait for the next group of racers to come out, they themselves are waiting for these cars to be taken to the technical inspection area. Every car gets inspected. I'm not sure how often the fuel gets checked, but all sorts of things get checked on these cars to make sure that they are properly legal, and there's no untoward advantages gained, and everyone is on a level playing field. So while that is happening, they're going to have 3 minutes of warm-up. Once that red flag at the end of the pit lane gets lifted, the pit marshal or pit steward wisely standing in the shade where it's a mere 38 degrees outside. So while all that is happening, just want to tell you that you're watching EFRA RC Motorsport Europe. Thank you to RC Fox and RC Models with a Z or Z.co.uk for bringing this coverage to you live and uninterrupted by anything whatsoever at all, apart possibly from heat failures or power cuts or anything like that. But we haven't actually had any major technical issues like that this time, knock on wood. So yes, RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk both providing the sponsorship this week to bring you this free uninterrupted coverage on the EFRA Facebook page, the Red RC Facebook page, and of course on RC Racing TV Facebook page, and also on all of those YouTube channels for those organizations as well. You can find us on Red RC, RC Racing TV, where most of the chat is happening, and on the EFRA YouTube channel. So Carlos Gomez, one of the EFRA officials for the, well, he's the chairman of the 1/8 buggy group for EFRA, wisely saying, popping into the chat saying that there's no fuel stops for safety reasons, because yes, everything, of course, you'll want to do at speed, and when you're handling highly flammable liquids, you don't want to be doing a huge amount of stuff at speed. So thank you, Carlos, for that helpful insight. So we'd like to thank everybody for watching and welcome you to more of the same tomorrow. Actually, it's going to be, let's see, so we're approaching the end of the second round of qualifying. The fastest heat is heat number 7, which ran a couple of races ago. The fastest heat for touring car. This is the heat number 2, so they move the heats around in the order every time there's a new qualifying round. So we started with heat 1 earlier, and for round 2 we started with heat 3. Round 3 we're going to start with heat 5. So it's a bit of a round robin starting order. Always doing all of the touring car first, and then all of the Formula One. And tomorrow we start qualifying at 9:30, so same time as today. The horn has just sounded, so timing is live now. The timing loop is live. We start round 4 qualifying with heat number 7 tomorrow, and we go backwards. So we start with the fastest guys on the coolest, on the track at the coolest part of the day. Now, I don't mean cool as in like, hey man, you know, wearing shades and flip-flops and, you know, torn cut-off jeans. I mean the temperature coolest. At the moment, it's about 50-something degrees, low 50s. I think I saw it get up to 52 yesterday. So that will be a very quick run tomorrow, and it will be important for everybody to do well. Everybody's going to be under a fair amount of pressure, and they're the very first ones to go, the fastest guys. And then we're working backwards. Work from the fastest guys to the slowest guys in touring car, and then so heats 7 to 1, and then 10, 9, 8. So the fastest in Formula One down to the slowest. So we're actually going to finish at 11:40 for qualifying, and then we're going to have a break while the computer system and the timing and the officials and everything figure out the exact who's in what finals and the official qualifying results. And then the touring car finals start at 2 p.m. local time, which is Central European time, so GMT plus 2. So if you're in, say, the West Coast, East Coast of the U.S., that is, we're 6 hours ahead, so 7 hours ahead. So that is 7 a.m. on the West Coast. Right? So, since that's all organized and, ooh, whoa, careful. Wow. That was risky. I'm not sure who was trying to do a pass on who or what happened there, but looked up for my little explanation, and bam, car bouncing into the straight at the end of the straight. Luckily, it's right after the braking point. Oh, and he's off again. What happened there? He did get bumped. I saw that one. I don't know what was he trying to brake to let the guy pass, but not who are we on? He's coming around. That's the car 0 of Ian Southey. So one of our few Brits that are here, Ewan Moriad and Matt Buxton, one of our other Brits, not starting this one. Fastest lap so far, 20.195 for David Lebescond. Oh, Ian is kind of all over the track. It's unfortunate. And we have another dead car. We have a wheel has just come off another car. So, oh, is that off of the number, that Seafoam Green with that number 1 of Andre Rezende? And I can't tell if he's missing a wheel or not. I don't think he is. Someone definitely hit a wheel and it was bouncing along the track. But it must have been one of the dead cars because they wouldn't be able to drive around with only 3 wheels. All kinds of action going on in this one. We've got, so that's 2 more dead cars. We've got Andre Rezende has pulled off and Perez G. Chavez has pulled off. In the lead, we've got Neo Lebescond and very quickly followed by David Lebescond, who's got the fastest lap. Roberto Mazzi has jumped up in there, and Magnar Cavernaland time. Angelo Vicini is now pulled off after 8 laps. So this is a high, the wheel that came off a car that was dead and has been retrieved at the end of the track. So mystery resolved. Wow, lots of action. Just while I'm trying to like do a bit of housekeeping with the things and stuff. Things are happening on track. But that's racing. That is racing. So let's see where we're at. We've still got Neo, David, the Lebesconds out there. David running 0.4 seconds behind Neo. Then we've got Roberto Mazzi, who's just leapt up. But then Dave is right behind him on track, so he's retaken the second. But he's falling just a little bit behind Neo, another 1/10 of a second behind. Is Andre Rezende is back out there? 6 laps down, but still potentially going. The car won. Yeah, that Seafoam Greenwood must have just died on track. So it could be heat. I mean, it's pretty hot. If our little weather station was put out directly in the sun, it'd be about 55 degrees, which is that's pretty hot. With the magic of mobile apps, we can say that is confidently 126 degrees Fahrenheit, which is yeah, pretty hot. Okay, so we've got David has taken over the lead now, almost dead level with Neo. They are literally swapping. They're on dead even time. Roberto Mazzi is the only one who's on the same sort of lap as they are. Magnar is 1 lap behind, and then Southey is a further 20 seconds behind. Andre's jumped up ahead of everybody else that had to pull off, but he's still 6 laps down. So unfortunately, Vicini, Chavez, Moriad, and Buxton not really finishing. Well, Moriad and Buxton didn't start. So still 3 laps left in this one. Ooh. I missed that one. Is that the car 7 of Magnar? He's going to have a slow lap because he had to be carried. Yeah, that is the car 7. Unfortunately, car is kind of just going off all over the place on this one. So we're following the car number 4 of Roberto Mazzi, Red Bull Tribute paint scheme. Going down the main straight into that first turn. It's very quick there. Some cars hitting about 55 miles an hour there, the fastest ones. These guys hitting about 50. That's about 80 to 88 kilometers an hour. Very quick indeed. And you don't want one of these suckers. You see how big they are on when you see the mechanics carrying them. You do not want to be in the way of one of these when they're out of control. So Lebescond and Lebescond. So the top one at the moment is David. Neo is which Can only guess, named after the Keanu Reeves character. They are literally swapping positions every time they go across. They are dead level. The timing system, as far as the distance between them, it literally has just a hyphen. There's nothing in between them. They're just going, they're almost level. They're very close together, actually. And no, they have different paint schemes as well. The two, the Finnish father and son team have similar but just slightly different colored bodies. So this is the, I think it's the 0 of, is it the 0? No, it's a 6. Chavez, who was down, and now, oh, Resende is back. Resende's back on the track. Several laps down again. He was showing as just not scoring. Nope, Resende, well, yeah. Well down the order and just letting everybody by. That's good sportsmanship there. All right, and that is time finish. It looks like, woo, oh, well, a little spin out, or we didn't catch that on camera. Oh, yeah, that's probably what happened, just slightly out of control. Right, so that is heat number 2, which confusingly is the 7th one to run in this round. And then we've got next is the Formula One group, which this is where we have our little mini break, isn't it?
No, this is heat number 9.
Heat number 9.
So there are 9, 10, 8. The order is
Right. So it's
look at this.
yeah.
Thursday. Okay, 9, 10, 8.
Yeah. Many numbers. There's so many numbers. So heat 9. So we don't have our little mini break. Sorry, I've confused everyone again. Right. So we've got 8 racers in this one. Hopefully they all appear. I did say it correctly earlier at one point. I know, because I said we're essentially finishing. We have our little mini break starts at about 3:40 local. But in this one, heat number 9, which is our first on-track appearance this round of the Formula One racers, Maurizio Borsoni, Tony Seiler, Mirko Tinti, Tony Gilmarty, Reinhard Marin, Corentin Laville, Baz Jose Andre Hernandez, and Patrick Duport. Yeah, so RB8 in the chat is asking if there's any specialty fuels, such as avgas or racing fuels or anything like that that can be used. No, you have to literally show your receipt from the fuel station, a local fuel station, with, it has to be normal pump petrol. Hello?
I thought you were...
No, I think you have the heat results.
Yes. But I have the total.
We have the total. holding them many meters away. So, yeah. After 2 runs, so this is just for heat 2, or is this total? After combined results of, yeah. So combined 1 and 2, right? Okay. Right. Okay. So we. Yeah. Well, I'm just you. Yeah, it's yours. I'm just going to read it off. It's all. Yeah. So we've got Marius Hetland once again, still on top. Marcus Feldman, even with only getting 15 laps in the second run, in second position. But there's no throwouts. Is that correct?
I think no.
Okay. At the moment, the information I have is there's no throwouts. Cheshire Tomcat 68 saying, well, a fuel receipt from a petrol station isn't the most reliable way of stopping cheating. No, but there are ways to analyze the fuel, shall we say. So these techniques and equipment are available, and we have seen racers at previous European events get tossed out. I'll just read it off real quick, if that's okay. Just the top 10 or so. So we've got Hetland, Feldman, Catalini, Arnaldi, D'Amico, Maroni, Verbrugge, Undheim, Rapetti, and Martelli. That's our top 10 for touring car. The next group is Vender, Hake, Prevost, Strasser, Vaselli, Harleman, Isse, Roskamp, and Tolinars has moved up in the top 20, and then Rathieski has moved down to 20. So that's our top 20 in touring car. And so we'll see what heat round 3 brings. That starts at 4 o'clock local time. So that's about 45 minutes from now. Meanwhile, we've got Formula 1 cars out on track. So we're following car number 5 of Reinhard Marin. Unfortunately, Tony Gilmarty and Patrick Duport didn't start, so we don't really have a pit reporter to know why, and sometimes they don't want to say why. But here we are. We're following Reinhard around the track, down the pit straight, in that first turn, getting about 80 kilometers an hour. Yeah, 80 seems to be what these guys are topping out at, so significantly less faster than the touring cars. And there's multiple reasons why. They're certainly not heavier. They do have skinnier tires. They are running grooved tires as well, but then they get all gummed up and slick, basically turn into slicks anyway. I think it's also possibly less. He's pulling in the pits. What's going on there? So yeah, let's stick with this car here, Jude. I think it's also to do with less downforce in the corners, because you don't have a windscreen pressing down, you don't have a front grille. So the corner speed isn't going to be quite as high. I mean, the wings, front and rear wings on these are functional. However, I'm sure some geek out there has done some sort of home style air test, which wind tunnel testing. Yeah, Avgas Stevie. Yeah, unfortunate username for this particular chat. Reinhard is still he's gone when he went into the pits. He still hasn't come out, or he hasn't crossed the timing beam yet. I say beam. There's electronic loops in the ground that read the transponder numbers off of these cars. Every car has a little transponder, just like you'd find in karting. It's actually the same company that makes the RC transponders. that make transponders for professional karting. All right, so let's see if we can find... Let's follow this car for a bit. That's the car number question mark of 3 of Mirko Tinti. One of the, unfortunately, larger than I would like group of racers who put half the car number on the vertical part of the side pod and the other half of the car on the horizontal side of the side pod, so it's impossible to read. Really should be on the engine cover. Maybe even the rear wing would be a great place for it. So Mirko coming around commentator corner once again, down the main straight and into the first turn into the hut corner, through the little short chute. Oh, spins around again on the grass. That's not going to help your traction. And then letting the car 2 of Tony Seiler by going onto the dirty part of the track, which also doesn't help your traction. So just makes it worse. So let's follow this bright yellow car. Why not? Of car 7 with his proper number in the proper position. Hernandez from Spain. This is one of the maybe more modern style sort of bodies that are out there, I think. There seem to be 2 or 3 different shapes. There's one that's like kind of the old quasi mid-90s one. And this shape. But this one seems to have like sort of a curve to the side pod, unless it's done an effect on the paint. I don't think it is. I think it's an actual shape to the body. Now, there will be photos of many of these cars on the EFRA Facebook page, photo album. Probably during today's stream, actually. Just need to upload them to the Facebook page, and they'll be in the gallery. So there's a bunch of these. There's already photos on the EFRA Facebook page from yesterday's opening ceremony, which comes after the open practice and controlled practice. There's Javier, our race referee, and also EFRA president. He's out there next to Jude, our man on camera, our cameraman, following these cars on track for you guys. So you're watching EFRA RC Motorsport Europe. This broadcast is brought to you by RC Fox and RC Models with a Z or Z, .co.uk. And we've got just under 3 minutes remaining in this one. And you are watching us on one of 3 locations on Facebook. That's the EFRA Facebook page, the RC Racing TV Facebook page, or the Red RC Facebook page, or slightly more likely on YouTube on one of the channels operated by those organizations, EFRA, Red RC, or RC Racing TV. If you want to chat with us, we'd love to hear what you're thinking of the broadcast so far, what you think of large-scale racing, your opinions on using avgas or pump petrol, whether you have any experience in large-scale racing or just are watching just to see what large-scale racing is like and what's available out there. We'd love to hear what you think on the chat on the RC Racing TV, Control Sport RC Racing TV YouTube channel. So we're still on the car 7 of Hernandez. Unfortunately, Mirko Tinti has dropped out, as well as Reinhard Marin. Tony Gilmarty didn't start, and neither did Patrick Duport. So unfortunate for those guys. I need to see if I can get a copy of the EFRA rulebook. I don't know what the qualifying situation is, because we do have the overall top 10 so far. Well, the top all of the guys in touring car, where they've qualified overall. But I don't know if there's any throwouts or not. I'm told that there probably isn't, but I need to confirm that and find out whether that's probably yes or probably never. So we're following the car 6, and that is Corentin Laville from France. His fastest lap, 19.5. That's not too far off TQ pace of Sebastian Moron, I think it is. Marino, sorry. Sebastian Marino. TQ'd this class in the first round. So the time has expired for everybody. As the numbers on the top right of the screen go green, that means that they have finished. If the line goes green, that just means they've crossed the line, crossed the timing line, basically. But when the number goes green, that means they are finished, and they are to pull into the pits so that the next race can speedily get back onto the track. So that was it. In this one, we've got Andy Bloom, one of our, I think he's second overall at the moment in this class. Saverio Rosignoli, Sebastian Marino, who's TQ at the moment. Carlos Fabregas, Claudio Alberti, Carol Joan Fabregas, Nathan Breno, and Ernst Utz, who's third qualifier after the first round. So we'll see how these guys do. Pretty much all of these guys, except for Carlos Fabregas, are in the top 10 of the group. Gilmarty, who didn't finish in the last run, is also in the top 10. Alberti Seiler is in the last group as well. He's in the top 10. But most of these guys are in the top 10. Carlos must have just had a bad first qualifier. But it'll be interesting to see who takes TQ in this one. After this race, we're going to have a brief break of about 13 or 14 minutes, because we basically we're back to racing at 4 local time. That's Central European, or GMT +2. And that's because the racers in Heat 8, which is the lowest heat of F1, they registered, but they did not show up. They're not physically here to race. So yes, Abgas and Tarha pointing out that, just reminding me to mention that next week, myself, Jude, who's on our camera, and Matt, our technical on-site chap this week, we're also in Austria, where we'll actually see several of these same racers that are here today, or this week. They're also going to be in Austria at Fairing, at the Fairing track, for large-scale off-road Euros. And then I believe Alessio Maceo is going to be the only one that we see all 3 weeks that we're on our little tour. we are at Gubbio the following week after that for the 1/10th Nitro Touring Car Euros. So it's a busy several weeks for Control and RC Racing TV and EFRA. And in between all that, we've got a RCGP round. So it'll be quite interesting. It'll be very busy. But in between, we get to drive through the Alps and maybe see the Ferrari Museum and maybe have a day relaxing at an alpine lake or something. Who knows? Maybe we'll get some fishing and find a lake monster like Nessie or something somewhere. So we're just waiting for the time to start on these guys. Thank you, Tarha. Tarha even able to watch her son Pecco, I think it's Pecco, racing at the 1/8 Euros last week and the 1/10th Buggy Euros. It was either the 2 weeks before or 1 week before. To be honest, all of these events have kind of blurred into one for me because I've been to all of them. Well, I wasn't physically in Portugal, but I was virtually there. But yes, 1/10th, 1/8, it's all good. It's all EFRA. We love it. We love our C. Okay, let's follow this car here that Jude is on. So who is this our... I'm not sure what... it's a Martini scheme. Yes, there's Martini stickers on the sides. But I'm not sure what... The F1 fans will lynch me for this, but what team ran Martini colors in F1? If you know, please put it in the chat. So we've got a dead car, car number 7 of Nathan Breno being retrieved. We've got Carol Joan Fabregas not running in this one. He's one of our top 10 racers, and so is Ernst Oost. Ernst Oots. Neither of them have started, so 2 of our top 10 people are already going to be operating at a deficit. So we've got a little racing action here. The car 5 getting passed by the 4. That is a terrible play. All the numbers are on horizontal surfaces, but that's the car number 4 of Carlos. What? Are you serious? Carlos Fabregas. A more confusing jumble of name letters. I'd be hard pressed to find. Carlos Fabregas. Just missing an S in the first one. But there he is in the Red Bull inspired F1 car. Yeah, Gus saying the cornering looks a bit unrealistic for the F1 cars. I think it's just because they just don't have the same amount of downforce as the touring cars. I'd be curious to know what would resolve that, because I think it's the same in the electric touring car class for that raced at the Hootie Arena. So it was my first time actually seeing them drive around in action. I mean, they look cool static-wise because they look like, it's pretty close to the real thing. But yeah, on track, you have to be careful with the throttle because they are only rear-wheel drive. They're essentially pan cars. But yeah, let's find our previous TQ placement person, Sebastian Marino, car number 3, who's just about to cross the start-finish line, Jude. If he's at the first corner now and going into the hut corner. There we go. That's Sebastian Marino. Now, he does have a team car. There's another car that has the exact same scheme as this, which I think, if you're familiar with your F1, Sebastian, being from France, running, I believe it's last year's Alpine livery. Was it in the last? There's so many racers who haven't started. Oh yeah, okay. So to this year's Alpine livery car is the BWT. It has BWT stickers and stuff on it as well, and that's also in this race. We'll show that one next. But we're just following Sebastian because he TQ'd the first race, or the first round. And so yeah, give him his due. So if we reposition Jude at the start-finish line, the next car now he's just about one car back, Jude. There we go, that one. There's our BWT liveried Alpine replica paint scheme. So this is the cool thing about the F1 class. I think this is the coolest thing. They may not drive exactly like a full-scale one, but they look a lot closer when they have the big, man, shame that wasn't on camera. Like a proper catapult flip for one of the racers. But yeah, they do look really cool. And unfortunately, this is another one of the cars that doesn't have the numbers placed in a very handy position. So there we are. There's our Ferrari. And that is the car number 2 of Saverio Rosignoli, paying homage to one of the really properly classic racing paint schemes, racing liveries of yesteryear. And the current Ferraris are pretty close to it as well. It even has UPS stickers on the side. And I would put money on the fact that they're also using Shell petrol in this, just to keep it all on brand. So some of the more informed and up to speed RC geeks telling me Lotus was sponsored by Martini at one point. And someone told me Martin Brundle, I think, drove a. I saw Martin Brundle mentioned, or was it Blundell? The pairing of racers that was a nightmare for Japanese commentators back in the day. But yes, that's a very loose back end on that. Now they can twiddle and tweak and fiddle and niggle with all the bits on these cars. These cars, interestingly, they do have inboard suspension at the rear. They have a single shock at the front. I am completely unaware of how it works because I'm very hesitant to touch someone's race car when I don't know them and just walk up to a random international racer and just start poking at their car with my fingers. A single shock at the front, and I'm assuming a very complicated looking sway bar setup, and then a dual inboard shock setup at the rear. And there's very large gears that basically form the transmission. They're exposed, so there's rocks and whatever don't get caught up in them. And yeah, it's all very chunky metal bits. And we will have some cool photos of these various cars, on the EFRA Facebook page later today. There's already some cool photos of the racers from the opening ceremony. So there's just a couple minutes left. Let's see if we can find a different car. There's only 5 running, unfortunately. So let's drop back one car from the Ferrari to this spinning car who's now in the grass, and let's see if he can get unstuck, and he probably can't. That's a shame. Just as we got on him. Of course, that's what happens. But if you're unfamiliar with the large-scale racing on the European scene, you see a marshal. Now that marshal ran all the way from the pits that are directly underneath the driver's stand. So the mechanics have to marshal their own cars. Just for safety's sake. You don't want something that's traveling at 88 kilometers an hour. That's, I can't even imagine how heavy these things are. I want to say they're 10 or 12 or 15 kilos or at least. They're huge. Barreling at you out of control, whether it's just loss of steering or loss of brakes or something's coming stuck somewhere. Not good. So, no marshals out on track. Mechanics have to marshal their own cars. So we are half a minute away from finishing this round of qualifying. And we will restart at 4 p.m. local, that's Central European time. Ten seconds to finish this round. There's no heat 8. And the race is finished, and they are finishing on their laps they are on. So looks like Marino is going to take this one just by 3 seconds. 10:11 to 10:14 to Fabregas, and then Bloom, Rosignoli, and Alberti, 1:25. So 4 racers out of the 5 that finished on the same lap as the leader on 31 laps. So that is Marino once again taking the TQ. So it's two out of 2 for him. 2 out of 2 for Hetland. Who is going to stop these guys, if anyone? Can they? So we're going to be going into Heat 8, which no one is here to actually run it. So we're not actually going to commentate on nobody running. Just want to thank everybody for attending the stream. We're not finished yet. We're restarting with Q3 starts at 4 p.m. local. Just going to put a little notice on the screen to mention that or not. I don't know. It depends if Matt can finish shrugging at me. And, yeah. Pressing buttons and things going. So, yes, you're watching EFRA, RC Racing, RC Motorsport Europe. Thank you to RC Fox and RC Models with a Z.co.uk. Just thanking our sponsors before we sign off temporarily, just for a few minutes. We'll see you in a bit.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag Hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
1, 2. There we are. Okay, we are back. For qualifying round 3, starting with Heat 5. And that is going to be Q shuffling of papers. Yeah. What? We've got Laszlo here from Samba, Mocha, and Pulsar TV and other things.
GPF Mocha engines.
GPF Mocha engines.
Yes.
So he's one of the long-term fellows in this class. Been around a little while.
Yeah, I've been around quite a while now. So
you know a lot of things and a lot of people.
Yeah, at least I know a lot of people. And this is a very special week here because it's so hot. Normally it's always hot here, but not so much.
Well, there's a heat wave across everywhere at the moment.
Probably.
So, yeah.
All around Europe, yes. And the strange thing is that the Norwegians are now close to the TQ. And they are not really used to these circumstances.
Yeah. So what? I mean, you're obviously involved in quite a lot of different areas of large-scale RC. So including getting into engine development. So what sort of when it's hot like this, so much hotter than what racers are used to, what sort of difficulties do they come across?
Yeah, of course you have to avoid heat as much as you can. So you have to get as much air to the car as possible.
Is that why they cut open the actual grills on the body shells?
Yeah, exactly. And also take care that there is enough oil in the fuel and enough fuel in the engine, because otherwise, well, okay, you can never calculate if it will be enough or not. But in these circumstances, anything can happen.
Yeah. So when it's hot, you richen the mixture.
Yes.
And add more oil.
Normally, we use more oil than average.
And
we should not use even more, but richen the mixtures. Check the spark plugs all the time.
And are these racers? They're probably changing the spark plug every run.
Well, not really, but at least you need to check it.
Yeah.
And if you look
if
at the
it's
spark
too black
plug
or too dry,
exactly.
yeah, that's all sorts of things.
If you look at the spark plug, then you know what the engine is behaving. So he likes it or not. So that's the only way to set up the engine.
And that's why they're constantly running the engines, these guys, to see what it's doing.
Yeah. However, I advise to Marius, because I'm his team manager as well, that he should skip the third run today, because temperatures are extremely high. Track temperature is, I think, over 57 or some. 57, and just keep the engine for tomorrow morning for the last qualification round, and then hopefully. The other thing is that, of course, we have to rely on our feeling that he has a 4-second advantage now.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, nobody can bring that 4-second extra. So I think he's safe, at least for the second position. So that means super pole. So actually he will decide and see what happens.
So you're suggesting that he save the engine that he's run twice already today.
Yeah.
Use that for tomorrow morning's.
Yeah. You cannot change the engines anymore. Okay, you can, but you get a penalty for that. So we can only use one engine.
Oh, okay,
for the whole race starting this morning.
And that's why the engines are marked by the EFRA officials.
That's why they are
at the
marked,
start of the racing.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
Okay.
So that's tricky, very, very tricky.
Yeah.
Because you do it or not. But in my opinion, the 4-second advantage is more than enough, especially in these circumstances, because all the engines, all the cars run much better in the morning
Yeah.
when the air is fresh or fresh air.
And the track will be at its coolest actually tomorrow, and they're the very first cars on track.
Yeah. So that those circumstances would be much better than which is we have now.
Yeah. And Marco, the track owner here, we've seen him blowing off the track after every day that we've been. So I imagine it's blown off again before the racing starts to clean the track.
Oh yeah. He cleans the track. He cleans
so
the track.
last thing at the end of the day, first thing at the start of the morning, and then the race
He
is going on.
cleans the track every day, a race day, and also in the morning.
Yeah, and no other cars. Just for the viewers' information, the no other cars are allowed on the track. So it's not like someone's out there running a GT8 type nitro car or something like that. It's a European championship, so only these cars are running on the track
absolutely.
This week.
And only these cars who are entered and legal and went through the technical inspection. And after the official runs, the track is closed, so nobody can do anything on the track.
So we've had some questions or just some general chat in the YouTube channel about the fuel. So I was talking with Alessio yesterday. He was saying that you have to show a receipt from a local petrol station to prove that you bought at least some fuel locally. But someone else did point out that, well, it's just a piece of paper that says you spent €5 on fuel somewhere.
Exactly. This is not the proof. This is not the proof. You can buy.
So what else is there? I know they use graduated cylinders to check exactly 700 cc's, and then I guess they put a mark on the fuel tank to show where that mark is.
Ian is checking regularly.
This is Ian Audie, one of our EFRA officials from the UK.
Yes.
Yep.
He is checking. He has the equipment for that, and randomly is checking cars after the run. Checks the fuel and
so this is checking the fuel sample, the actual taking the fuel out of the car.
Exactly, yeah.
Right.
The fuel sample, and then it shows because he has two samples, because I think now there are two stations officially, one across the road and the other one, I don't know exactly which one, but they have two samples from both stations.
Right, okay.
And if the sample from a car is different, then there is still another option that he is using, the driver, a different kind of oil.
Right.
And then the next step is
get the oil.
Take the fuel and use this oil, and then what Ian is using, and then it should be the same. And then it's okay.
So it isn't just any petrol station that someone can go on the motorway.
No.
They have to go to one of two specific petrol stations.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just two specific. Normally it's one. I don't know why they have changed. Probably there was some problem with this one, but there's two petrol stations where the fuel can come from,
right,
with the receipt, which is, let's say...
okay. Well, I mean, that's a lot more controlled than what I thought, because obviously if you're... I mean, the hotel that we're at, there's a petrol station 100 meters away, and there's several racers that are staying at the hotel, so... Maybe they went to that petrol station, but no, they have to go to a specific one. So, say if it's a Shell or an Esso,
exactly.
the EFRA officials have the spectrometer readings or whatever it is. They know exactly what is coming out.
Yeah, they are very strict, and
right.
that's good, because there's a lot of difference between fuels. I know, because when we went to Italy long time ago, and we raced maybe on this track, I'm not sure now anymore, and then went home. At that time to Holland, and we stopped in Lo Stallo on the way, just because we had a free day, and we decided to make a test there, and we used the Italian fuel, and when we did not have it anymore, then we have to go to the local station, and that fuel was much less octane, and the lap times dropped.
Really?
I mean, increased.
So do they have a specific level of octane that they're allowed to use?
Yeah, it's 95.
Right, okay. So you can't use the super Shell unleaded...
No.
Right.
No, this has to be also. But this device shows everything.
Wow.
So
Okay.
this is a very very nice, tricky device.
Yeah, sounds it. It's. I mean, I've I've been involved in organizing race, not obviously at this level, but the teching of motors and batteries and stuff like that is an unloved part of the job
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
And if you contact someone, if you say tap someone's shoulder on the pits, it's never going to be good news, is it? You say, no, we need to talk to you about your fuel or your tires or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's not the good news. Even official does that
Yeah.
during the race. But this fuel thing is very important because
Yeah.
this makes a lot of difference.
Yeah, for sure.
This makes a lot of difference. I remember a couple of years ago we had the EFRA Grand Prix in Denmark. I think it was in April or May, and everybody had a problem with that fuel because we could not use it. It was so low octane, but finally we found out that this was the winter fuel of Denmark.
Oh, right. Okay.
So
Which there, obviously, on the Atlantic coast, pretty far north, is going to be. What was different about it? I mean, I'm not a chemist. I don't know that much about
power, of course, but that's the same for everybody. And the fuel system, the fuel was splitting from the overflow tank because of the big pressure, and because there was also extremely hot on that race.
Oh.
Really, compared to Denmark, it was.
but they were using a winter fuel and it was very hot.
Yeah, but on the fuel station, nobody knew it was a winter fuel.
Oh.
But
Wow.
then we found out because we asked the fuel station what is wrong with this fuel, and they said, "Yeah, this is for winter." But
Okay.
we did not change it yet. So
So it was early in the season.
it was early. As
Right,
I said,
okay.
it was I think in April.
Okay. Wow. That's I've never even considered that petrol stations would be selling a different type of fuel.
In
but
different countries.
Yeah.
They
yeah.
do different mixtures, and it's not a big difference, but for our engines, it is.
Yeah.
It
Yeah. I
is,
can imagine.
because
Yeah.
these engines are so overstressed.
Mm.
It's on the top of the tuning level. You cannot tune them anymore. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
Especially not with the 700cc fuel tank rule. This is also my problem that lately the races are not for speed, but the last 10 minutes of the final is just who can finish the race.
Yeah, I've seen that a couple times. I've done camera work at least on when Arnaldi won. I can't remember where that was or even when it was. It was 4 or 5 years ago, I suppose.
Euros.
Yeah,
Lo Stallo. He won in Lo Stallo.
Yeah, but No, I haven't been to Switzerland for RCTV, so it wasn't. I don't know where it was. You sure? I don't know. Anyway,
could be anywhere. I can check my pictures in my telephone.
Yeah. But just real quick, we've got the second to last second fastest heat out. We got Marone, Prevost, Issei, current world champ Roskam, Verbrugge, Vaselli, Vanderbilt, Klug, Maestri, and Tolinars out on track. So Jude, just feel free to when you're following someone, feel free to pick whoever you like. I'm just trying to think of more. Now we've had some questions from the chat about what's. Obviously, I mean, we know that there are no electric cars running in this championship.
No.
But seeing the 3D helicopter aerobatics that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, scary.
Yeah, you don't want to get too close.
No, I was
watch from a long
outside
distance
the fence.
away. Yeah, I used to joke and just call them flying lawnmowers.
Yeah.
And he was almost literally trimming the grass. It was amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's an amazing pilot. But the electrics that are in those, huge, massively powerful brushless motor and a gigantic speed controller, very large batteries, the size of your forearm. What do you think is the possibilities for electrification of this class? Just as a conversation topic.
Yes. Yeah, well, I think it will come, but not in the coming 2-3 years. There are some experiences. There are some cars on some Grand Prix, 1 or 2, which now can run roughly 30 minutes. And
On a pair of battery packs or one battery pack.
On a huge battery pack. So the car is much
Right,
more
yeah.
heavy than these cars.
Ah, okay.
And also they are much. I think it's also much more expensive as well, because the controllers.
Yeah.
The engine is not a big issue, but the controllers and the batteries.
Yeah.
They
and
are really expensive.
The chargers, you probably need like 3 chargers just to
and
going at the same time.
You need a special charger. So it's. I've seen already. I think it was the very first trial for Chris Wright. You might remember. He had a Formula One car in 2004 in Mühlau, Germany. Formula One European Championship. And I've seen that car completely destroyed in the pits.
From a lipo fire.
From a shortcut, yes.
Right, yeah.
From a shortcut. But okay, it's not the real problem nowadays. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, the early days of lipo was
But
pretty
it's
scary,
more
yeah.
expensive, heavier. Yeah, okay, you don't have to deal with these kind of petrol engines. I think it's too early to speak about that. But definitely there are.
That's kind of what I assumed. I was talking about it kind of to myself on chat, just to have something to say. But I've seen a lot of a similar sort of chatter about performance cars in full size.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, obviously we have like some properly good ones, like maybe the Taycan and you know the really expensive ones, but you know it's there's a lot of people who are really resistant to electrifying everything.
Yeah, I can tell you about that because just I think it was 3 weeks ago I was invited to the Hungaroring by the SEAT team. Markus Bichelberger from SAS, also sponsor of us, working for Audi, and SEAT wants to build a fully electric real car and release it in 2024. So they decided, and the FIA also decided to start a European Championship class for this kind of cars. So they brought 2 cars to the Hungaroring. There were 2 cars from Alfa Romeo and 2 cars from Hyundai. And I was in the pits, and it was very strange because when they let the cars from the Javelin and then rolled out to the pit lane, you did not hear anything. What kind of racing car is that? That was first, and then the other thing is that they have several not categories but several options how they race. All the 3 teams.
Right. Yeah.
And there is a 500 kilowatt car race and a 300 kilowatt car race. 500 kilowatt is enough for an out lap, a fast lap, and just come into the pits. So that the 300 can make 3 laps, timed laps.
Yeah.
So, well, I think that's also at the very beginning of the development, relatively.
Yeah.
But the torque and the speed of these cars is incredible.
Yeah,
and if you look at the cars, well, 2 engines on the rear axle, a huge battery, the controller takes a lot of space from the car.
Yeah.
And in the front, all the electronics and the huge cooling device. They use dry ice during in the pits to run the system. You cannot touch the cars in the pit because it's a safety. So there is
like an F1, you have they have the little lights on and stuff like that.
There is a light on the car, and if it's red, you cannot touch it. You are not allowed to touch it.
Yeah.
Nobody. And then they, after the runs, they go and charge the cars outside. It's not allowed in the box. So they go outside, and it's actually also park fermi. So it's just in the beginning.
It's the process is
Process have started, but we need some time to have real racing.
Yeah,
and then a racing car without noise is just.
It's different. Yeah, I mean we watched a bit of the Moto 2. I watched all the Moto 2 that I can consume, and they had the Moto E at some of the races. And it is weird, but they only race for like 3 or 4 laps or something like that.
Yeah, same thing.
So
it's a small battery.
Yeah. But then Formula E, they started with they had to literally change the batteries in the middle of the races, and but now they're doing a whole race on one battery pack.
It's
so
improving.
it does prove that the competition kind of forces the advancement of things. To last better, go faster, and last longer.
Yeah, but the experience is not the same, in my opinion.
It's different. I mean, I do like what they're doing in Formula E with things like, fan boost is love it or hate it, but it's a bit like DRS, I think. But coming off of the racing line to get your speed boost for however many seconds, I think that's quite interesting because you have to really compromise yourself to try to get back those places that you've just lost. So it's like, well, you either have it or lose, use it or lose it sort of thing, but then you're losing places anyway.
But anyway, this is the developing process. You need to do that, otherwise you will never get there. So,
yeah, for sure. Now, just on the cars that we're watching on screen, are you involved or have been? I know you do a lot of work through Samba. You do a lot of work with titanium exhausts, and obviously you have your motor development company now. Do you do anything with? I'm just curious for myself on the suspension or chassis development or anything like that. Or is that anything that you know much about? Because I have all kinds of questions about that.
Not really. At least nothing is going on. I have planned long time ago a couple of things which are still in process. But for the chassis and for the suspension, the most important thing is the shock absorber, and I think this is the key for these cars as well. Not to speak about the off-road cars, because in the off-road cars it's
a lot
of the most important thing. There is one brand who is doing, and maybe others also do that, special shock absorbers like they use on real off-road cars. But in small, to make this like the big ones use, it's difficult, especially because the big ones are filled up with gas.
Yeah.
And on the small ones, it's I was thinking on it to make it. I still did not give it up, but for that you need very special material. Because if the gas goes away, then it's just a normal shock.
It has to be super
but
sealed.
all these big off-road cars and even the normal cars, they use the shock absorber with gas. So.
Right. Well, I was particularly curious on the suspension differences between the F1 cars and the touring cars are so different.
You mean here?
Yeah, for the large scale.
The only big difference is that for the Formula Ones, the wishbones are longer.
Yeah, but they have a single shock up front.
On some,
and then back,
it's a
cantilevered inboard shock.
Yeah. On some it is like that with pushrod system.
Yeah,
which is very good. Also, we tried in the past as well. The only problem with the pushrod system on these cars, maybe Formula One is a little bit better. But on these cars, that it's very sensitive for any crashes.
Right.
And
so everything has to be perfectly.
If you don't touch anything, or if nobody hits you, then it should be much better than a normal suspension. But these cars, it's very difficult to avoid the crash any time of the race. So it's a big risk, because if it damaged, then you are out.
Yeah.
And you cannot allow this on a 30-minute race, that from a small crash you break the pushrod system and you cannot finish the race. So then it's better to have the conventional system, and that's quite bulletproof now
Yeah.
on all
yeah.
these cars. So they have very strong cars.
Yeah.
And the Formula One is another story because it's wheel to wheel, so you have to drive it much more careful. But these cars, like real touring cars, it's door to door.
Yeah.
It's legal. It's no
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah. Okay. So when it comes to tuning, I know. I mean, I don't know a mass. I know very little. When I say I don't know a massive amount, I say I know. I mean, I don't know hardly anything about two-stroke engine tuning.
Yeah.
But I know that, especially in the MotoGP days when they used to race that was like the black art of if you knew how to tune that, you could tune anything. And there's something about expansion chambers and the size and the length of pipes and stuff like that. Is there any like a basic primer that you could tell us about engine pipes?
Yeah. Of course, only in big lines because I don't want to tell everything.
Yeah, of
But,
course. Okay. We're talking to Mr. Samba here.
But how we started was that we were racing with these cars. Let me see, started in 1994. That was the first year of the Dutch Championship, also the German one, 1994. And those cars were, of course, not so advanced like these ones. So we took the engine from the car and went to a exhaust specialist who made the exhaust pipe for Aprilia.
Oh, wow,
MotoGP.
really?
Yeah, 125 for the 252 pipes of the 125s, different shapes. And I showed the guy this engine we have in the car, and we would like to have a pipe for that, a real one. And then said, oh, okay, I will do. So he did. We put on the cars, and we were 2 laps a lap faster than anybody else. So this is how it started. And then in the meantime, of course, had a lot of experience and a lot of studies and everything. But it all depends on the engine. Our engines are quite, how to say, these engines are for garden machines normally.
Yeah.
So they are designed for 5,000 RPM. Not for 25, but they do now. So it's quite restricted what you can do with these engines. And we had a lot of development time for the with the pipes for these engines. And now the engines reached, of course, the peak power. You cannot go further. And the pipes are at the same level. So we have a pipe now, but here most of the people use, or almost everybody use, is a pipe what we developed, finished development just for the Valencia Euros, which was 10 years ago.
Wow, okay.
We have another pipe. Especially I made that because this pipe was quite liked by competition, so it looked similar. But just wanted to make a new one, very different shape, which is still very good. It's little less torque, and they like the torque here because it's a very high traction track. But that pipe is a little faster in the straight. It's almost 90 kilometers per hour in the straight.
I'm just curious. I mean, I imagine you have in-house or outsourced development engineers or whatever. But I'm just curious, in a general sense, it is possible to have, if this track, say, these infield short bits, if they were just much shorter, you could have a pipe that develops way more torque. So it's like almost like I suppose a buggy would need a lot of torque to get over short little hoppy jumps or anything?
The buggy not.
No?
The buggy not, because the buggy has no traction. So, and you also have to calculate these cars, or these engines start to give power over 9,000 RPM. So the clutches are set for 10, 11,000.
Right. Okay.
So you have to
So-
take care of that. The other more important thing is that these cars do not have a gearbox.
Yeah.
Because if you have a gearbox,
It's
it's,
just
a different
straight gears
story.
all the way
It's a
to the
different
rear diff,
story.
yeah.
So actually, the gearbox is a good pipe because it has low torque, it has speed, and there has to be a compromise between these two. Also, okay, according to the track as well. But this is the only solution, that you make a pipe which makes the compromise between low torque and speed. And for each and every track, you don't make a different pipe. We tried a very high torque pipe, but we stopped making because the difference was so little, and it's no. This pipe what they use now is 10 years old development, and it's perfect for this track, for these circumstances. For if it was in April, then I would suggest to use the other pipe, the newer one, what we have. And of course, I also got proof that that works, because when some guys or some drivers went with this pipe, the Samba 7, they had a little more full fuel consumption, and with the Samba 8 it was less. It was smoother. For lower track conditions, you need a smoother pipe, of course, because it doesn't help if you spin the wheels every corner. And they finished the race even in these tricky circumstances, and they won. So it's also driver's choice, but normally when one or two top drivers choose for this or that,
Yeah. Everyone
everybody
follows. Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But yeah, for me it's okay.
It's one of those things. I didn't do a lot of nitro racing myself. It was all, and when I did, it was the large scale Super 10 size. Just for fun.
Yeah.
I wasn't super serious about it. At the time you are serious, but you look back like, yeah, I wasn't that serious really. But there's like an art to choosing the correct clutch settings and the correct pipe setting. The pipe carb setting. And then it depends on your fuel, and then all of that, it's just this crazy amount of just knowledge that you need.
It's extremely complicated. It's extremely complicated.
And that's why, when we go to these Euros, and I don't go to club races, so I only come to the Euros, and I see, say, like maybe Elliott Boots or somebody like that, who he's heavily sponsored by, his engine sponsor. So he's got his engine guy, who used to be someone else's engine guy, and his engine guy works with his pit man, who catches the car as it comes into the pit. And it's all very, you watch like Ronafalk and Bertine and Pierre, Ronafalk's dad. They all have to work together perfectly as a team. Of course, they're doing 7 or 8 pit stops in an hour-long race.
Yeah.
So it's it really, the petrol side of things, the nitro and petrol side of things. Electric is cool, but there's so many people who still love nitro, and and when we're talking about two-stroke, so in the comments in the chat, people are like going, "Oh, I would love two-stroke," and they want to hear the engines as well. We can't just be talking only. We have to have the engine sounds to keep the people interested.
Sometimes when they stream electric race, I'm just checking what's wrong with the microphone.
Yeah.
Doesn't work or not.
Yeah,
No, but
you just hear a
then you just hear
yeah.
So yeah, well, this is real racing. I think the guys here it will be difficult to convince them to use the electric cars.
Yeah, I think, there's talk about, I think there's the clean fuel, I think that Sebastian Vettel demonstrated at Silverstone, and I think Top Gear talked about it a little while back, or a couple weeks ago in the last episode. If it's made, I think it's literally just carbon and hydrogen or something like that, and the exhaust is hydrogen vapor, basically, but you're still burning carbon. But it's carbon made from green energy, basically.
Yeah, but
it
then we come to a extremely sophisticated part of this.
Yeah.
So what I really would like to say is that if we continue like this category, then we will not have more drivers, because if you want to have a result, especially in this group or the other one, the group number 6, you must have at least 3-4 engines prepared before the race, and then for the 2 days or 3 days, practice, control, practice, find out which is better, which is the second best, and save it for the race, because the first engine check is after the first heat.
Top level racing demands top level preparation.
Yeah, but top level racing comes mainly for the factory drivers. And if they don't have normal drivers who pay the factory drivers parts, then it will go down. So in my opinion, there should be, or at least a class should be for 60% of the drivers, and still you can have 40 or 30 for the top drivers, open class, whatever, because otherwise they will not come. And if we have here only sponsored drivers, fully sponsored drivers, then we will be with 20.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that. We've seen some low entry numbers in some of the recent European championships that we've actually covered. But it's who are you checking out on the
Yeah, I'm just checking the results because I'm interested.
Yeah, this might be easier to read this screen here.
Yeah, okay, but I cannot see that.
Oh, sorry. Well, Feldman is actually he's doing pretty well in this one. Hetland is
suffering with the engines.
But Hetland is he's got the fastest lap, but he's in third at the moment. But D'Amico's jumped up, and so is Feldman. So it looks like the top 3 or 4.
But I would be extremely surprised if anybody could beat the time of Marius in this run. It could be, but okay. I will be curious. At least I dare to say that I would be surprised.
Yeah.
It's too hot. So these kind of things very interesting, and you can do it extremely professional as well. But then you need a group of people who race together in this very extremely high level. Otherwise, European Championship here in Fiorano, one of the most popular tracks in Europe, 7-8 euro a pizza. It's a miracle. So they like to come here, and I know when there is first race of the year, for example, then we are 100, 110. Before the COVID time, there were waiting lists, limited 120.
Well, I am curious if things like the pandemic and enforced stoppages of racing seasons and stuff like that. I don't know how many large scale races happen, but I think for at least a year, their clubs and tracks were basically just everything was shut. And then it slowly started up last year. So I'm wondering if it's down to part of the sort of the slow resurgence is back to maybe people have rethought their hobby, or have. I know there are some people who got more into their various hobbies, whatever hobby it might be, because I'm into a few different things, not just RC, but there are hobbies I've also kind of left behind and said, well, I've done that, and now I'm on to other things.
This is our problem as well, that this hobby 10 years ago, 20 years ago was the hobby for these young guys. And now they have several other options to do, and this is not helping us.
Yeah.
On the other hand, the economic situation after the COVID and during this war, don't know how long it will take, I think long, it doesn't help either. Because if you have a 2 euro 20 fuel price coming here from 500 kilometers, it's
yeah. I mean, there's pressures all around, and I think we'll see a lot of hobbies and hobbyists suffer a bit, and hopefully things change soon.
The good news is that I have an experience that when in 2008 the big crisis in the world did not really affect us, because people, of course, they could not change their car, the real car, or a house or whatever. So what they did, okay, I spend it to my hobby and I go stronger in my hobby.
Yeah.
So this, okay, but I don't know where is the limit.
Yeah. I mean, a hobby is meant to be.
I've just seen that Feldman broke down.
Oh no!
Also, in
Another
his
bad
heat.
result for Feldman.
Yeah.
Well, that's not great, is it?
No, it's not his not his day.
No. And we're just a few laps away from the end as well. There's 40 seconds left in this one.
Mm-hmm.
Hetland back up on top.
I'm very curious for his time, but I think his best time is 33 laps 10:08.
He was a few seconds faster.
2 seconds faster than in the first one.
Yeah. So.
But if he is slower, then we made a bet, so I will win something.
You'll win.
Yeah. If it's more than
because the track has absorbed the heat all day. Yeah.
It's extreme.
No, I'm just curious. Obviously, we see the racing line. It's very obvious to see, especially in the braking and acceleration zones. Is that? I know that there's rubber going down. Have they sprayed anything on the track? The traction additive or anything
Here?
like that? Yeah.
No. You don't need.
So it's completely green.
It's
as
completely green. This track. Okay, on Monday, it was much slower than normal because there was a 1/8K race here, and that doesn't help for the track for our tires.
And that's from the it's not the foam tires that are a problem. It's the nitro oil that comes out of the exhaust.
Yeah, exactly. And but this track has always the best traction, even in winter time, because there's no snow here actually, maybe a couple of days, and they use this track from February till November. Almost every second week there is a race. So last year we streamed almost 100 races from here. So
it's pretty good if you're a local club racer here.
Yeah, well,
you can come pretty much any weekend.
No, I don't come.
I mean, if you're a local racer.
Oh, you mean yeah. If you're a local racer, yeah. And they have 50 guys minimum, but on big races they have 80.
And Ernesto, the timekeeper at the track this weekend, was telling me that they do 10 scale and 8 scale nitro as well.
Yeah.
So it's pretty fast.
They have everything.
Yeah. And they're doing. Do you know what speeds they hit? Because I know they've got a radar gun.
Yeah.
We're seeing 88 kilometers an hour is the fastest
possible.
I've seen.
Yeah, that's a good.
That's for the 5th scale, but do you know for the 8th or 10th?
Yeah, it's over 100, 110, 112.
Wow. So that's well over 60, maybe up to 70 miles an hour?
Divided by 1.6.
All right, so it looks like we've had Marcus Hetland take TQ once again.
Can we check the time?
We actually, let me see if we've got the Facebook page. Actually, if you want the live results, folks who are listening on the stream, we've got the link for the live results. We don't have live timing, unfortunately.
No live timing.
But we do have live results.
On our stream. Just for curiosity.
And that link is on the EFRA Facebook page. If you search for RC Motorsport Europe on Facebook, you'll find that.
So the last one, you check.
Yeah.
Maybe I have it here. Wait.
So
it's 13. So it's 5 seconds lower than his best.
All right. So what have you won?
Me.
What have you won?
Oh, I don't know. I can wish.
Well, you have
something.
to put the stakes on, like maybe 2 beers or a pizza or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah. It will be no problem. But at least I had right. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much, Laszlo. I'm sure we'll talk to you again later in the weekend.
Yes. Welcome.
And thanks for the insights and thoughts.
Yeah. We continue tomorrow.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. That was Laszlo from Samba Mocha Aero Solutions, Pulsar TV, and what's the name of the GPF engines. All right. Very good. So, yeah, we weren't able to cover the let's see, where's the results? Qualifying, is it qualifying composition? Is that
Third round.
but this is
No, this is heat 3. We have to go to heat 7.
oh, sorry. Well, this isn't the final. This isn't the results. This is just the heat listing.
It's not the result. We have to look for another icon.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So we're just trying to find the link for the results is on the Facebook page. I see. Sorry. Here it is. Ranking after quali. This qualifying results. But that's 17 minutes old. 2 hours. Okay, so right. So we want. Oh. Okay, so the most recent, it's not available yet then. Yeah. Okay, so we'll have that as soon as we get it. Ranking after quali. So if you go to the link that's on the EFRA Facebook page, there's a post that I made. Here we go. Actually, it was Emanuel D'Amico who took that one with 33 laps in 10:12. And Marius Hetland finished second overall in that round, 10:13. So D'Amico actually looks like he took the TQ, and I don't think anyone in the second in the previous heat is going to finish that one. So it's not that one. Cedric Prevost achieved 32 laps, so no. Yeah, it was D'Amico. D'Amico took TQ.
Really?
Yeah. Here. 33, 10, 12.
Possible. Because Marius has 10 points.
No, I mean in this round for just for heat 3.
That was the best time, 12.
Yeah.
And Marius' first qualification was 10:10, and the second one was 10:08.
Yeah.
So it's very fast. But then I don't know, Catalan was. Yeah, it all depends. I don't know Catalan's time, but maybe D'Amico is second. But Feldman definitely not.
Yeah, Feldman is well, I mean, in a 30-minute race, if he starts second or third, it's not a massive deal, is it?
Second, he cannot start anymore.
Yeah.
Because, okay, tomorrow if he makes 10.0, then he's on TQ. So don't.
Oh yeah, I know. I don't count him out. No way. He's a 10-time European champion. He's a former world champ, Marcus Feldman, the German. Right. Okay. So that was interesting. I hope everyone was able to take away something from that. I hope I asked the questions you might have been thinking of. Yep, still Hetland on TQ with 33:10:08. Yeah, that's our thoughts at the moment. I'm just not aware yet of how the qualifying works. If there's any throwouts, or obviously Feldman with 2 bad runs is, even if there is a throwout, he's going to want 2 throwouts and a TQ run tomorrow. So yeah, he's not looking so hot at the moment, but obviously we can't count him out. Like I said, he is a 10-time world European champion, so he's not going to be a slouch on the track. Okay, so I have a question about MyRCM covering. No, MyRCM is a different timing system than what they're using here. I can't remember what the name is called here, but not every track uses MyRCM. Fortunately or unfortunately, unfortunately for us, because our timing system is, well, it's custom written code by very, very, very clever people, and we're able to extract what we can and make it look like it's what you're used to seeing from RC Racing TV, but it is not MyRCM, so there are no live streaming results, just the live completed results. Best round counts. Okay. All right, so maybe I'm phrasing it weird. So my question, which is not an uncommon thing, is Ian Audi racing or just scrutineering? Ian is, well, he's not scrutineering. There's someone else from the track scrutineering, but he is doing some scrutineering, but he is an EFRA official this week. So he's here all week. He's watching the racing, and when the racing is finished, he is helping scrutineer the cars, yes. I think he mentioned that he's racing next week. He does do large-scale racing in the BRCA series in the UK. I commentated on one of his races where last year where he basically just ran away with a win. So he's no slouch himself either. Okay. So I'd imagine, so with two wins, Hetland is going to take it unless someone can miracle something tomorrow. And like we said, you're not going to put it past a few of these guys, or, well, Feldman at least, to come through with a knockout run in the next round of qualifying, which kicks off tomorrow. 9:30 is when the fourth and final round of qualifying begins, and it begins with the fastest racers on the track at the fastest time of day. So that will be very interesting, and we shall see what happens in this race, which is heat number 1. We've got Paul Hards, Jethro and Titus Letojarvi, Dario Lovrencevic, Michael Donovan, Louis Samoz, and Mario Dada. And we've had a couple. Well, Lewis doesn't seem to have started his last couple races. Paul Hards did race in the last run, but he's dropped out of this one. Titus is ahead of Jethro this time. Michael Donovan seems to, once again, well, he's not quite running away with it. He seems to be swapping the top spot with Mario Dada. So they're going back and forth. Each time one of these races crosses the track, that is, they're taking the lead. So let's see if I can spot the number 5 car. He is about to come around the first hairpin. This is the car number 2 that we're on, Jethro. Okay, sorry. Start line. There we are, number 5. Thanks, Jude. So Jude duly covering the cameraman position for us while I was talking with Laszlo. He's based out of Hungary, I believe, but speaks many languages and knows many racers, especially in the large-scale scene. I was hoping to get some input about how the shape of a pipe affects the torque and the RPM and all that stuff. It's just something that's basically just a black box to me. It's and I'm sure it is to many people. You just buy whatever the fastest guys are running, and you hope you can drive like them. But it's one of those special things. So we're following Michael Donovan just for a moment more and see if we can find the car 7 of Mario Dada, who's contending for the top speed. He's going through hairpin, the second hairpin now, and about to come across the commentator's corner. There we go. Little next car. Is it the next car back? Car 7. Yes, there we are. No, it's the next car forward, Jude. There we are. Thank you. That's Mario Dada fighting with Michael Donovan. Michael has the fastest lap in this race, 18.9. Mario's fastest lap is a 19.6, but he just did a 19.7. Michael seems to have the more consistent, faster pace, but somehow he's showing as the sort of swapping places leader, trading spots, top spot with Mario, who we're on now. So Mario Dada going through the first corner and into the short chute there around the Omega over the kink, staying off the grass nicely, and time has expired, so he might get caught on this time around. I think he has. Yeah, so his name has gone green, as you can see on the screen. So Donovan takes it in the end. Dada can't really see. Well, okay. So, oh, okay. Well, there's the total time. So 10:07 and 10:19 for Dada. And once again, if you go to the Facebook page, the link for the final results, it's, I don't know what it's going to be like on mobile, but it will be. Yeah, I can imagine, because you have to scroll sideways to get all the way to the end where you can see the results for the most recent heats. So the next race we've got Andre Resende, David Lebescond, Ewan Mariod, Roberto Mazzi, Neo Lebescond, Perez G, Chavez, Magnar, Bernland, Time, Angelo Vicini, Matt Buxton, and Ian Southey. The thing is, with some of these lower heats, we just don't see them. 2 or 3 of the race, or sometimes just don't even start. So, be curious to see what we end up with here. So, just want to remind you that we are being brought to you free and worldwide, no charge to you, by RC Fox and RC Model X. Sorry, RC Models with a Z.co.uk. Thank you very much to our sponsors. Please visit their websites. You'll see little spots by them pop up on the live stream every now and then. So please do visit them. They're providing this coverage for you for nothing. You're able to watch pretty much ad-free, except for when I'm talking about them. And there's our next group of racers on screen there. Names popping up. So you can find us on the EFRA Facebook page, Red RC's Facebook page, and RC Racing TV's Facebook page as well. Slightly better quality streams on YouTube. So if you search for Red RC, EFRA, or RC Racing TV, you can find us there. And also on the RC Racing TV chat, lots of people in there. I'm not sure how many at the moment, but lots of questions and answers. And there's a few current and former large-scale racers posting in there, which is pretty cool because they can provide some extra insight that I'm unable to. But meanwhile, while we wait for this next race to start, I believe we're going to be going all the way up to. So we've seen 7, we've seen 1. Going 2, 3, 4. Two, 3, and 4, and then we start. We're going to have a little bit of a break, and then go into heat 10 and then 9, which are the two formula-style heats that we've got. But meanwhile, if you have any questions or you want to tell us how awesome the stream is and how much fun you're having watching large-scale racing here in Fiorano, Italy, let us know in the chat. So we just have not long before this race starts. They have 3 minutes of warm-up and then a 10-minute qualifying race on a rolling clock. There we go. There's the horn to start the time. And the first one across is Roberto Mazzi. And Jude is scanning and searching like a Terminator, looking for the car to follow. We're following this half red, half white car that I completely missed the number on. But he's going through the short chute. Car number 9, it looks like, of Matt Buxton. I don't think he raced the last heat. So he was having problems or something. He's got the great big Union flag on the top, not the Union Jack. That's only the name of the flag. Oh, that's not great. Maybe he's contesting the naming of the flag on top of his car, but the Union Jack is only called that when it's on a Royal Navy ship. So there's one for you. But confusingly, this is the first time I've actually seen in action a half and half car like this, because going this way is white. Oh no, wait, no, it's red. No, wait, no, it's white again. Hang on, it's red. No, it's the number 9 with the Union flag on top. It's the first time I've seen it on track, so yeah. So Resende is a familiar name if you've been following the stream all day. He's on top once again. Fastest lap, 19.869. Timing goes down to the 1,000th of a second. Magnar hasn't made it out. He's the only one who hasn't started. And it looks like David Lebescond may be missing as well. He did start. He's due to finish the lap because the computer kind of guesstimates where they are on the track. Looks like he's got a slow lap. You see how his name has gone, the number on Lebescond's name in position 9 has gone black. That means he's got a slow lap, which means the computer has been expecting him to finish, and he hasn't. So we see Resende resume his spot at the top again, followed by Mazzi, Neo Lebescond, Ian Southey, Vicini, Moriad, Buxton, David Lebescond looks like, according to the computer anyway, has abandoned. Ewan Moriad also on a slow lap as well, so we'll see. No, there's David Lebescond has popped back on. He's crossed the timing beam for his 4th lap. Mazzi and Resende seem to be swapping. I'm trying to decipher the timing screen because I can see the distance behind the time gap behind racers, but I have been fooled in the past where it's just a hyphen, and it looks like they're on equal time pretty much. But at the end of the race, they're like 20 seconds apart, which doesn't, I can't figure that out just yet. But I can see that the best lap and last lap time totale, time Giro, which I know is lap because I watched the Giro d'Italia, and that means basically tour or lap. Rosende still has the fastest lap of 19.8. Most recent lap time 20.1, which is it's in the realm of consistency. It's not too shabby. Lebescond going quick again. He just did his personal fastest lap, 20.62, 662. So he's something forced him into the pits, and he's coming back out. Matt Buxton on a slow lap, so we'll see. If that red and white car, the half and half car, it is not out on track at the moment. So he has pulled off for the moment. Is there no one in? I see it being carried off unceremoniously, unfortunately. So Buxton is out once again. So he'll probably be in the one of the early finals, and hope to bump up into the higher finals. The way the finals work is they're called the Christmas tree final, just because that's the shape of the graph of brackets, the visual representation of the brackets looks like. So I'm going to start with the slowest racers, the worst qualifiers in the 132A. There is no 132B. And then the top three from that one race will bump up into the 116th A. And similarly, there will be a 116th B. And that all feeds into the top three from those will go into the 1/8. And then the top three from those will go into the 1/4 or the quarterfinals. And then on Saturday, we start with the semifinals, or the 1/2 B, 1/2 A. So we have semifinals for both the Formula One and the GT or touring car class, which is what we're watching now. And the top four from the semifinals bump up into the main final, where there will already be 6 racers qualified. I think it's 6. And the finals day starts on Saturday, 9 a.m. Central European time. Tomorrow, which is more pertinent because it's just closer, we start at 9:30 with Heat 7 of Touring Car. Meanwhile, Andre Rosende still in the lead with this one in the car number 1. Roberto Mazzi in the car 4 battling, but I think it's going to be Rosende who ends up taking this one. So we're on the car 8 of Angelo Vicini. He's not going to trouble Massi or Rosende, but we'll see how the rest of the race pans out for Angelo. See if we can find either the car 1 or the car 4 of one of our leaders in the last couple of minutes here. Oh, sorry, we're on both of them actually. How about Rosende striding away from Mazzi, who's the next car behind in that car 4. Someone just went off the grass. It's cool that I love the European tracks where you can actually see when someone comes off the track a bit. A little cloud of dust and grass. So Rosende coming up on more lap traffic. It looks like he's definitively past Mazzi. Neo Lebescon in the car 5 is 8 seconds behind Rosende. Mazzi must have had a nightmare somewhere along the way because he's showing as 10 seconds behind. Now 11.1. What has happened there? unfortunate for that's the car 0, I believe, of Ian Southey, who we were following him earlier, and we had to come off him because I was sure it was the camera being on him, making him spin out. Just way too many times. Well, once is enough, as you know. If we're able to talk to Laszlo tomorrow, I would like to quiz him about the body shell aerodynamics, because he actually produced the Chevy Cruze body shell from a few years ago. He was producing it for the racers in this class, in this category. And apparently was quite popular for a while. So I'm sure there's someone who knows something about car aerodynamics more than I can try to explain. So we're following the 4. That is Mazzi, and his race is finished. But there he is in his replica Red Bull Racing touring car. Coming around commentator's corner. And Javier's elbow. Your lap is finished. Your race is finished. The only one still running technically is David Lebescon, but doesn't seem like he's going to cross. We have a dead car. I think it's car, no, number 2 is Lebescon. Car 5 is the other Neo Lebescon. I mean, they're just doing like extra laps for nothing now, just to drive their cars. Which, fair enough. But, there's a time schedule to keep. So we're on to heat number 3. Are we? No. Yes. 5:15. Yeah. Very strict time schedule. It's helpful with a computer, basically almost completely running things. Yeah, corner cutting galore. There certainly is. Big discussion and arguments yesterday, actually, about it. Because the rule was brought in after the open practice and before the controlled practice. But basically, the racers were warned, don't get caught. So if you're in a battle, don't, because the judges will be watching you if you're in a tight battle with somebody. Don't get caught because you will get penalized, is what they were told. I'm assuming that rule that directive is still in force. But like I mentioned to the guys yesterday, the officials, if Formula One and MotoGP, with their endless sums of resources, money, manpower, stewards, cameras, and all sorts of things, can't make everybody happy, then they're in good company, aren't they? So I don't think there should be any corner cutting. I think the large corner dots should have stayed in place. And if anything, make it even worse. Put AstroTurf or something really slippy down, linoleum tile or something. Make it just really, really disincentivize corner cutting, basically. We did see one driver try to do the full rally, riding the berm, the inside rail of the corner, and then get stuck on the grass. So it didn't work out for him, and that was a qualifying run. So that's the way it goes. Sometimes you might not get caught by the actual referee, whose job it is to watch 10 cars go around. But you might get caught out by the RC gods. So we're getting somewhat close to the end of the day. We're about an hour from finishing the broadcast. So we hope you're sticking around. Thank you if you are. For those of you wondering what sort of car chassis manufacturers, anyway, that these guys are running, most of the cars here are the Mechatech brand. We have a handful of Genius brand cars, slightly more MCDs, and a lower number of RS5 brand cars. So there's 4 different manufacturers, but most of them are Mechatech, which is a brand I don't know a whole lot about. Just that they do have a lot of racers here. Whether fully sponsored, factory sponsored, junior team sponsored, or sponsored by mom and dad, very few here are going to be sponsored by mom and dad. At least in the top 3 heats. The lower heats, more likely. So let's see who we're following. We're following, that's the car number, it's 88 in the paint scheme, but it's car number 7 on the side. That's Sami Pajalin from Finland. Going into that first corner, around the hut corner, around the Omega turn, across the kink, staying off the grass nicely, staying on the track. 2 hairpins, hairpin 1 and 2, and then the commentator's corner. And those 2 lines at the start of the straight, those are the timing loops. There's a main one and a backup one. The main one is the tricolore of the Italian flag. Always found it interesting that there's the tricolore, which everyone recognizes, the green, white, and red. But the Italian national football team and the Italian national racing color is sort of a powder or baby blue. It's interesting. So the Carabinieri, I think we have a Carabinieri replica race scheme. Jude, if you want to just hang fire, and going into the Omega now is that blue car. There we go. That is, I'll just say it's a Carabinieri themed car. You see this every now and then in club racing and stuff. People basically painting up a replica cop car. So I've seen it in the UK. I've seen it in the US. And apparently here it's a bit racy, so it's quite cool. And passing him now is the Martini livery car, which is quite cool. But yeah, there's the 2 cars, both on alphas, of course. Probably Italian racers. We'll check. Car number 2 is Nicola Bressoni, of course. So, and car number 9 is Arnaud Brassard, who's from France. So not Italian, but running an heavily Italian-themed car. And of course, most drivers are going to run whatever body shell is fastest, so the Alfa Romeo seems to be the quickest, so that's what everyone's running. Most people. There are a couple of BMW cars. The other more popular option of the non-Alphas is an Audi, I think, S4 sort of look-alike. And I believe, obviously, you're going to get probably more steering with the Alpha. It's going to be a bit slippier in a straight line, maybe. Ooh, cars coming off all over. It is the hottest part of the day. We are starting to get shadows on the track itself, but none on any important racing lines. Track temperature. There is a temperature probe in the track somewhere. Not sure where exactly. Track temperature 52 degrees. Fairly warm. It's about 120 Fahrenheit. You wouldn't want to sit on it. Ooh, another car's gone off at the turn 2. Oh, no, he's passed now, so there's no danger. Now, that's the car that just went off. Let's see if we can follow him for a bit. Why not? Car number 7, who we've already followed, I think. Sammy yeah. So, let's see. Ooh. I wish I knew how to do replays because I missed what happened there. Someone must have spun out. So when the track gets really hot and the tires just start losing their tread, or if it's, I mean, you can't have a tire that's just too soft. Once the tread wears out, that's it. It's gone. So not sure what happened. Obviously, these guys they have a selection of tires to choose from. There's 2 different major tire brands, PMT and GRP. Both, I believe, are Italian brands. So I'd imagine, whoa, there we go. That's probably what happened initially that caused the accident with Sammy. Well, I say accident, just call it what it is. It's a crash. It's car 6 of Georgi Coxmoros. I believe that's our lone Hungarian racer. So if let's drop back. Ooh, he keeps spinning out there, doesn't he? Let's follow that Martini, the mostly white car with the red and blue stripes. There you go, in the lead. So he's got a lot of clear track behind him, and he's left behind these guys who he's passed. The Georgi, the car 3 of Joel, and I think that was the car 6. No, it was different. Anyway, he's got a lot of clear track ahead of him. So, it's a car number 1 of Pierluigi Bonensegni. Going into the Omega and across the kink on that back stretch into the first hairpin, into the second hairpin, around commentator's corner under the big timing screen that you can see. The timing screen, interestingly, very cool. It shows everyone's full name and their lap times and where their standing is. So their names move up and down and everything. Jude, if you can freeze on the timing screen, just so we can show it. We haven't actually shown this very much or at all. Just, yeah. I mean, how cool is that? You got European Championships scrolling across the top. You have the actual time of day, the time of the race, the names of the top of the racers as they're coming across. Sammy and car 7. Oh, now it's because yeah. So as they're coming across the line, their name pops up so you can see who you're following, visually. How many laps, the gap, and everything. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Thanks, Jude. So, I mean, that's got to be, I think maybe Valencia has something maybe similar, but obviously these things are custom made and use a very particular set of code and all that stuff from the race timing computer. And so we're back on Pierluigi. And yeah, it's very cool to see, especially on a permanent circuit. You'd love to have something like that. Whoa, Georgi, another trip in the grass. He's not having a good time, but he's still going faster than a couple other racers, so he's not doing that bad. Oh, someone has lost their wing at the start of the straight, Jude. Start of the straight. The white. Oh, he's coming into the pits now. He's coming into the pits. He's lost his wing. That will not help. Now, oh, that's about the best you can do. Now these racers and the mechanics. The mechanic is the mechanic for that particular car. Who's that? I missed it. I think it's car 8. Yeah, it's already out of place again, but it's just bouncing around being useless. Car 8 mechanic is the only mechanic that's going to touch that car. No one else is going to touch it. So if it crashes, like it probably did to dislodge that probably carbon fiber rear wing. These things are incredibly... I don't even want to look up the price, how much it is. Yeah, it's the mechanic that goes out and turn marshals. And... you know, if you're familiar with RC racing at all, that wing actually really does make a difference. So it's not just you know, some molded flexible plastic or even made out of polycarbonate, you know, mold from flat sheet. That is a carbon fiber, very expensive, curved carbon fibers, especially rear wing. So, which is weird because I believe, see, there goes his rear traction when he tries to put the power down, and he's caused another crash. So, referee may give him the black flag and tell him that he needs to pull in, because if he's going to be disrupting other racers' races, that's not a great thing. And time is finished, so we'll just follow him in. The car 8. Of David DeFeo. So unfortunate for David. Not a great result. But his race is done for today, so that at least he can start packing up before the actual race day for us here in the control tower and the officials is actually done. So we've got about another 40 minutes or so of racing. We do have a little mini break for the Heat 8, which is the first heat of the Formula One cars. These are racers who the organizers were not told weren't coming. So the duty of the racing organizers is to... make the track available for anyone who's registered. So technically it's going to be just empty for about 14 or 15 minutes. But we see the last heat of touring car about to start. You can see them in the pit lane. And this is heat 4. And in this heat, yes, heat 4. In this heat, we've got Stefano Bianchi, Nuno Pinto, who's, I remember, has a blue car. Oriol Gill, John Pritch from Holland, Luca Rowley, Rudy Vasseur, Noel Tybalt, Pascal Hervey, Christian Weber, and Giuseppe Rossignoli. And there they are on screen. You read them yourself. So this is the last heat of the touring car racers. Just to remind you, we do have a link in on the EFRA Facebook page for which will take you to the race results link, and those are updated live. They are PDF downloads, but you can view them in your web browser. They are easiest on a laptop or an actual computer monitor. Rather than mobile. It's not a very mobile-friendly site. Unfortunately, we don't have any live timing, but the live results is the next best thing. So, just to recap, I believe I'm told with some confidence that it is the best single lap of qualifying, or best single qualifying result that decides the qualifiers. And that the moment, with one not great result and 2 TQs, the top qualifier for touring car is Marius Hedlund. We've expected Marcus Feldman to be at or near the top, but he had a couple of bad rounds. He did well in the first round and got, I believe it was second overall in that one. And then he didn't start, I believe, the second round, and then came off the track early in the third. So he can probably boss it for a really good run tomorrow morning when the top drivers will be running at the best time of day with a cool track and when it's not so hot. Although, I mean, the temperatures come down a bit. It's only 36 now. But yeah, so that's the story of qualifying for touring car. Story of F1 qualifying after 2 rounds is basically Sebastian Marino, who has completely bossed it. So yeah, he has basically been the story of qualifying so far. Those are the 2 main stories. And in this one, yep, there we are. Nuno Pinto, who we've been following for a little bit here. He's looks like he's again in the one of the top spots there. He drops down quite a bit, but it is early in the run. He's got the fastest lap already. And as other drivers come by after him, they do drop him down a bit, but that will happen probably less. Oh, little squirrely mistake there. Looks like a loose rear end for Nuno. Let's follow him a bit more with some intent, because I've been babbling on about other things, but meanwhile Nuno's got a squirrely rear end, and the car number 3, it looks like, of Oriole Gill trying to chase him down. He's not enjoying the hot circumstances on track at the moment. I've just become sponsored by JPF Mocha Racing. Sorry?
You know what mocha is?
I know mocha is a type of coffee, but that's about it.
It's the short version of modern car.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Which is the name of the group.
Mocha. Yeah. I gotcha. Nuno Pinto looks like he could be doing with some sort of, yeah. He's pulled into the pits. He's given up, but I think he's one of the top racers generally in this group anyway. So we're on to the car number 1 of Stefano Bianchi, who we know is pretty quick. He's running in second at the moment. Let's see where he pops up now. Yep, top spot. 11 laps John from Holland not starting this one, as you can see on the top right of your screen. Luca Rowley in the car 5. See if we can find him eventually. He's just about to come through the commentary corner now, across the start-finish line. That car right there. There we go. That is Luca Rowley from Italy, of course. Very bright, almost Carabinieri colored car. I need to read the Wikipedia page for Carabinieri because they're, if I remember right, they are the most stylish of all the police forces in Europe, I believe. But, you know, it's Italy, isn't it? But Carabinieri is very close to Carbine, which makes me think they're the armed group. But I know that they're sort of like the special response group. They're the cops that other cops want to be. We do have a dead car at the end of the straight, and we do have a marshal running towards it. Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead and that's the car 8. Pascal Hervey. Doesn't look like it's running. Kind of a pensive look from the mechanics. I got to run with this all the way back now to try and fix it. See if we can get going again. But at the end of the straight there, you can see that there's we're in a timing shed, a very large. I suppose you might call it garden shed if you're British. Quite a large garden shed. I mean, it could easily be a car garage for a car and lots of stuff. But down at the other end is a much larger log cabin with at least one, I think 2 rooms, meeting rooms, and then basically a cafe where it's got, that's a Gripple almost, up on 2 wheels. I don't think he actually even touched anything, just a little bit too tight a turn. So we're going from some cars with just loose rear ends all over the place. Let's see what happens here at the end of the straight. No, we're following the same car. We're just seeing if he was going to tip over. Yeah. Ooh, fast car coming up, that pink and white car. Drop back 1 car. It'll be a pink and white car. There we are. Or white and pink, I should say. He just went past the Carabinieri neon car like it was standing still almost. So let's see what car number this is. See if we can read it on screen. Oh, it's the car 1, of course. Stefano. Trying to chase down car 0 of Giuseppe Rosignole. Oh, mistake there. Let those cars pass. There you go. That was Giuseppe. Unfortunately, trip into the grass means that it just made getting past him just a bit easier for Stefano and Luca. Not sure what happened to Nuno Pinto. But we're sure he'll be back tomorrow. He was running pretty strong. I believe he was consistently in the top group of racers in this particular race, this particular heat. We've got another car dead out there somewhere. I don't even see where. Oh, it's upside down on the back stretch. Marshall running out to get it. Upside down. Yeah, it's not pleasant. Is it still going to be running? Is the clunk working? It's not running. No. And picked up and carried off the track. So we are with the Martini livery number 7 of Noel T-Walt. Let's stick with this one because I love that Martini color. just looks super cool, especially on an Alpha. And down the main straight, you see that tricolore pit lane, the pit wall. Very cool. I'm curious to see what the how sticky the track is going to be with just the tire rubber on. These cars do use tire warmers, believe it or not. So, you know, one of those hobbies where it's like, yeah, let's throw some more money at it. Got Bianchi, Rowley, Gill, Thibault, or Thibault, Weber, Rosignoli, and Hervey. Ooh, also up on 2 wheels. Now these curbs, they are not that high. They don't really just rise up. They're just literally just paving stones, just laid flat. They're not the toothed sort of curbing that you see on full-size racing circuits. So these guys, they're not actually hitting anything when they go up on 2 wheels like that. That is literally just going too fast into the corner and starting the grip roll. Yeah, just keep it zoomed out about there, Jude. So the race is over, and everyone in the pits to change over. See the cars get picked up. They're quite big. If you've never seen a large scale or 5th scale car before, they're quite big. Got someone cheering for Oriole. I didn't see actually where he finished, but I don't think he was really troubling the top guys. So we've got a little bit of a break now, so I'm just going to rest my throat a tiny bit. And we're going to come back at approximately, what time are we looking at here? So 6 even. Oh, thank you very much. We have the top results from Touring Car. We'll go over that in a moment as I just put this.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach's ihm mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag Hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
All right. So, one of our other sponsors, Team RCMZ, rcmodels.co.uk. Shipping out of the UK, they've got a special just for you. You can use code RCMZ for 5% off your order. That's available only on their website. Just had to read the fine print there just to make sure I wasn't going to be promising something that they are not going to honor. So you can see a really nice selection of pretty cool RC stuff. They got Super Desert Truck. They got Crawler. Large scale, I think, no, that's a 8 scale buggy it looks like. Fly Sky stuff. I use some Fly Sky stuff myself. So, and you can see all the brands that they stock there. All the coolest stuff. So make sure and check them out. You can even use the little QR code there to go directly to their webpage. Find them on RCM Racing, on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Or, well, it's RC Models on Instagram. But there you go. And as promised, we're going to go over just very quickly the top 15 or so racers in touring car. So we've got Marius Hetland, Marcus Feldman, Catalani, D'Amico, Arnaldi, Moroni, Verbrugge, Undheim, Rapetti, and Martelli. That's your top 10. And then Prevost almost in there. He's in the 11th spot. Then we've got Vender, Hake, Stefan Strasser, Klug, Vanderbilt, Vassili's finally in the top 20. Harleman, Issei, and Roskam seems to be dropping down the order slightly, but we'll see what happens when the racing comes back tomorrow morning. So we're just going to go off air. Stream will stay live. We've got 2 more qualifying runs to come, starting at 6 p.m. Central European Time. Hello. All right, there we are. Why wasn't I coming on that one? Anyway, I'm sure you enjoy hearing me try to puzzle things out in my mind on this soundboard, which I've hardly ever used. Yeah, so we are back for the last two heats of the day. We're on the Formula One class. Is coming up next. So, all rear-wheel drive. Oh, there's the Buzz and Hornets special. We've got the Alpine, the 2022 Alpine, and we have the 2021 Alpine as well. We've got the Red Bull. We have another Red Bull, and the white Red Bull, which is, I think that is David Coulthard's Goodbye Brazil 2000, whatever his last race was. I think it was a white Red Bull. So I think I've successfully geeked out on the things there. So I've got two things to hopefully satisfy everyone with that is listening in. If you go over to the EFRA Facebook page, if you search Facebook for RC Motorsport Europe, that will lead you to EFRA's Facebook page. On there, in the photo section, is a group of photos for this actual event that we are observing and enjoying. And I'm literally, just as I'm speaking, about to put several more photos in, including some close-up photos of various racers' cars and whatnot. So, hoping there's pits and all sorts of things in there. So hopefully everybody enjoys that. So, there we are on the Buzzin' Hornets replica car. So that was the first thing, was the pictures. Please observe and enjoy. There might be some people you know, either on the track or in the pits. There's a few pits photos in there. So that's just been uploaded and is ready for you to view and enjoy. Please share those. The other thing was information about the qualifying. So I have been puzzled all day. I've been asking left and right, and we haven't had a lot of information about it. Someone in the comments did tell me that it is based on best single result, and I have confirmed that on page 137 of the EFRA rules. 2.5.3 of the in Appendix 5 large-scale IC rules. After all series have been completed, the series of qualifying, the qualification order is established by taking the best result of each driver. So tomorrow morning, basically, it's rocket round qualifying. Yeah, so that'll be interesting to observe. So if Hetland, say, he breaks and anyone else does better than his, I believe it's a 10:08, 33 or 31 laps in 10:08. That's it. They're going to be TQ, and everyone else goes into Super Pole. So, in these races, is the spec 510 or 530 millimeter chassis, or the driver can choose? I have no idea. Actually, you can check in the EFRA rule book. I've got more of the race procedure section here in front of me. Oh, no, here's... So, 510 or 530. I'm assuming, I don't know what that means. Wheelbase is 620 for the F1 class. For the... let's bug the information. I can't find the wheelbase for length and width, height, tank capacity. So I'm not sure what that is specifying. Sorry about that. If you can, I'll try to look that up as we go along. So we're following the 2022 replica Alpine, the car number 1, I believe, of Andy Bloom, who's done pretty well in this class. He is racing against Sebastian Marino, who has 2 TQs already, which, again, because there's a rocket round tomorrow morning, doesn't mean anything, because if Andy or anyone else can beat in any fashion Sebastian's best time, then they are TQ. So yeah, that makes it interesting. So it's not just there's no throwouts per se. It's just best single result of your 10-minute race. So I think, Jude, if we can go to the hut corner, the white car coming around the Omega now and down the back stretch. There we go. Of course, I didn't look at the car number. I don't think, no, it doesn't have a car number. It's car number 7 of Nathan Breno. I don't think he's run. That's why I haven't recognized this car. It just hasn't run, I don't think. But I'm going to go ahead and say this is the tribute David Coulthard Brazil race, his last race in F1. We do have a Red Bull Honda out there, and we have another Red Bull Honda out there. And these cars do have functional Venturis on the backs, made out of carbon fiber, so you don't really want to spin out and crash rear first into something. Oh my goodness, how expensive is that? The rear wings are carbon fiber. The front wings are flexible black plastic, like a 1/8 buggy. But yeah. Which helps, because we did actually see a car earlier today, if you were on the stream, actually crash into a curbing somewhere and basically rip the front wing off, which probably wasn't a great thing. That Buzz and Hornets car looks pretty cool, actually. It looks like it's missing part of its front bit, but it's not. Okay, so we've got just ahead, the 2 cars ahead. They've already passed each other, but at the end of the straight, going into the infield, Jude. Yeah, these 2 cars, the 2 Alpines, shall we say. I'm pretty sure the one in front is that is Sebastian Marino, but there is another car that is identical looking in the next heat. So this is Sebastian Marino. Our current TQ at the moment is a dead car. No, that was a Marshall retrieving. So Sebastian is the lead of these 2 cars. He is in the last year's Alpine replica scheme. Probably imagining a tiny, tiny Fernando Alonso complaining about the penalty that he got in Canada endlessly and forever. So Sebastian, surprisingly, well, he doesn't have best lap, but he's only just doesn't have it by 0.03 of a second. Ernst Utz in car 8, if we can find him somewhere, has taken best lap at 19.43. Wow, that is tight. Is this the car 8? Ernst Utz. And you see, it looks like it's missing the front of its nose, but it's actually just painted black. So, yeah, it's interesting. I would have maybe gone with the shark mouth on the front, because that's shark mouth on almost anything looks pretty cool. That is pretty neat, though. And that is an RS5 chassis. So, yeah, a new Genius made the F1 chassis, but also RS5. Got a couple of drivers that didn't, well, one that didn't start, that's Saverio Rosignoli, and one who has dropped out, it's Claudio Alberti. So it looks like Utz is catching the BWT branded Alpine car. Very slowly reeling him in, maybe slightly fast. That is Andy Bloom. Utz, one of the top 3 drivers in this, so it's not too surprising. Marino still on track to win this one. Utz about 1.3 seconds behind. Carlos Fabregas has jumped up into 3rd. Bloom. Ooh. Oh, wow. I completely missed that one. Oh, and he's died. Car's dead. Car's dead. We have a dead car. Dead car. Eek. Wow. I suppose. Well, he probably somehow got starved of fuel when he was crashed. So that's bad luck for Ernst. And right at the end as well. That's bad luck. That's racing. Marino taking that one with 10:11, 6:55, 31 laps, and Fabregas is the next fastest. Wow, 10:16, 31:10:16, 31:10:19 for Andy Bloom. Ernst, unfortunately, dropping out completely. He's dropped all the way down to 6 in that one. And we get ready for the final race. So this one is going to have Maurizio Borsoni, Tony Seeler, Mirko Tinti, Tony Gilmarty, who didn't finish his last one, I think it was, or didn't start it. Can't quite remember. Reinhard Marin, Corentin Laville, Jose Andre Hernandez, and Patrick Duport. Go, brothers Fabregas. Yeah, one of them did quite well in that last one. If you want to see the overall, the race results, the heat results, and then the overall qualifying results, there's a link that I've shared on the EFRA Facebook page. If you search for RC Motorsport Europe, you'll find the EFRA Facebook page. And there's a link there in one of the more recent posts that is the live results link for this event. There's no live timing online, unfortunately. There's no streaming timing. It's just the system isn't set up to handle that. It's not our fault. It's just what we've got. But we do have the link that we're happy to share. And you can check that out anytime to see the complete heat rankings, qualifying rankings, and everyone who's entered. So these guys are in their warm-up period. Every race gets 3 minutes, give or take a couple. Oh, that's why I'm on that one, because I picked up this headset. Just figuring that out. Yeah, the headset I was wearing was this one, which is that one. So I picked up this one, and I put that one up, and I'm like, no, I just started moving things around all over. Matt's enjoying my explanation anyway. Why? Well, I was like puzzled on my okay. Well, I'm just moving things around. I only move those things. Don't worry. The warning look of death from Matt. There. Right. So we're not far from starting. So just in case you're still around and you're waiting for some touring car racing is finished. This is actually the last heat of the day. Speaking of heat, we're only down to 35.4 degrees out there. But we've got the combined after 3 qualifiers race. So basically this is the fastest single qualifying result for each racer is what counts to put them in the final. So we've got Marius Hedlund with 33 laps in 10:08. Marcus Feldman, he's had 2 disastrous results, but his first race time only 3 seconds behind Marius. 33 laps in 10:11. And then we have Andrea Catalani, 33 laps in 10:12, 9.9. So he's very close. Emmanuel D'Amico, he actually TQ'd the last round, getting 33 in 10:12.987. So 0.04 of a second behind Catalani's time. So he's 4th. Arnaldi, former European champion, 33 in 10:14, also very tight. At 33 in 10:17 is Moroni, Constantino Nicola Moroni. 33 in 10:17 was his second qualifying result. And then we're down into the 32s with Verbrugge, Undheim, Rapetti, Martelli, Prevost, Vender, Hake, Strasser, Klug, Vanderboel, Vaselli, Harleman, Issei, and Roskam. And then it goes on. That's the top 20, though. And then we've got Tolonars, Raftiski, Mazzeo, and a few more. Gugic, Maestri, Domig, Westholm. So basically, if you want to have a guaranteed shot, you need a 32 in a 10:03 to be in the top 10. Probably 10:06 to give you a little bit of leeway. That puts you in the top 12 at the moment, and that will put you directly into the final. So it's all to play for tomorrow, though, because it's going to be the coolest time of the day on the track anyway. It'll still be hot, but the track will be cool, so the track will be faster. So if Hetland crashes out or has an engine problem or breaks or something goes wrong, someone could be there to pick up the pieces, or Hetland could just go faster, or Hetland stays on track and someone else still goes faster, whatever. There's a lot to play for. We've got a cheer for Go Tony G! Tony Gilmarty, sorry. Let's follow car number 4 if we can find him out on track. Oh, he's just across the finish line. He's the second of the 2 cars at the first corner. It's the red car. Now he's the only car. He's the first car going into the Omega. And Jude's on him already. There we are. That's how great these cars are to follow. There's Tony G. I'm not going to call him that, but I'll call him Tony Gilmarty. But Tony G, best lap, 19.7. We have another Tony in there, Tony Sealer, who's in 3rd at the moment. So, Estanzo Cinco Benevente. If you are in contact with Tony G, you can tell him, hey, go to RC Racing TV YouTube channel and scroll forward to your race, and you know you're on there for several laps. So the running order at the moment, Gil Marti, 10 laps, doing 19.7s, not too shabby. Borsoni, Sealer, Laville, Morone, Hernandez, and Tinti. Well, the bottom three seem to be swapping places around pretty evenly. Patrick Duport didn't start for whatever reason, unfortunately.
Okay, top speed 0 kilometer per hour.
That's fine. Okay. Fine with the total distance fine. 485.
And
Maybe the range is not
nearly done with today's racing coverage. I want to thank you for taking part, and we hope you've enjoyed it all. Every second of it, even the ones where I was messing around with the soundboard. And we would just like to remind you that we've been brought to you by RC Fox and RC Models. Trying to find bring the sponsors up on the screen. Where are they? Where is... I can't bring it. Just one moment. All right, there we are. Yeah, so there we are. Again, just to make sure. So RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk have delighted to have them on board, and through them, through their support, we're able to bring you this uninterrupted coverage of the EFRA large-scale on-road European Championships from Fiorano, Italy, in the heart of Emilia-Romagna. Lovely area, although a bit hot, but I think everywhere in Europe is hot at the moment. And we'd like to thank EFRA RC Motorsport Europe for organizing this race and bringing it to the masses, helping us bring it to you. Red RC for the additional coverage, and of course Control. We'll do a proper sign off, but want to make sure that we get everybody mentioned that really ought to be mentioned for bringing this coverage to you. So we're back with the Buzzin' Hornets car going around the Omega, and this is the number 7 of Hernandez. That's a Genius chassis, as I can tell, because it's got stickers on the side that say Genius. No, thank you, Tara. I'm sure we'll see Pecco do really well next week. We are at the large-scale off-road Euros next week in Austria. We're driving there on Monday, I think. And then we're going to coming back to Italy, driving all the way down to Gubbio, lovely Gubbio, for the 1/10th European Championships, 1/10th touring car. Cars will be going a bit faster and a bit smaller, and be a lot harder to follow on screen. I think we've had a casualty with the the other Jordan replica car. And we're following, I'm not sure, or no, this is the other Alpine. This is the other last year Alpine. I'm assuming this is like a teammate to Sebastian, who's our TQ, because it's the exact same scheme. So if you're going to print off vinyls or masking, why not print two? And this is Tony Sealer from France. So, you know, Sebastian's from France, so I can make that assumption. Large French team here, actually. There's always a large French team. RC Racing quite strong in France. Lots of successful RC model racers in France. And we've got 30 seconds left in this race. Seems to be a heated battle going down the main straight. If we can follow that, there we are, these two cars. Less than 10 seconds. If you're going to pull off a pass, do it now. Car 5 and 6 of Reinhard, Marin, and Laville. That seafoam green makes me think of the old Sauber racing team. It's still Sauber pretty much, but when they were running their own colors. As they're coming across the finish line, they are finishing their race. So that's everybody that's running is finished. Okay, so that is it for today's broadcast. Thank you very much for joining us. You've been watching EFRA RC Motorsport Europe. Once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors, RC Fox, rcmodels.co.uk, and we'll be back tomorrow, 9:30 Central European Time, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag Hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.